I think it's okay.
For me, if you receive a ruling today that you disagree with, As a reminder, you may appeal to a designated appeals judge for a second opinion. However, if you receive a ruling from a designated appeals judge, that ruling will be final. Finally, players, please be aware of notes on pricing. The Black Lotus for this event will be going out to the winner of the event. Also, players, the pricing for this event is paid out to the attacker. Otherwise, the time I now have is 9:12 a.m. We'll have 50 minutes for this and every other round, and maybe
Time you use everything, of course. Just sit tight until the casters give me the thumbs up. Are we
Welcome
live
to the
on
Steel
Twitch
City
somewhere that I can post
Spectacular.
this?
We are here watching the battle for the Black Lotus. I am DefCat, and I am joined by... And we are going to be covering Brian Koval versus Jarvis Yu. It looks like Brian, obviously, on Lotus today. I'm not shocked.
Yeah, Brian going to be playing Esper Luris, so opting for the slightly weaker mana base, but slightly better set of interactive cards. And in this matchup, that's going to be helpful because he's up against Jarvis on Jewel Shops. The Jewel Shops deck, you know, unlike Shops decks of the past, not interested in locking down the opponent. This is more of a proactive, combo-oriented shop deck, trying to play Coveted Jewel and the One Ring, draw a whole ton of cards, and convert that into a kill. So, you know, having the better suite of interactive cards from that third color is going to be quite helpful for Brian Koval here.
Yeah, and something you said that I would love to point out, it being proactive. I think that's such a large part of what it means to play that deck.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it is tons of artifact mana. You know, kind of the Jewel Shops deck to me is sort of what I think players who aren't familiar with Vintage would think of what Vintage is like.
Absolutely.
It's just all of the fast mana almost throughout all of Magic's history in terms of artifact mana, and then every single expensive artifact that continues to draw a ton of cards, or either draws cards or just wins the game in the case of Time Vault. So yeah, things are going to be fast and furious here from Jarvis' side, trying to get a huge mana advantage and leverage that into a kill. Brian going to try to take things a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Stop him with a lot of counter spells, and then clean things up with things like Orcish Bowmasters and Psychic Frog.
Yeah. For those of you who are watching that are a little bit more familiar with the CDH or EDH scene, that are now tuning into maybe one of your first Vintage broadcasts, a large portion of what we're going to be talking about today is the tempo that's changed with Vintage. That's kind of where we are, but it's a healthy tempo at the same time due to the fact that we have so many amazing control players at the helm.
Yeah, and so much incredible, free interaction between Force of Will, Force of Negation, Mental Misstep. These decks, all as the control decks, play so much easy ways to stop the big spells out of things like Jewel Shops that even though the Jewel Shops deck is capable of winning on turn one, these control decks are more than capable of stopping that and slowing the game down. And once you do that, a card like Psychic Frog is going to take over the game.
Oh my goodness, yes. And so Psychic Frog is going to be the red herring. We see that drop, and that's when we get excited. It is going to be the card that wins the game, but it's also the card that gets to have a little bit of fun with Lotus.
Oh, yeah. Lotus is the cleanup crew here for the Esper deck. Not something you usually look to establish super early unless you have a Black Lotus start.
Yeah.
And even then, you might need to use that Black Lotus for other things just to slow the opponent down. But it's another card that you can go to if you had to pitch Psychic Frog to a Force early.
Oh my goodness, yes.
If you had to tuck it away with your Brainstorm in order to find more interaction, the Luris is always there to clean things up in the end.
Yeah.
So another very powerful aspect of these control decks. And control decks of all forms in this format are generally built with Luris in mind.
Absolutely, and they should. I think Lotus is still one of my favorite cards ever printed in 1v1 Magic, but to that point, the reason it has its strength, and it's somewhat particular to this stage we're in tempo, where we have these first 3 turns are normally when the kill happens. Lurrus, for a while, to people outside the format, seemed too slow because they said a 6-mana cat that reanimates something like, what, 2 CMC or lower in my graveyard? Give me a break. But truly, it being the backup plan is what makes this deck invaluable.
Yeah, it allows you to devote all of the resources that you have in your hand to stopping your opponent.
Yes.
And knowing that you have this card in your back pocket to clean up the game once the dust settles. And that is powerful in and of itself, just to have the Lurrus sitting there off to the side, so you can put all of your efforts into making sure that this Jewel Shops deck and the other really powerful decks in Vintage don't get to execute their game plan unhindered.
Yeah. And Jarvis knows this deck. Shops is something that often feels like Manual Storm in a way, but at the same time, I think it's a bit more calculated, especially in Vintage, where we aren't playing with 4 copies of a lot of our cards. A lot of it is a, oh my gosh, I drew it, and now you're off to the races. And
I'm just not going
that being able to pivot at that level is so difficult for so many players getting into Vintage, and obviously Jarvis has an insane mastery of that.
Absolutely, and for him it's going to be about threat assessment, really from both sides. So for Jarvis, he needs to assess which of my threats do I deploy first, because I'm likely going to lose the first 1, 2, 3 threats that I play to various counterspells or removal, and then which are the ones that I want to hold till the end that I really want to make sure resolve and stick.
Yeah.
And then from Koval's side, it's the reverse situation. Every time Jarvis plays a threat, he has to think, is this something I absolutely need to stop, or do I need to save my counter spell, my removal spell, for a different threat later on in the game?
Well, it's time for us to get into our match. Let's see our players start to put down the best that they have. I was also unaware that I was starting the match, so you're welcome, Brian. I'm glad I gave you a little bit more time there. I doubt we actually changed the time around, but we're getting into it. Very excited. I think one of the things that it's old news. I'd love to bring it up, but the facts of the matter is giving us force negation and it only being able to be used on your opponent's turns, I think was one of the most genius things that has ever happened.
Yeah, a counterspell that is only particularly good at stopping the opponent.
Yep. Oh, there he is. There's the new Tez. Tezzy's out.
Looks like it was 2 Soul Rings, one coming from a Metamorph.
Correct.
You're one floated.
That will leave that for the Tezzeret.
We saw a city in Jarvis's hand as his other land.
1, 2, 3 for that. Okay. Yeah, Tez themselves.
Jarvis using realizing he had a little bit of, I guess, needing the extra Soul Ring to sort of convert his Mishra's Workshop mana into regular mana.
Yeah. And it looks like we're talking about it resolving.
0.
Feeling comfortable. Obviously, the double artifacts coming down before enhances.
Okay, so Tezzeret immediately going to tutor. Yep. See what Jarvis wants to find here. A Chalice of the Void would be an excellent play, although Koval's list not as high on the jewelry, only playing the on-color Moxen.
Really?
Sometimes we see these control decks go for the full set, and that's usually because they want to play more stock-up. Koval actually opting for only 1 stock-up in his list. He's playing more interactive cards. He has some Spell Pierces, he has some Lavinias. Oh, really, realizing that he doesn't have time to be messing around with a card, even a card as powerful as stock-up, really needs to have his interaction immediately so he can interact as early as possible. That said, wasn't able to interact with his turn on Tezzeret, so he's behind the 8 ball here on turn 1. Wow, Jarvis finding Mox Sapphire with the Tez, and that allows him to cast Ancestor Recall and refill his hand after this incredible turn 1 start.
Absolutely. And now, Spell Pierce looking a lot worse, but we got the Black Lotus straight in for the other mana. We're pitching a Misty.
So Koval's list may not be as high on artifact mana, but his opening hand here sure is.
Absolutely. He knows what he was doing. I love that he was so fast with it. It seems like he knows what the next step is given the situation presented. I love the confidence he always has. There's Lavinia, like you said.
Your turn.
Okay, so Lavinia is both going to stop a lot of the action from Jarvis since he doesn't have many lands, but even more importantly, going to pressure this Tezzeret.
Absolutely. We're going to see Lavinia stop multiple things in this list. What were the highlights for you that you think are going to be the things that Lavinia would want to be removed for, if at all?
The main threats out of the jewel shop stacks are its namesake coveted jewel and really the one ring. It's really, I would honestly call it ring shops more than jewel shops, just because the one ring is probably the better of the two, the more reliable of the two.
We have Manamo.
Jarvis can play this Grim Monolith, but it's not going to be able to cast anything big. He's got to wait and make land drops. So the Lavinia doing a great job of slowing Jarvis down. It's going to give Koval a lot of time to set up his own game.
Oh, and we're going to throw away the Tezzeret and go ahead and do another search. Wonder what we're getting.
Yeah. You know, if the Tezzeret's going to be attacked by the Lavinia, you might as well get your value from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, before it's gone. I like the position that Brian's in more so because I feel like all of the thinking here is on Jarvis. We're not looking at Brian needing to sweat a threat anymore. Now we're looking at what is Jarvis going to do to make himself feel like he's ahead of the curve, because this Lotus Esper control deck so fast at controlling the game, and Lavinia is just such a 1-2 punch that pressuring the Tezzeret and shutting him off what he wants to cast. A great 2-for-1.
Yeah, it's buying Koval a ton of time here. Could buy him enough time to deploy the Lotus even next turn.
Yep.
And that's why we see Jarvis get the Vexing Bauble off this Tezzeret. That's going to shut off the Lotus Black Lotus engine that Koval is threatening on his next turn. So Jarvis realizing that he has to slow Koval down right now because the Lavinia is slowing him down.
What a pivot. And we are bopping that land out, so he is down just in the Manamo.
Less important that he's denied the mana, and more important the land because of the Lavinia restriction.
Oh, he'll show him one as well. Vexing Bauble coming down on both sides. Back to Jarvis here.
Vexing Bauble will also allow Koval to generate value with the Luris. That's just a card every single turn if he wants it once the Luris is in play.
Looks like we're bolting in a Sink into Stupor. Our MH3 land.
I think it was tapped, not bolted in.
Oh, it was tapped.
Koval going to sack that Vexing Bauble, likely trying to find another land drop here to set up this Luris, or maybe trying to cast a card draw spell if you found a stock up.
Which is so funny that stock up is now vintage playable. I love it. So cool to see new cards in the format. Aether Drift not giving us too much to play with, so it was exciting to get something.
Really, it's another card that allows blue decks to make use of fast mana.
Yeah.
Vintage these days, there's so many good 0 and 1 mana plays that the blue decks don't play as much jewelry, but now with stock up, you see some of these control decks play with Soul Ring.
Yep.
You know, all the boxes.
Ooh, there's our frog. Clock is on.
Koval saying, ignoring the Luris, he has better things to do with Prismatic Ending and Frog. And
one artifact mana play.
Well ahead of
Another
the curve
workshop. More rocks, but we're not getting anywhere with this. But we have 3 lands now. So even with Lavinia out, we can
3
see.
colorless, 1 artifact mana
Big
play.
land drop is going to be
Use
number
2
4.
colorless
Yeah,
stones,
That
1
threatens
colorless.
the One Ring. Here, if there's something like Tinker. Oh, yes.
Oh, there it is. Oh, and we're showing the Force. Hard cast with the Lotus.
I'll use the colorless voting practice.
Vexing Bauble is cracked to draw. Obviously, land drop already happened for turn. Like we have a Force of Will in Jarvis's hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Combat. Yep. 3. I'm at 11 to 19.
Pity it wasn't cracked in response. In order to find counter spell.
Jarvis can't cast his counter spells again because of
Lavinia,
Lavinia, so even more action that's being shut off by that creature.
Even with the amount of mana, it doesn't matter. Just the lands. Yep. We have a Demonic Tutor. You know what that's getting.
It could get a counter spell for Jarvis's next threat. It could get a Time Walk.
I would assume so. That's where I'm placing my bets right now, is a Time Walk.
If Brian has the land to play the Time Walk, I think that would be the get. But if not, then Counterspell makes a lot of sense.
He's a cheeky slow roller. I believe in him. Oh, we're taking him off land.
Wasteland is basically a Time Walk.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a different printing of Time Walk.
Yeah.
In this scenario.
Sneaky Time Walk. Yeah.
Yep, and we are cleaning up after that. We know where that was going. Immaculate tutor. I love that. I think that was just a great play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Brian really showing what the deck can do. I love the pivot Jarvis attempted at slowing Brian down, but I have a sneaking suspicion that game 2 would go the same way if he attempted to pivot. I don't know if Shops is really going to be able to fight the good fight once Lavinia's hit the board.
Not without, some way to bounce it, and Jarvis really didn't have it. Had the Sink into Stupor, didn't have a means to cast it.
Yeah.
Because he needed to make land drops.
It was the land, yeah.
Yeah, he needed something like Into the Flood Maw.
Yes.
If he wanted to answer it. I don't think there's one in his main deck. There is in the sideboard. Or Dismember. Yeah, so really just no creature removal. The Jewel Shop stack is very much all in on its own game plan.
Yeah.
And the Lavinia, not a card I've often seen in a lot of online lists of the Esper control deck. So I was interested to see it in Koval's list, and right there from the opening game of the tournament proved its worth. Lavinia just carried that game.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lavinia, not hard to cast. 2 pips can seem like a lot in some scenarios. In Vintage, that is nothing. That is every free Mana Rock being able to get you what you need to get them out early. Lavinia also showing its colors in the pressure game against Tezzeret. I think that was one of the biggest portions of that play. Being able to have that effect on a creature that is taking care of a secondary threat is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. Because without that pressure on the Tezzeret, that could have been a game plan in of itself for Jarvis. He could have just ticked up, played some of those cheap mana rocks. That would have ticked up the loyalty and ultimated the Tezzeret, and that might have gotten him something going, to pressure Koval. But the Tezzeret just had to be cashed in immediately. Lavinia completely, dictated what Jarvis could and couldn't do for the entirety of that game.
Yeah. It really is just an incredible game piece for Esper Control. I think it's the glue in terms of what keeps it up top in the meta at the moment, but I think the portion of Esper Control that is untouchable right now is just the ability to have Lurrus in the command zone still. It just makes it that much more consistent. Going into game 2, I would love to see Turbo into a Wondering. I think that's a little more what I'm looking for to see the acceleration from Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm sure Jarvis would like to see that too. The reality, though, is in this matchup, he needs to be very threat dense because he's going to lose that first threat or two to counter spells in so many of these games. And we see in his sideboard, he has some additional threats to bring in, things like a 2 Kappa Cannoneer, a Wormcoil Engine. I imagine some number of those will come in. Maybe not all if he wants to leave one in the sideboard for Karn purposes.
Yeah.
But those additional threats and some answers to these early creatures, answers to Lavinia and Orcish Bowmasters, which we didn't see in game 1, but is definitely a key card in this matchup because the Jewel Shop stack is looking to draw so many cards itself. So creature removal and extra threats coming in for Jarvis, that's going to likely cut into some of the fast mana from the deck. So he's not going to be as explosive in the post-sideboard games, but he's going to be more resilient to the disruption from the Esper Control deck.
Absolutely. And the Worms, I think, are one of my favorite sideboard inclusions. I love the fact that that's made a comeback. I remember when Worms for a while were obviously always known for being in Tron, and then now we're getting to see them used so many other places. It's such a high utility creature.
Yeah, and it's one of the main reasons to go into white in these control decks is to get access to Swords to Plowshares, as opposed to the Dimir control decks that have better mana for the control mirrors, because that's where you see Wasteland now. They have, they don't have as powerful of an interaction. So the Swords to Plowshares in Koval's Esper list really going to be helpful against cards like Wormcoil Engine, and I think that's why you see Jarvis opting for 2 Kappa Cannoneer, not overloading on Wormcoil Engine, because he knows that a lot of the control players have moved towards white so that they can answer Wormcoil.
Absolutely.
Kappa Cannoneer, much harder to answer with the Swords to Plowshares. It's 5 mana.
Absolutely, yeah. And that speaks to 2 levels that we're playing on now. Traditionally, I love that we were always seeing threats as something that we had to just take care of, period. But now it's how we take care of it, it's when we take care of it, and then the fact that Ward exists.
Absolutely.
Saga.
Very slow start from Jarvis just to tap Soporific Springs.
Wow. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything slowing Brian down after a start like that either.
How many do we have in hand?
Seal of cleansing for him, I believe that.
2, 3, 4,
That was
5,
that
6.
seal of
Okay,
cleansing.
5 in
on
hand.
that.
Great. All right. Play on.
And Serenity. Serenity would be a very awkward play on,
Yes.
on the dry board. But the interesting play from Koval's side to me is that there's a Saga. He's planning to activate it. He's not planning to use his mana elsewhere, which likely means he has 1 to 2 pitch counters in hand.
Oh,
so
gosh.
he knows he can put his mana into the Urza Saga, use
Yeah.
the pitch counters to stop what Jarvis is doing, and immediately have a clock.
Turn 2. He kept the turn 2 One Ring. There's the pitch. Pitching a mental misstep. Order to cast. We have a Force of Will.
Here's Vintage at its finest. Fast
Yes.
and furious. I'll play my fast mana into my ring. I'll counter back.
Oh, man.
And the ring
We
does
have,
resolve.
we have landed the ring. So what does this mean for Brian, now that the ring's down?
It means he needs to either pressure Jarvis and become the aggro deck, or find an answer to the ring, because the ring will take over a long game. So he's no longer able to really be the control deck.
Yes.
The good news is he has the Urza Saga, which is probably his best way of applying pressure.
Yeah.
Second best. I would say the best would, at this point, be Orcish Bowmasters.
Correct.
Against the One Ring.
Yeah, which, so on theme. I just love that that's the way those are printed.
So don't be surprised if this Urza Saga next turn on the search trigger finds some source of black mana.
Absolutely. Have our vault.
Time Vault by itself not going to do much of anything.
Oh, thinking about the land drop here.
Such a layer in Academy. Another land that makes 3 mana.
One of the many. Oh, and we are tinkering. Oh, wow. Whoa.
That one had to be countered, otherwise you
Yeah.
can find the key, and that's infinite turns.
Absolutely.
Good news, Koval does have that.
Here's pitching the Force.
Is that empty hand now for Brian?
I believe
No,
so.
no,
We
no.
see nothing, yeah. Our construct has been made. We're ticking up to 3. The players may be debating on something here.
Looking over Brian's deck list, looks like it's just his on-color Moxen, Black Lotus, and Vexing Bauble. Combined with this Saga. Just have a Grafdigger's Cage and Nile Spellbomb on the board, but this isn't really the matchup for those cards. So.
No.
Brian going for just a float on the Urza Saga, so
That
content
is-
with 1 construct.
Pretty surprising to me, actually.
Yeah, it tells me that he has some plans for this mana.
Yeah.
Maybe going to get Lotus and go for the Luris here.
I would guess. That's what I would guess.
So 6 mana is the magic number for that. You can buy and cast Luris all in one fell swoop, and then replay the Lotus from the graveyard.
Yeah. Feels like the safest option given the situation. Whereas making another construct could really just leave him there for a while, unable to cast Luris. And who doesn't love, access to Black Lotus in your graveyard? Who doesn't love that?
There it is.
You're a prophet.
Yep, Lotus. Test Lotus. Yep.
Lotus. Put the hand in cast. Recasting that Black Lotus.
I'm at
Construct
11,
coming in.
Tier 20. 11 to 20 is what I'm at.
That will allow
Over to 9 on my paper.
Koval not only to pressure Jarvis, to generate extra mana with Lotus over the course of this game, and he can keep reusing the Seal of Cleansing. So he has a
Yes.
repeatable disenchant to potentially deal with that Time Vault and later fast mana, maybe to limit Jarvis at least a little bit. But the thing is, 1 disenchanted turn is not going to keep up with the 1 ring.
No, it is not.
monolith floating and artifact mana.
No artifact count.
I use artifact mana, so I'll have 2 regular mana, 2 colorless floating.
Very upping.
Yeah, just a bunch of mana coming for Jarvis. I can see a Force of Will in his hand.
Outcome target all 4 feeds in response for 3.
Now the fireworks. Paradoxical outcome.
Yes.
Yep.
Good chance we see Seal of Cleansing here used from Koval if he doesn't have a counter.
Looks like it.
Short time vault in response.
Hitting the time vault.
That can happen, draw 3. These are in my hand, I have 3 colorless floating. Yep.
Tinker has, or not Tinker, Paradoxical Outcome resolving.
3 more
Drawing those
cards coming.
Finding more mana.
Now it'll be about deploying the fast mana, getting the artifact count up again, then using Valerian Academy to recast some of these threats.
Nothing floating. Yep.
Are officially in shop territory. Will we see it? I think I see it in hand. But it looks like we're deploying the
Vexing
one
Bobble,
ring.
so it's
But,
floating.
no, Vexing Bobble. Good setup for the fact that we don't want to see the Black Lotus repeated.
Stops the Lotus, stops any future pitch counter spells. So at this point, Koval is so down on resources, it's hard for him to use any more of those.
1 ring, 1 colorless floating.
One ring put back in
Trigger,
play.
Draw 3. Yep.
Notably, making sure that construct is not coming in and smacking for much more next turn.
There's still 1 colorless
tap this, take
pool
no
for
damage.
Jarvis here. Yeah, he'll use that mana floating and the Ancient Tomb to play Tezzeret. 5 artifacts in play. Good. Trying to think of it. It could Chalice on 2 to stop the Seal of Cleansing recursion. Could go
untap my
find
ring with Tezzeret.
Manifold Key to untap the ring.
Yes.
A lot of options for Jarvis, and they're all great.
Very. This is a lovely position to be in. Happy with this position. We're passing over to Brian. We are looking for Bowmaster.
It looks like Tezzeret just untapped the ring.
Oh, touch the Lotus.
Not bad. Tezzeret for 6. You gain 3.
Swinging in, making sure Tezzeret is no long.
Second main.
With the 1 ring protection, it only makes sense to attack the Tezzeret.
Absolutely. So we did draw something.
2 for the brainstorm.
Brainstorm. Interesting.
You have 1 card showing? Yep.
Koval needs to find something.
Letting it go.
Jarvis has Force Will in hand, but really only going to use that on cards that have a huge impact on the board.
Yeah.
You let your opponent brainstorm, tell them to find something that you want to counter.
Yeah.
If they don't, then
It was
save that for
already in
later.
the top 3, you know? They were going to have it very soon.
These 2 back.
2 blue floating for Koval here.
That's it.
Steel is coming back from the yard.
That's fine.
Jarvis puts lack of concern on the stack.
We are finally trying to hit that academy.
5 blue.
It's gone. Fetching for colors here, notably still 1 blue floating. If there is a Bowmaster being put down right now, I would be One, knowing it's going to get hit with the force, but two, oh, a treasure cruise.
Jarvis has a bunch of blue mana floating from the Academy.
Yes.
And the 5 blue floating card cast as well.
Spent on the force of will.
I take 2 on my upkeep. It's
Cruise,
7.2
that's
is
good
what I
enough
have.
for Jarvis
Yep.
to count.
Yeah.
Time they draw cards.
Yes.
All 3.
We're going in for 3 off the One Ring. Chops is looking in a great position. Outside of the fact that it hasn't found.
I'll go to 5.
Oh. Oh, too soon.
We'll call my One Ring trigger.
Yeah, you're going to find something. And there's another ring. Reset that, gain protection again. And this really, to me, this is the power of the ring versus Coveted Jewel.
Absolutely.
If Jarvis had Jewel instead of the ring, Brian would have a Jewel right now.
Oh, yeah. Notably, again, a huge advantage
Captain,
having
your
a
trigger.
creature in your imaginary zone.
And now here's the pressure the other way.
There
Kappa
it is.
Cannoneer. Brian with not nearly enough mana to answer that. And
No.
with the cards coming off the ring, it will quickly grow out of control. Koval's probably at a
Yeah, we'll keep 1
quite
floating.
healthy life total since the Luris has gotten
Yeah.
in a couple times. So I would guess he's somewhere in the mid-20s.
Yes.
And tap from 1 on.
That's probably a 3-turn clock.
Oh, easily.
I guess if Brian can make his next 2 land drops, redeploy the Seal of Cleansing this turn, then next turn with another land, he'll have 4 mana to pay for ward with the Seal of Cleansing,
Yeah.
but he won't be able to use the Seal of Cleansing this turn in order to do that.
Yeah, he's going to be eating a lot unless the draws are favorable, but the seal is going to come out. Most likely the only play available to him.
I think this was just Seal Go, so no land drop coming, which means this Kappa Cannoneer is safe for at least 2 more turns.
Draw card. Yep.
With the way this deck draws cards,
It's all
that
good,
might be
of
all
course.
Kappa needs to close this game.
Absolutely. So a healthy back and forth, I would say, between these two decks.
Draw 2.
Certainly over the course of the 2 games. Both games kind of lopsided,
Yeah.
but in
That's what great, man.
favor of either player.
Have our recall.
Really, the difference to me was actually the presence of a counter spell on Jarvis's side.
Yeah.
He didn't have a counter in game 1, otherwise
Oh,
he
we
could have
two
stopped
artifact
the
mana
early
pudding.
Lavinia.
Yeah.
That would have turned on his entire hand.
Can
Had the counter in game
your
2,
trigger.
not to stop what Koval was doing, but to force through his ring.
Yeah.
And then, the ring has carried the game from there.
Absolutely.
But it's really just, do you have the pitch counters early?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they're so important in Vintage.
Very.
The
Yeah.
games, if you have
Sacrifice
the
my decks involved.
pitch counters to stop your opponent or force your own game plan through, you can run away with the game very quickly.
So we did see the bobble cracked, as well as another
Sapphire.
ring coming down. Kappa growing.
Using the 2 artifact
Kappa's
mana
going to get real
floating.
big.
The Metamorph.
There
One
is
more was floating now.
another ring, or
Can
Kappa,
yeah.
yeah.
Trigger
Kappa. Just massive.
Mox. Trigger both.
Turtle
Yep.
power.
Mm-hmm. Elegant card design, though. I felt the true name Nemesis feelings when I saw that spoiled.
This is true name Nemesis, but for artifact decks.
Yep.
This should be the last turn of game 2. Can't imagine what Koval would have. Sometimes you see something like a Supreme Verdict
Yep.
in these control decks. Brian doesn't have the mana to cast that. This also would be a somewhat awkward matchup for that card to come in, since there's not many creatures in the Jewel Shop side.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it wouldn't be a bad card against Kappa
I
Cannoneer.
would not. We have a no rod.
Okay, the damage has been done.
Play Cannoneer. You're
Mana
at false
is
my
loaded.
board. You have one
All
card.
Jarvis really needs is one artifact this turn to make these Kappas unblockable, and that should be enough.
It's fine.
I was hoping to see a wasteland.
That's one turn.
There it is. He saw the next artifact. That is it for game 2. 1-1 here.
Brian very much in the Reed Duke school. Always make your opponent kill you.
Absolutely.
Not one to concede early ever. So even from that lopsided position, going to make Jarvis give him the finishing blow.
Correct. Yep.
And we will move on to game 3.
Yep. And we'll add our scores here. That way we know where we're at. But for those watching, we just want to let you know that all weekend there's going to be coverage here at the Steel City Spectacular. We have the vintage battle for the Black Lotus, as you can see here on screen, as well as tomorrow the CDH 20K and on Sunday. We may see a little bit more vintage tomorrow, although that may not be on camera. That will be happening here. We are officially the largest CDH tournament ever held as of this weekend.
I saw just under 500 register this when I checked earlier today.
Yes.
That is incredible.
And today we are streaming on DefCat MTG. Tomorrow we will be holding the stream on Playing with Power, as tomorrow is in fact for CDH. Today we gave Vintage the chance for the DefCat channel. Going into game 3, I'm interested to see if the Wandering Spike happens.
It's once again going to be about the pitch counters, I think, from both sides. Who can get that early lead?
Yes.
It really has been so difficult for these decks to claw back into the game once behind. There's more capability of that in the post-sideboard games. Jarvis has some creature removal for things like Lavinia and Orcish Bowmasters, and the control deck always has that potential, but it really does give you such a decided advantage because we're playing Vintage, we're playing with the most powerful cards in Magic's history. You know, these are cards that are meant to snowball.
Yeah, and those pitch counters are the most powerful cards no matter what because they face the most powerful cards head on.
Ryan will have the luxury of playing first. If he has something like a turn 1 Psychic Frog, turn 1 Bowmasters, that would be
First
excellent.
time this match, too, that he's been able to go. Ryan has opted to keep, it looks like a first 7.
Jarvis going to take a mulligan. Very important in a format this fast and this furious to be disciplined with your keeps and mulligans.
Yes.
You can't afford to stumble, with the way that especially Jarvis's deck can draw cards, you can recoup that mulligan very, very easily.
Yes.
If you have the right hand that can power out a turn 1 Ring or an early Jeweled Lotus, then even an early Tezzeret. So. Not surprised to see Jarvis taking a mulligan and not particularly concerned.
Nope, not in the slightest. The control decks, absolutely, you're going to be a little bit more concerned as you need so many cards to pitch.
Definitely, but even they, with Psychic Frog and then the various card draw spells, Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time, Ancestor Recall, all singletons, but you have all 3 of them. So you can kind of group them all together.
Yeah. And now they're a 4 set.
Yeah. And Demonic Tutor can find any of them.
Yes,
So.
yes. It looks like there is the fragile possibility that the game plan is a Turbo Kappa Cannoneer, which I would get a wonderful chuckle out of.
That's not that fragile. War 4 is a big number.
But in the sense that if everything is just mana and a Kappa, ooh.
Yeah.
Blue, D-Duty, and pass.
As long as the mana isn't dependent too much on Grim Monolith, then Jarvis can say, yeah, I've got an early Kappa, and then I'll hope that the top of my deck shows me some goods later on.
Yes.
So you got plenty of awesome top decks.
Yep, it looks like we are going that way.
Grimala,
There's
there's
the
the
Black
Lotus.
Lotus.
That's against
Ah,
19.
I think the Kappa Cannoneer might be the only extra blue card for Jarvis's Force of Will.
mm-hmm.
And so he's decided to
We do have
wait.
3 in hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the third card is.
Yeah.
Didn't get a great look at it, but if Kappa's the only blue card, then I think Jarvis will try to wait to see if he can find a Lotus or a Jewel Lotus or a One Ring, and then use the Force of Will to force that through, recoup some cards, find even more threats, rather than trying to go all in on an early Kappa.
And a seal is played. I think this is just really flexing the force in hand, is what this shows.
Yeah, it's very awkward for Jarvis. He either has to use 2 cards to stop this seal, or he's going to lose a bunch of his mana.
Yep.
And he says, okay, I'll give up the Grim Monolith.
Happy to do that, knowing what comes next. Got a Moxen in hand. Still unsure of that 4th card. It looks like a Tolarian Academy, actually.
Yeah, so it is just mana and Kappa Cannoneer. And
Yeah.
Mox Tolarian Academy, Jarvis can make 10 mana by my count, so that is 1 short of Kappa plus Hardcast Force of Will,
Yes.
which
Oh,
means
that's heartbreaking.
the Seal of Cleansing was big. That effectively
Yeah.
took 4 mana away from him if you count the 1 that Grim Monolith would contribute towards Tolarian Academy.
Yeah. As well as the affinity count. Here's our Academy.
Gonna use the Lotus to improvise there, just
Love
tap
it. Love it.
18.
Force of Will, pitching a Force of Will coming for Ryan.
Lotus also.
I believe in the
it's
top deck turtle.
Oh, it's improvised.
I believe we can see another one next turn.
6. Oh, 3.
I believe in a thing called love.
That's what I thought so long.
One of the things that we definitely show off, I think, at any Steel City event, everyone here is very dedicated to their craft, and everyone is very respectful of the fact that people are going to be spending all their time on it. And so they have some amazing judges on staff here today that are going over our feature match. I'd love to get their names up later, just so people know. But this coverage team luckily lucked out. Some incredible staff. So if you're looking to play at any of these tournaments, you're in good hands. Oh, and we are getting rid of the Academy.
Ryan has shown a strong proclivity towards limiting Jarvis's mana.
Yes.
I think that's the second time we've seen a demonic tutor for a wasteland
Yes.
in this match. Well, I can't blame him. He's already used the Seal of Cleansing to take out Grim Monolith.
Yeah.
He knows the Lotus is a one-time shot, so you can limit the deck's mana. You really limit their ability to do the broken things that their deck is known for.
And I think this is an important thing for those watching that originally saw this event for CDH and are just tuning in for some vintage today. Oh, we are seeing the Null Rod. What a slam.
This will definitely meet the Force of Will from Jarvis.
Absolutely.
But the good news for Koval is, yeah, your Null Rod didn't resolve, but it was still effectively a 2-for-1. Because
Yes.
the Lotus had to be used to cast the Force of Will. Now another Wasteland, so yeah.
Yeah.
Koval doing a great job of restricting the mana, and now that Jarvis is kind of on empty, he can go for that Luris.
They're happy to know what's possible. Their hands at low card count are definitely becoming telegraphed, so they're playing through it quite quickly.
Yeah.
But Luris to hand.
The Grim Monolith Jarvis still has access to 6 mana here. For as much as Brian has done to limit his amount of mana, still has enough to cast a ring or a Jeweled Lotus that comes off the top, but looks like he has not found any of those cards yet.
There is Luris. You will be seeing, most likely, a seal next turn from Yard.
Have anything to
And
use
we are
it?
getting the handshake.
I bought him a PO
And
because
Jarvis didn't find any gas, and he knows that the Luris Seal of Cleansing is just going to whittle down his board. Just found blue cards, so Brian being able to restrict the mana, even using a Wasteland on Otawara.
Yes.
Not on the land that produces multiple mana, but more importantly, a land that produced a blue
I should
mana.
have just gone with my gut and assumed
Really
you didn't have a
restricted
force
Jarvis's
because you
top
thought
decks
so
there.
long and didn't
Jarvis
force the
finds
Tezzeret.
only the blue cards with
No,
colorless
I
mana
had
available.
force, but my only blue card was Lavinia,
Luris
and I was
plus
trying
Seal
to
Cleansing
die in
definitely
hands
going to
and
bump up that
let
game.
Lavinia
So
win.
Yes.
Yeah, so what I could have done was
match
Minus
here
Cap
to
Lotus and
Brian
just
Koval,
Tinker,
he starts
but
his
that might have been
tournament
better
out
anyways
with a
because then
win.
you're forced
Yeah.
to take action.
A well-deserved win as well. I feel like the third game
Good job.
showed off what
Submit.
Brian does
Where's
best,
the button?
which when he looks at an
Yeah,
opponent's
yeah,
deck,
for
he
you.
is
So,
deconstructing
I need to know how
from
to do this. All right.
multiple
No, I got it.
angles.
Okay.
It wasn't just let me
And I
try
got
to
you the
get as
answer
much
to
advantage
where it
on
was
my
streaming.
field
It's on,
or enough
YouTube.
things to slow
It's
him
on
down.
YouTube. Yes,
Every
not
PC
Twitch.
play that
YouTube.
slowed down
The channel
Jarvis
is
was
DefCat.
from hand and instantly used.
DefCat.
Yeah, he had a very clear game plan, and it revolved around restricting his opponent's mana.
Yeah.
And he was able to
Best
execute
luck,
that
Evo.
to a T in
Best
game
luck.
3. Really stopped Jarvis before he ever got anything going.
Nope. Yep.
So I think that's exactly how you draw it up from the Esper control side, and from Jarvis's side,
game one
he
hand
really
was
needed his
on
deck
the
to
force
give him
protection,
1 or 2 good
like,
top decks, and
on the
they didn't
hard
really
pass.
come. We saw the early
It's a 2-1.
Capitan here.
Yeah, it was just-
When you play against these
fuck
control
up
decks, you
the
have to
game.
assume that
That's
your
the
first
thing,
1 or
that's
2
the
threats
thing,
is
that's
not
the thing.
are not going to resolve.
Yeah, Jarvis is going to have to
Jarvis
have
is
a
gonna
talking
push
to with the deck
forward.
after this. The trust has been broken. Every now and then you just have to believe in what you built and know that you can draw into what you can, and the threat count being around
Most people don't play a lot
12
of Kappa
in that
Cannoneers,
deck,
but I
if you
think they're
want to
all
include
idiots.
Tezzeret within that,
Yeah, everyone's
belt,
on
I would say
Lotus and-
promising, most
You
likely
know what
going
those
into
guys
it,
do?
the
For
4-1
supply
copies as well.
You know,
Are
it's
we
really
playing
hard to
4
kill
Kappas
with
in this
supply
list
birds.
currently?
Yeah.
There's 2.
You know,
Both
after I
two
saw them, I
sideboard.
changed my sideboard plan.
That would
With
be
Serenity.
a little riskier
So,
to trust that.
The other thing is, like,
But it's probably
it's
didn't
not
want to
very
go
easy
lower
to
than
cast
6.
those big monsters under Null Rod, but you can actually cast Kappa Cannoneer under Null Rod. This
looking
was
at
my
Jarvis's
discovery last
list,
year when I
it's-
tested.
You have the 1 Karn as
I
a
just played a
threat,
bunch of
you have the
matches
4
stuff on
coveted
them,
jewels,
like,
you have the
just
4
play
copies
as a
of the
hateful
1
sideboard
ring.
as you want.
Frankly,
Buy one
I wouldn't be
good
surprised if
Kappa
some number of the
Cannoneers.
jewels came out.
And then there was
Yeah.
like multiple
Because
games where I
it's
would
so easy
tinker
for
for
the
a second
Esper
Kappa
control deck to take
Cannoneers
them
or
back.
anything else.
Very.
'Cause this deck was
And
just
they can be a
literally
liability
everything.
against Orcish Bowmasters, so that might have
Then
been
you play Doomsday
where
anyways
Jarvis found
before
space
Kappa
for the
Run,
Kappas and
you
the
know.
Worm Coil Engine.
Yeah.
But really, yeah, the deck just is relatively low on threats because you need so much mana. So to me, pretty dependent on resolving either the 1 ring, which Jarvis was able to do in game 2, or Paradoxical Outcome to draw additional cards. Didn't find any of those cards, and so that made it a lot easier for Koval to say, okay, I have a counter spell for your 1 real threat in Kappa Cannoneer.
Yeah.
From there, I get to do my own thing.
I feel like
Absolutely.
game 1 is the game I'm
We're
supposed
not
to win
going to
more
see
often than
too
not.
much dead
Well,
time
yeah,
either
and
in
you're
these
on the play,
games.
like,
I
random
love
serve
how
is so
it's
big,
not
my
a
hand's good, I'm
stalemate
not gonna
of
motivate
thought
it.
as many vintage games used to, I feel like, go down to. It is action, wait to see what they have, and now I have a game plan moving forward depending on how they reacted to it. I feel like that tempo change is what's made me fall in love with vintage over the last year versus when I
think all the
attempted
decks
to
I wanna
watch it over
play are
COVID,
backwards
getting
moving
into the
anyways, so
format,
it
and
doesn't
I was
matter.
thinking, they're
Yeah.
staring at each other
The
a
other
lot.
deck I was concerned was just Esper,
Almost looking
Theo,
for any sudden
with
eye
Rod
twitch
Tezzeret.
as to whether or not at that time they were packing the heat that is now
You can at least tutor Feebles if you have Tezzeret.
Yeah, I think these shop
Well,
decks gaining access to the 1 ring
I mean, I don't think
sort
it's
of
actually
change the
cast Tezzeret
texture
under
of
Lavinia.
how they play out. I remember
need 3
playing
lines of
vintage
play.
in the 2000s,
Yes.
the before time,
Mm-hmm.
and the shop decks were the decks that were trying to restrict the opponent's
Yeah.
mana. They were playing things like Tangle Wire, Sphere of Resistance,
Yes.
and you still do see shop decks built like that these days. They're just much less common. But the more common thing is that the shop decks now have these incredibly powerful high mana value threats, so they're the more proactive, generate a bunch of mana, do my own thing kind of decks. And it's the blue decks that are trying to restrict the opponent's mana because that's one of the best ways to stop them from casting things like Jeweled Lotus and Kappa Cannoneer,
Yeah.
Worm Coil Engine, the really powerful high mana threats. And so the script has been flipped over the last 20 years or so of vintage, and we saw it on display there. Wasteland was an
Absolutely.
incredibly important aspect of Brian's game plan and a way for him to shut down the top decks from Jarvis's deck. He was able to shut down every single blue card.
Yep.
And Jarvis did end the game there with a couple of blue cards in his hand. And that's really, that's one of the key aspects of playing control in any format.
Yes.
Because when you're a control deck, you're often not going to be able to close the game super quickly.
No.
You're going to need at least 4, 5, 6 turns to attack your opponent to death with whatever you have left over after the early trades and the dust settles. And your opponent is going to have turns to top deck back into the game.
Yeah.
And in vintage, they have the best possible top decks of 30-something years of card printing. So having ways to limit your opponent's outs and understanding and playing to that is really important. We saw Brian do that in the third game, and that was a big reason why he was able to take that game and match down.
Yeah. Like you said, control is not just about counterspells. That is a very, very small window of what actually happens. The entire third game was decided on restricting mana and done at a perfect tempo. Obviously, like we were talking about earlier, Jarvis was praying for that top deck to save him, either a blue card to pitch, obviously, so we can see the Cap Cannoneer coming down, or just looking for another threat, and Brian just shows off masterclass knowledge of the deck. And that's the biggest thing about Vintage too, is knowing your opponent's lists, but not just the deck archetype. We're not going, oh, I'm against Shops. It's no, I'm against Jarvis. I'm up against this type of sideboard right now, and knowing how many Kappas are coming in, knowing are they running the worms, are insanely large aspects in controlling the game properly.
Yeah, and I think the most telling aspect of that match was the fact that Brian Koval cast Demonic Tutor twice, and both times he found Wasteland. in a deck that has, you know, Treasure Cruise, Ancestral Recall, Black Lotus, Time Walk, what have you, he found a Wasteland. Both times he was able to resolve Demonic Tutor, and that shows you exactly how he's approaching the matchup, and it worked beautifully.
Well, guys, we're going to get on to round 2 here in a bit. We're going to be going off to a small break in between then. Keep tuned, and we get to see you guys in the next round.
just to make sure. I think it's probably
Welcome back, everybody. We're round 2. Gonna fix our naming here. Make sure I got the sides correctly. Who is on Esper control today?
Neither of these players are on Esper
We have
control.
Lotus.
So the Lotus player is going to be
I'm
William
afraid I'm not sure
Carafellis,
exactly where the borders are.
actually playing Lurrus Underworld Breach. And there's sort of two different Underworld Breach Lurrus builds. The one that Carafellis is on is the more controlling of them, with Mana Drain and Gifts Ungiven.
I believe it is just
So he's going to look to, like we saw Brian Koval last round, be the control deck early, use his counter spells to stop his opponent's threats, and rather than cleaning up the game with various creatures, just going to end the game in one fell swoop with an Underworld Breach combo. That Gifts Ungiven can easily set up.
Gifts Ungiven, quite known for doing that, as the CDH community recently learned and is reeling from.
And his opponent, David Galperin, playing Mono White Initiative, sort of the aggro deck du jour of the format.
David does win the die roll at 7 over a 6. Very exciting
Your
for
50
someone
minute
looking for creatures.
Yeah, definitely this initiative deck wants to be on the play. When you're on the play with this deck, a lot easier to get down one of the initiative creatures because you're not under as much pressure to disrupt your opponent. Even though Carafellis is on a control deck of sorts, he still has draws that can Underworld Breach you as early as turn 1. So,
Yes.
This is still vintage. You can always just die on turn 1. Being able to get down your creatures that don't provide as much disruption early.
You get a free mulligan, right?
Yeah, you can still die on turn 1. Maybe you have something like a Chancellor of the Annex to stop that turn 1 kill. You can get your opponent under pressure, then deploy your more disruptive threats, and have that much better of a clock.
How many Chancellors are being run in this list?
Oh, it's 4.
It's a full 4? Love to see it. No reason to run it if you're not running 4, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but in this deck, I think it's so easy to play 4 because of Chromox.
Yeah.
So having that Chancellor be the card that both slows your opponent down and then just gets tucked down to the Mox, such a neat little play, and it really diminishes the downside of playing the card. Once the downside is diminished, you might as well go with the 4 copies and get the upside.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I don't know, I get nervous.
Breach obviously is going to get eaten alive going for a combo once we have any taxing effects as well that are static and not just the first spell.
I'll keep this here.
Yeah, so something like Archon of Emeria, one of the big creatures here. Even Clarent Conqueror. The breach loops involve recasting Black Lotus or recasting Lotus Petal. The disruptive creatures in Galperin's deck also going to be very important here.
Yeah. Galperin being on the play is at a sizable advantage.
Taking a pretty long look at this opening hand, when the format is this fast, you really have to be very careful and plan out your opening sequences. There's not a lot of autopilot turns in Vintage.
We have some gorgeous looking proxies into.
That is
I believe that is the 4 mana. So that's Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Yes, it is Seasoned Dungeoneer, correct.
for planes.
We're going to venture into the Undercity.
And
Find a basic land from the secret entrance. Typically, you see players go into the Forge room next and get 2 counters on a creature just to increase that pressure, and you're really looking to get into the Trap room after that, and you have to go to Forge to get into Trap.
Yep.
Have them lose 5 life and just use the initiative as a way to increase your clock. Maybe if David really wants to find some piece of disruption and doesn't have it, we'll see him go into the Lost Well and scry 2 instead.
Get probe slamming. It looks like we're seeing
And
a
then,
set of creatures having to be read by William.
Clarion Conqueror, Witch Enchanter, and a Plains. Witch Enchanter, mainly just another land in this deck, but David has enough mana that he can cast that if there is a Mox he wants to pick off or something like that.
drop a Get Probe.
Draw off Get Probe. What our first turn holds for William.
I'll say time for turn, and I will pass it.
Just a land and a pass of the turns, so
I'll platoon.
there is the 2 counters, so David indeed opting for the typical sequence with the Undercity, going into Forge.
I'm not
Double pen drop.
Sure.
New tactic. Hadn't seen that one before. You have the Archon on top. Wow. What a hit.
6, you got it. So I go to 12.
Archon and Clarion Conqueror are your 2 main disruptive creatures, so
Okay, turn. Yep. Tap 3. Put that in conference.
Conqueror coming down first.
In response, I'll
interesting that the Conqueror wants to come down first when it's David that has more artifact mana.
Yeah.
go search for Volcanic Island.
Clearly valuing that effect in this matchup more than the Archon.
We're digging for an answer with Ancestral Recall off the Volcanic coming down from the Pluto Delta. Oh, Balsamic Island.
Target myself. Sure. I thought about
I
targeting
would
you.
not want to be
It
Fairfields
is
right now.
definitely a legal play.
Well,
I mean,
after seeing
consider
that Archon flip.
I'll target myself this time.
If you can find an answer to this Clarion Conqueror, you'd be able to just combo right now.
Yeah.
Resolves or?
Drawn our 3.
Going to
Low roll. I love it. There's the force.
Okay. And revealed the exiled
Wait,
card.
so
You did that on your end stuff. I'm not.
I thought it was in response. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that wasn't clear. That's fine. Sure. Return.
Exactly sure what was going on there. Guess David must have thought that the Clarion Conqueror had already resolved by the time William cast the Ancestral.
Seems like we are past that point.
Either that or William decided that he wants to hold the Force of Will for Archon of Emeria.
That is more likely.
But the Clarion Conqueror is going to be a problem. That's a card he has to take off the battlefield if he wants to combo with Underworld Breach.
Fairfields could be just happy to play the long game here. Wants to sit in and knows that Archon stops him more.
Looking
Look
over
at that
William's
scene.
list, I see an Abrade in the main deck and a Chain of Vapor as
Okay.
his sort of ways to take a permanent off the battlefield.
We are seeing a Time Walk after this fetch. Grabbing the UC.
Alright,
We'll
that
see
was
if
in my
that
second turn.
comes back to bite them.
I have to imagine that there is a plan somewhere. Either the removal spell's already in hand, or has a way to tutor for it.
Yeah. I'd like to think it's having the removal spell in hand.
There's a stock up.
Looking for the answer. There is definitely beauty in the fact that stock up can grab you both your force and your pitch card.
Just a remarkably powerful card draw spell. Probably one of the best ones of the last 10 or 20 years.
Yeah. I would say probably since we got Gataxian Probe.
Since probably Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, that is newer, isn't it? We're selecting R2 from our top 5. And it's looking like there is a decision to be made. Doesn't take it back, goes with the gut.
He is under a ton of pressure, right? The Seasoned Dungeoneer got in for 5 last turn. He's going to take 5 from the dungeon in the initiative this turn, and then there's an attack for 8 coming.
And the red blast going to yard.
And there's been 2 fetches, and there was the Explorer. So the Dungeoneer is actually a 6. This is just a lethal attack.
Yeah.
Game 1.
He just didn't find it.
And so there must
David
have been
takes game 1.
must have been a misstep with that Force of Will on the Clarion Conqueror.
Yes.
Because if your plan was to stock up that turn, you had to counter the Conqueror just to live.
Yeah.
And, the fact that William wasn't able to do it.
Boston right now.
Yeah.
New York.
We're either looking at that or
Okay, I went
heavy
to
trust
summer
in the
camp
deck
in Vassar
finding a
College.
removal
Oh,
spell.
nice. Yeah.
Really beautiful.
But if you have the
That's
stock
great.
up 4, you
Oh,
just
that's
don't have the mana.
Yeah.
Even if you had artifact mana in your hand, the Clarion Conqueror stops you from using it.
Yes.
So you knew the stock up was going to take your entire turn. I think there was probably just
just
a
to walk around
Yeah.
Vassar and
Yeah.
feel a little nostalgia.
Oh, it's so
pair
good.
of fellas,
Yeah.
just had a brief oversight, allowed the Clarion Conqueror to
I'm from
resolve.
Jersey.
Probably
right
said
on
something like
Jersey.
end step
I live
ends up
in
to
New Haven,
recall.
Connecticut.
Which is what you would normally do.
Yes.
But in that case, needed to do it in response.
Yeah.
And just that one small mistake. This
Yeah.
is not a forgiving format.
No.
Vintage.
No.
You make a mistake like that, you die. The
Yes.
game ends.
Yeah.
Better luck next time.
Yeah. And to clarify, those proxies we saw earlier were a Mox Pearl and a Mox Emerald that were played. Being as I do not own a vintage deck, and from what we clarified in our little off chat, you do not as well in
Yeah.
real paper. It is not uncommon to see everyone proxying all of their power at a convention like this.
Gotta, can't expect everybody to have
Superior format.
spare, $50,000 lying around.
We don't have that? That's not what we're getting paid? Oh, why are we doing this? I thought, right. That would
Yeah.
be a vintage commentator's valor. Just get his
good.
power.
The winner of the tournament is
second
getting a
Lotus.
Lotus. We should also get a Lotus.
There we go.
We have to be here for the
Yeah.
entire tournament. We're
Oh my gosh, longer.
Yeah.
We're here for a setup.
We'll get that negotiated into our contract for next time.
Absolutely, yes.
One Black Lotus, please.
Just one, it's okay.
They'll probably give us the proxy from the trophy.
Yeah, I would love that. The
may not
Battle
be
of the
able to
Black
source
Lotus
power
is such a
tomorrow.
cool way to host this. I love that we don't just put up cash. I love seeing, like we were talking about before, old school style stalker home team trophy with the Black Lotus on top. This is a sick
Put the power
trophy.
in the next box.
As the Power 9 have skyrocketed in price, it's been harder for tournaments like this to happen.
Yeah,
Just because
absolutely.
giving a card as valuable as a Black Lotus out for the
Yep.
first prize is quite expensive. So
Very.
awesome to see it here.
Yeah.
And excited to
Thinking
see
about the
who
sleeves,
takes it home.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they'll be very
They're
happy.
the same diameter, same weight, so they're
I
really
remember-
good, but
What was this? Probably been
back.
almost 2 years now where we saw
best friends
a
with
CDH
partner
player
doing
take home
Seinfeld
2
themes,
time coasters in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Time Twister, I still have this sort of pre-Commander mindset, being someone who played Magic for many years before it.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it would be
And,
the easiest deck to pick
So
up.
to my eyes, Time Twister is sort of the neglected stepchild of the
Yes.
Power 9.
I know.
But in reality, it's like the third or fourth most valuable
Learn
one
out
now.
thing.
Indeed it is.
It used to be the one, I remember back in the day, people throwing Time Twisters across the room.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're-
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Now it has its day.
Mm-hmm. Everyone finds their home eventually.
Yeah. Also a great one in Cube.
Oh my goodness. Yes. And if you like vintage, you probably like Cube.
Yeah. So players here are shuffled up for game number 2. Checking out sideboards. We're going to want to see some extra creature removal from Carafellis. There's a lightning bolt here in the sideboard. Not a ton else for this matchup.
We're going to be seeing the Red Blast come out
Oh yeah.
and the Bolt
Fluster Storms.
put in.
And then there's a Feed the Swarm as well. I would assume that any creature removal will come in. The life loss can be a liability in this matchup, but you really just need to kill the Clarion Conquerors and Archon of Emirias of the world.
Yep. And are we only seeing one lightning bolt, you said?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So the sum total, there's a Feed the Swarm, a Lightning Bolt, and a Braid, a Chain of Vapor.
Okay. 4 is not nothing. It certainly isn't a lot.
I don't think a ton is going to change here from Carafellis' side. Just going to look to have a little bit more interaction.
Yes.
It can be tough in Vintage when you look at an opening hand and it has maybe some fast mana, some card draw, some things to get your own game plan going. Especially when you're on the draw, your opponent might just take the initiative and really end the game very quickly before you can get up and running. That's what we saw in game 1. David Galperin on the play had that turn 1 Seasoned Dungeoneer, ended the game in a hurry. Now, Carafellis gets the chance to be on the play, and we see him starting fast and furious with a couple of pieces of artifact mana.
Luris going to hand.
Ruby?
Have another Mox coming out. Chrome Mox. The Annex was probably found off the draw. What a pity.
I think that was revealed. That's why the land is tapped for Carafellis.
Oh, yes. So we did reveal it. Got it.
3. Play for Archon.
And we have the Archon.
Hey,
Wow.
Uncounterable with that Cavern of Souls,
Wow.
too. The good news for Carafellis, he was able to get his artifact mana out first.
Yeah.
So he does have a good amount of mana established, and especially Mox Ruby with Underground Sea. He has all his colors available this turn. Just going to need to find a piece of removal for that Archon before he combos off.
Yep. Yeah, no lockout, thank goodness. If that was the turn 1 on the play, that would have been rough.
Yeah. On the play and with a Chancellor reveal as well. All your lands are tapped. You can't really play any spells. Also, your first spell is going to get countered.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're cycling.
I think that's a stock up.
Oh, stock. Oh, okay.
So the turn just going to be stock up and a tapped land likely for Carafellis.
Mm-hmm. Archon does not just say 1 spell per turn.
Spell a turn on, and honestly, I think the non-basic lands entering tapped might be an even bigger deal.
Absolutely.
Against fetch lands, if you don't have a basic to fetch, that's like your land is double tapped.
Yeah.
It's like it entered with a stun counter.
Absolutely.
So a huge tempo swing there if you can get the Archon down early. Casting on turn 1 with a Cavern of Souls is kind of ideal.
Absolutely, yeah.
Even on the draw.
I mean, that is the absolute dream scenario. That was bold. David definitely got some advantage there in game 1, being able to have 2 threats and then seeing as 1 threat wasn't taken care of, what we saw with some level of issue with the force of will as they were playing. But in this game, that's just having it.
It's any order.
Oh. Apparently, this is David's first ever vintage event, and it's really the second.
Wow.
Player's relatively new to the format.
Yeah.
Comes in taps.
And yeah, the Cavern of Souls, of course, naming Archon.
Yes. We're tossing it back. We had a Balsamic Island for turn. We are hitting the Underground Sea.
Yeah, David continuing the mana denial
Yes.
with the Wasteland on top of the Archon, really trying to restrict the resources for Carafellis. See if he has another creature to add to this battlefield and really help his clock.
There it is, the double Archon. Gosh, what a jail.
Yeah, that's so tough. So now Carafellis really has to set up at this point. End of turn, kill one, untap, kill another, then combo. Needs to find multiple removal spells to be able to execute his game plan, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do that.
No,
He's
not at
taken
all.
2, he should be at 18, well, 18 less whatever he's taken from Mana Crypt.
Yes, Mana Crypt thankfully has not shocked him yet.
So, you know, you figure on average you're taking 1.5 damage a turn from the Crypt, you're taking 4 turns from the Archons, that's 5.5 a turn. That's a 3-4 turn clock.
Yeah.
Assuming he doesn't have to fetch or force a will over the course of this game.
At this point, it's time to dig through what you hopefully brought in from your sideboard. And stock up reasonably found something that added to a game plan, but at the moment, it's looking like we are at a loss for options.
Hey, here's
Just Luris.
Sorry. Yeah, that mana does not cast
Yeah, neither can any of the mana. Hence the denial of the Underground Sea.
Yeah, the Underground Sea limited Luris, and also, you know, the Volcanic Island was not a high value target because of the Box Ruby. So you're able to cut black mana entirely when you couldn't cut red.
Yeah.
And wow, no third land for Carafellis, so he is behind the 8-ball a ton. Pithing Needle is naming Wasteland, so shutting off any future Wastelands from Galperin, trying to preserve what mana he has.
We have a recall in the end step. Very helpful.
Really just nice to have instance of any kind against Archon of Emeria. That way you can play spell on my turn, spell on your turn, and deploy your cards a little faster.
Human?
That
Of course,
does.
Incept Recall, perhaps the best instant ever printed.
Yeah. Yes.
That's a good one to have.
It does turn Time Walk into a genuine Time Walk.
Like that second Cavern of Souls named Human.
Yep.
So that will allow the Witch Enchanter to sneak through any counter spells. And David's going to take out the Mox Ruby. He doesn't restrict as much mana, but wants to leave the Mana Crypt in play because it's adding to his clock.
Yes.
But you also already played one spell.
That Mana Crypt is David's new best friend. This does mean Luris will not be coming down even with a proper land drop now.
Way to die.
William wins the Mana Crypt flip again.
Better to be lucky than in a good position.
If he ever loses a Mana Crypt flip, this is now a 2-turn clock.
Yes.
He should be at 14. 6 over 2 turns will put him at 2.
Yep.
He needs to start finding some answers. Just a removal spell here for one of the Archons would go a long way towards taking some of the pressure off his life total and then getting him closer to the point where he can actually execute the Breach combo.
Yeah. And I'm trying to really get a sense of what William was going for with what he kept. We have a stock up, we have an Ancestral Recall, we had the fast mana. It seemed like it was attempting to be a turn 2 Luris.
Yeah, he just hasn't had the interaction that he needs. I mentioned before the match, this is the Breach build that is more controlling with those mana drains, but hasn't really been able to stop a Galperin at all. I suppose he could have the counter spells in hand, it's just that these Cavern of Souls have shut him out from that.
Absolutely. Every single creature has come in under protection of Cavern Soul.
Takes
Yeah,
6.
so it's
on
really
rotates.
Galperin shutting off the angles of potential disruption for Carafellis.
Now we are at potential Crypt Death. The Trinisphere not helping the situation. Maybe we will see a spell drawn out by it.
Yeah, this is one that actually is counterable.
Yeah.
So if Carafellis does have a counter spell, we will likely see it here. Giving it a thought, this feels like a I'm not sure which card to pitch to Force of Will, but I know I'm Captain Force of Will thing.
Yes. Absolutely. Trinisphere is the nail in the coffin here. There's nothing that's currently in the list that would save William if that came down. Because if he does have 2 pieces of removal, we're going to be having to look at 1 piece being played on his turn, and then the next on.
He just wouldn't have enough time to deal with all of the cards.
Yeah.
Are there commentators?
It would be a horrid twist of fate if this is indeed pitching the
Chain of Vapor.
the Chain of Vapor, which is what I'm worried about. We're brainstorming.
Response.
Yeah.
Yeah, David is not going to care about that. Brainstorm all you want, and this means because of the Archons, a counterspell can't be cast. So the Trinisphere is going to resolve, and Carafellis is in a deep hole.
Yeah. We luckily do have enough mana for both a Bolt and a Chain of Vapor. No, we don't. We're 1 off. We're 1 mana short. We only have 5. We only have access to 5 mana with the key.
Maybe you abrade the Trinisphere on your turn, then Lightning Bolt an Archon on David's turn, untap, kill the other Archon, and then go.
Yes, assuming we lose no mana crypt flips,
Yeah.
which we will
Damage.
lose.
There is a lost flip. So now,
That's not good.
now William is at 5, which means he needs to answer one of the creatures.
Yep.
That means he's not going to be able to cast anything on David's turn. Presumably, if it's kill an Archon, untap, kill an Archon, while making Flaren Academy, that'll help.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Wow.
Now, if William can kill an Archon and live till next turn, he'll have enough mana to play 2 spells.
Yes.
Maybe even more than that if he can kill the Trinisphere with his first spell.
Yeah.
But it's really asking a lot. He needs a lot of very specific cards from his deck in order to have a chance to make this miraculous comeback and force a game 3.
A horrible twist of fate could be casting the Chain of Vapor and then it being copied to his Pithing Needle and then wastelanding College.
That would be nice.
It would be pretty sick.
I don't need this Cavern of Souls anymore.
Yeah,
Let's bounce on you.
2 Archons, I'm good. A good thing is, though, if they do wish to finish out these decks and change any of these proxies, there are a myriad of incredible vendors here that are all packing power, including a full artist-proof set. Painted. So if any of you are watching and are enjoying the gameplay, maybe a little bit more into the purchasing side, wow, Steel City Spectacular really showed it. But there it is. William did not find anything to take care of those creatures and is going to go down 2-0 to David.
The lock was too strong.
Unclear exactly what was in William's hand. Have to imagine there was a counter spell or 2, and it was the Caverns that really did the heavy lifting. But we didn't see William interact with the initiative game plan at all in either game. And wasn't it, if you can't either interact or race, there's going to be a problem. And Carafellis wasn't able to do either. He just kind of twiddled his thumbs, was casting some really powerful cards, enough to recall stock up. But you have to pair those cards with key counter spells and removal in order to keep the pressure off you. Wasn't able to do that, fell in much too deep of a hole to those 2 Archon of Emirias and the Trinisphere. And that's going to be match for David Galper and moves to 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we should really showcase here the difference between what Brian was able to do last game versus where William sat here today, which was that William saw a ability to grab a turn 2 Luris, most likely had counterspell backup, and that felt like enough, but that wasn't playing into what David's deck can do. It wasn't looking into the fact that he is going to get messed with. His artifact mana, his ability to cast Luris, his lands are all up for grabs for David. He can be wastelanding, he can be shutting off that artifact mana. There's so many ways that that plan gets dismantled so quickly.
Absolutely, and that's why we often see Luris as the last card played.
Yes.
Luris is the cleanup crew, and when you go for it early, it's really only when you have the Lotus that makes sense, because then you can recoup some of the mana immediately, and you can start generating huge mana advantage, casting Black Lotus every turn. William didn't have the Lotus; he just had a couple of early mana rocks.
And we can see the Bolt there and the Feed the Swarm that is coming back out to the sideboard.
Yeah, and that just wasn't going to be enough. He needs to interact first, needs to land a key mana drain or Force of Will. Didn't have it or failed to play it in game 1, couldn't play it in game 2.
Yeah.
And the initiative deck is going to run you over very quickly if you don't interact with them, don't inhibit their game plan at all.
Yeah, it would be great to grab a judge to ask about that Force and Will and what happened there in game 1, because that really is what put the nail in the coffin. But we did see it get taken back and not hit the threat that went on the board, whether or not we thought we'd find something. But it seems as though for William, what we saw was a game plan where the Force of Will couldn't be cast due to the Cavern of Souls. Second Cavern hit, and we were stuck with that counterspell in hand still. And then by the time the Trinisphere hit down, they needed the removal, and so Brainstorm was the best way to find it rather than countering the Trinisphere.
Yeah, because of the Archon, it's just
Archons.
Archons. It's just such a problem to try to plan your way through, because you're always thinking, I have all this mana, I can cast all these spells. When you're limited to 1 spell a turn, all the additional mana doesn't really help you.
No.
And you're not going to be able to get your way out of it because you just don't have the time.
Yeah.
And it really punished William for having a handful of card draw spells as well.
Yeah.
It's great to resolve Ancestral Recall and cast Stock Up, but if you're not able to deploy the extra cards that you draw, you might as well have not drawn them.
Yeah.
If you're not able to activate the cards that you draw and actually leverage that card advantage, turn it into something, then it's as if you didn't draw them in the first place. So,
how many stock ups was that list on? Because I think
the full
that
4.
That's something that I've seen some players opt out of, is not running the full play set of stock up due to that fact of getting so many hands where I have a lot of card draw, and that's about it. I don't think it's uncommon to go down to 3.
And we saw Brian Koval last round. He only has 1 in his Esper control list, and not as much artifact mana. He's looking to be more mana denial. But this is, a different style of deck. It is a more controlling build of the Breach archetype, but the Breach archetype with that strong combo element does want a lot of artifact mana. You're playing Lotus Petal as sort of a mini way to go off with Breach. You're playing
normally your
the Soul Ring.
stock ups would find that mana.
Yeah, and so when you have more fast mana, like the Breach deck does, then increasing your stock up count makes a lot of sense.
Stock increase.
You just have the extra mana to sink into it.
Yeah.
It was really just just not having the key disruption.
Yeah.
Initiative is, one of the most popular decks for a reason. It might seem weird for a mono white aggro deck to be so powerful in Vintage, but we saw the power of the initiative creatures with the turn 1 Seasoned Dungeoneer in game 1, and then you saw the power of the disruptive creatures in game 2.
Yeah.
A Clarion Conqueror being a recent addition, Archon of Myria. These are cards that are very, very powerful in the Vintage format. The ubiquity of artifact mana and the Moxen changes the dynamic of Vintage relative to even something like Legacy, and it makes certain cards much more powerful than they otherwise would be. That's why we see things like Clarion Conqueror, Null Rod, Stony Silence. Those effects all are very, very effective. They're a critical part of the format. They're a pillar really of the Vintage metagame, and putting in a lot of work there.
Yeah, we've had so much motion away from where we started with this list of it being more of a green-white, full boxy Maverick style, and it moved into the mono-white once Archon was printed because we realized that's all you needed, and it made the deck so consistent. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And so many great cavern targets in the deck.
And just much more streamlined now.
Yeah.
You know, when you're playing the creature deck that is using mana denial as a strategy, your clock is incredibly important.
Yeah.
If you give your opponent enough time, they will draw out of any mana screw you put them in. No matter how many times you can wasteland them,
Yeah.
how many Clarion Conquerors or how much artifact mana you can shut off. If you give them enough time, they'll draw enough lands to be able to start casting their spells, and you're going to be in trouble. I think that's the reason why Clarion Conqueror is so good, because it's the Stony Silence Null Rod effect that is also pressured.
Yes.
So it gives you both mana denial and a clock all in one.
Yeah.
You don't have to deploy 2 cards, have them both in your hand. It's just all in one package. Really, really strong card for this archetype.
And in a way, that felt like what Lavinia did for Brian. It was both so many different effects that was needed to shut off the opponent on their game plan and actually attack in. I think Lavinia is just such a powerhouse. But then with mono white strategies, you are hitting so many creatures at 3 power that can swing in, and they have evasion on top of all this.
Yeah, they all have evasion. They get pumped by Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Yes.
They get pumped by the Undercity trigger. So yeah, normally you don't associate the disruptive creatures in Magic's history with providing a really strong clock. They're normally pretty small.
Yes.
You're paying you're playing them for their disruptive capabilities.
The bears, so to speak.
But no, the initiative creatures in this deck are what provides a huge clock. And then Clarion Conqueror, I'll harp on this card a lot today.
Yeah.
It's perhaps the most aggressively statted hate bear in Magic's history.
Absolutely.
Only 3 mana to have both 3 power and evasion.
Yeah.
But normally you're lucky if you get one of those 2 things stapled onto a creature with a powerful disruptive ability.
Yeah.
Clarion Conqueror has both, so yeah, an awesome card.
Yeah.
Archon also evasive. This deck is a powerhouse, and it's a deck that you absolutely need to respect.
It's one poised to get better as time goes on, unlike a lot of decks that have already so many powerful cards for their strategies. This deck is consistently gaining new cards, and it's due to that understanding of, you know what, we're okay putting more power on these effects. That keeps happening more and more, and I wouldn't doubt if we see at some point within the next couple of years Seasoned Dungeoneer getting pushed out of this deck, although the grabbing land is a really important part of that card, and it provides such an intense amount of security for the deck. I think we're also going to see other things that are so pressurative on that level that just having the effect might be better in the end of the day.
Yeah, especially if they get another powerful 3-drop.
Yeah.
Just being able to lower the curve to any degree is always going to be a strong incentive. And this deck is so good at casting 3 mana spells on turn 1 with all the Moxen and the 2 mana lands that you're really incentivized to load up on the 3 mana creatures. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get another really powerful 3 mana disruptive creature, one with decent stats and evasion. Yeah, we might see Dungeoneer actually get pushed out, which would be crazy.
Exactly, and I think that just shows you where the floor of this deck is, which is just nuts. I mean, there's no stepping up on that thing. You got to take an escalator, versus you have strategies that are playing into Breach, that are playing into Control, where the pieces are already so necessary. So much of that deck is so locked tight. That stock up was such a surprise to see get put in. It was exciting to get that card, and so we just don't see as much really entering these decks anymore, unless it's something from a Modern Horizons set where we're really starting to see a little bit more power pushed into these cards, right?
Yeah, the barrier to entry is the highest possible.
Yes.
This is the format where Ancestral Recall is legal.
Which is such a joy to cast.
Oh, absolutely.
If you haven't cast a piece of power before, you really should try it. I think you're going to like it.
The actual best Ancestral Recalls, though, are the ones that target your opponent, because they're going to die to your Orcish Bowmasters, or they're going to deck.
Yep.
Those are my favorite Ancestral Recalls.
I'm still in favor of that being legal in Commander. I think watching someone Thassa's Oracle and then killing them by Ancestral Recalling them after they've Demonic Consultation their deck away would be the joy of an entire tournament for me.
Oh, yeah, I agree. That would be awesome.
Yeah. But thank you guys for tuning in for round 2, David versus William. We're going to be back with round 3 shortly. We hope you guys are enjoying the stream, and we'll be seeing you in just a moment. It looks like we are underway into our next round. And looks like
That's Hank Zhong at the top. I believe that's the
Yes.
Luris companion.
it is indeed.
Considers are all ready and everything, so I'm starting your 50-minute clock right now. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I have no cat. Lost my pet. You know, it's tough life. Did you play Lewis?
We have Mason Bonadonna
It's so heartbreaking for me.
playing
Like I, sat on the whole way back in New York. You know, I fucked up the game. You think, like,
BUO.
Thank you.
Mason's list very interesting here.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to highlight. He's playing a paradoxical outcome build that is not playing Luris, but is playing Tinker Bolas the Citadel and 4 copies of Tezzeret Cruel Captain.
Very much. Wow.
Yeah, so a very cool deck, one that, you know, is capable of explosive starts with Tinker, obviously. But Tezzeret, I think, is a card that's going to give him a lot of staying power in a control mirror.
Yes.
His opponent on a more traditional paradoxical Luris build, playing Thundertrap Trainer, Flame of Anor, has a 4th Air Lingus as a win condition. These are builds that you typically see, but you know, Tezzeret's a card that can allow Mason to access his Lotus more easily, to access things like Vexing Bauble,
Oh my goodness, yeah.
you know, and eventually ultimate and apply pressure. So it'll be a big match for me to, you know, to see exactly how powerful Tezzeret can be in this format.
Yes, yeah, this will be a great showing of it. It almost feels like Maverick Artifacts with a huge start. Underground Sea, Mox, Lotus, and the Crypt. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Paradoxical on the 3 pieces of artifact mana. Does it resolve?
It does not. We
Force
have the
negation.
Force Negation. Can't exactly see what we're pitching. Looks like a
Snapcaster Mage.
Snapcaster, yeah.
That is
Snap
the
you get
lone
pitched.
Snapcaster Mage in the list, so that's not going to be available for Hank this game, but very important that he counter the paradoxical outcome.
Yeah. Bobbling ourselves. Hank wanting to know what he's got coming up next.
That's definitely a sign that he has a fetch land.
Yep. There it is. Strong starts from both. Wonderful keeps. I love seeing respectful Magic.
Both of these decks playing paradoxical outcomes, so they have the potential for really explosive starts. They're both playing a pile of fast mana.
Yeah.
But they're also both playing a lot of pitch counters.
Yes.
And so I think we're going to see a lot of that early trading off of pitch counters for card draw spells, and whoever sort of starts the card advantage train rolling first will likely come out ahead, because they're the ones who are going to find more sources of card advantage and more counter spells for their opponent's card advantage.
And we just saw we had a Mana Crypt flip loss. So we did lose 3 life there on the Mana Crypt flip.
Voodoo Delta fetches Meticulous Archive. That'll send a Volcanic Island to the graveyard, and then the draw from Mishra's Bauble. Now, is there another paradoxical outcome or similar level of threat for Mason this turn?
Yes, there is indeed.
No
Bolas
tinker needed.
Citadel. Holy cow.
And that one does resolve. Wow.
Wow. Chromox off the top. Paying a total of 0 life for that. You're not putting anything under it, but there is another paradoxical. Wow.
More cards coming for Mason.
That will go to hand. Draw 3. What a turn.
Yeah, it looks like just the one counter spell in hand for Hank, and this game might end right now.
The Mox being played. Gonna run out our mana. Opal being untapped. I think that is a Vampiric Tutor we're seeing.
That proxy is a Tezzeret.
Tezzeret. Oh, okay.
Captain.
Yep.
And
the Vamp Tutor is going to get a time ball, and that is the game.
Tezzeret
over
can find
to
the manifold
Mason.
key.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a casual turn 2. That is the
Very
fastest
casual.
kill we've seen today in 3 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
No
yeah.
turn 1s yet. I'll be waiting for some of those.
Yes. Yes.
But, wow. Yeah. No tinker needed.
Nope,
Black
not at
Lotus,
all.
Very good at casting bullets.
It is really good at it. Yeah.
And that is a quick one in face
Sideboard
Mason.
is getting heavily touched, it looks like, going into this game.
Well, checking out Mason's sideboard, I see 2 Clarion Conqueror, 2 Consign to Memory, 2 Flusterstorm, a Force Negation, a Grafdigger's Cage, a Pithing Needle, a Basic Plains, a Portable Hole, 3 Swords to Plowshares, and a Tormod Script. Now, notably, Mason, because he won on turn 2, didn't get to see a lot of his opponent's deck.
No, he did
But
not.
the Luris Companion reveals a lot.
Yeah, and that is something to be talked about when going into any round is, okay, Luris tells me what you can't have, sure, right? But it also, for at least once you see the colors, now you're even locked into exactly what the deck's doing. Even if you just see, oh, that's a volcanic island. Okay, I know what kind of Luris I'm up against.
Well, it could mean Underworld Breach.
Yep.
It could, in this case, it's Paradoxical Outcome.
Yes.
So those are the 2 options that are going through Mason's head. He doesn't know exactly which one it's going to be, but either of those builds are very heavy on artifact mana.
Very.
So he knows he's playing a blue mirror and his opponent is heavy on artifact mana. That should really help guide his sideboard planning.
Absolutely. Yeah.
As far as Hank's list in his sideboard, obviously there's the Luris as a companion. That will not be coming in.
Nope.
He has a Consign to Memory, a Containment Priest, a Flusterstorm, a Mindbreak Trap, a Pithing Needle, 2 Portable Hole, 2 Pyroblast, a Soul Guide Lantern, a Steel Sabotage, and 3 Swords to Plowshares. And the Pyroblast, that's one of the big things that you gain access to when you go into red.
Yeah, exactly.
Those will definitely be coming in.
That's massive, yeah.
The Flusterstorm will be excellent.
Oh, yeah.
I could even see the Mindbreak Trap.
Easily.
In these builds, when you have all the artifact mana, it's so easy to trigger that trap clause.
I would be shocked if it's not coming in.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked.
Plenty of additional counter magic coming in for Hank to help him have answer after answer because one answer was not good enough.
Nope. I think there's a possibility we could see Mason end up taking out a Mindbreak Trap after, if he does lose this round, once he's on the play, if he wants to be as aggressive going for that turn 1 Citadel again, doesn't want to, have it stuck on top of his library.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. That's I think a very clear dynamic in this vintage format where on the draw you have to be maximally interactive.
Oh my goodness.
That's generally true across all of Magic's formats, but it's so punishing if you're not able to interact on the draw. We've already seen it several times today. We're only in round 3.
Yeah.
And a card like Mindbreak Trap just continues to pile on and gives you access to more free pieces of interaction. And the benefit of Trap is it's free interaction that doesn't cost you an extra card.
Yep.
And there's only so many pitch counters you can play in a game before you're just on empty.
Oh,
and it
big
doesn't
time.
matter that you stopped your opponent because they're going to have one more threat in a couple turns while you have nothing. It's kind of funny to see how ubiquitous Mindbreak Trap is in Vintage, but it's another consequence of the format being so full of artifact mana. They function like lands, but they technically are spells that you cast.
Yep.
I expect we'll definitely see Trap on the draw, but I agree, maybe on the play, you want to be the one who's asking the questions.
Absolutely.
And so Trap becomes a card that, is a casualty of space at that point.
Yeah. And I think players like Tim, that's here, Gold Sabertooth, and Brian both exemplify the understanding that a lot of what CDH has changed about itself was influenced by Vintage, and understanding that certain decks are not running Mindbreak Trap in Commander, which is shocking to most for CDH, but I feel like Vintage doesn't have that issue.
Yeah, it's
Opal start. Interesting.
just a Mox Opal.
Yeah.
So could just be Hank pacing his cards so that he doesn't turn on Mindbreak Trap?
Yep.
No. We'll just get that Mox out there. Could also be playing around something like Vexing Bauble.
Mm-hmm. Start getting in your opponent's head. By the way, I can count. Not to flex on you, but.
Must be a former Tendrils player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just Mock Sapphire and an Island Cycle on Lorraine revealed for Undercity Sewers.
Yep.
For Mason. So a much slower start to this game than we saw in game 1. Players understand post sideboard, my opponent is going to have all of their appropriate interaction in. They're going to be set up to stop my game plan. So I have to gear up for a long attrition battle.
A good bin. We threw stock up in the bin while we have, it looks like a Tezzeret in hand. We draw the land.
You can see Time Walk in hand as well.
Yep. There is the Tezzeret, it looks like.
Yeah, I have the Mox Sapphire for my deck, but not the
Ah,
Tezzerets.
the Spell Pierce.
That's a nice one. Another good cheap piece of interaction.
I love Spell Pierce.
And particularly good against Mason's build because he's eschewing Lurrus. He has more expensive threats in his deck. So a soft counterspell like Spell Pierce is going to be all the more effective.
Absolutely. The Bolus is going to get hit by it. The Tezzeret's going to get hit by it. It's going to happen. I mean, heck, a stock up would have been hit by it in this situation.
Hank getting his own Surveil land in Meticulous Archive here on the end step. He's going to untap against a tapped out opponent, so you know there's nothing like Pyroblast or Flusterstorm coming.
We're binning a mana. Wow, we're binning a Mana Crypt.
You know, if Hank's not going for anything huge here, okay, has Soul Ring, so didn't need Mana Crypt to essentially. Just going to use the Soul Ring to put Lurrus into hand. So
that makes no shadow of a doubt that we've got a Force of Will in hand on the side of Hank.
Yeah, Hank seems very content to play this game slow, set himself up with the most resources possible. There's another Tezzeret.
Yep. We have another Spell Pierce to answer, or we're going to have to use the Force Pitching Force.
With the Lurrus in hand and potentially cast next turn, maybe Hank thinks I can just attack this Tezzeret to death with Lurrus.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous game, though, if Lurrus can activate once or twice.
He's letting it go. He's letting it go. Hank exercising some control.
Now, do we go for mana like a Black Lotus? Could go for Vexing Bauble if you suspect your opponent has a Force of Will because of the pause.
I love the fun of watching Tezzeret get played because it's so exciting to like, oh, what's he gonna get? What's he gonna get?
There's a lot of good options.
Oh, we're getting a Mox. Okay, just a Mox. Sorry.
Okay. So going for additional mana, but doing it in a way that isn't as vulnerable to counterspells.
No, yeah.
And here we see
There's
the
the walk,
wanted to go for the Mox so we can cast Time Walk. That looks like it meets Hank's standards for Force of Will.
Yeah, it looks like a Fierce Guardian. No, sorry, not Fierce Guardian. Sorry, Force of Negation. But I don't see the pitch. Oh, it was paid. It was paid for. I can't tell what counterspell that is. It's a promo. Yeah, it's the Flusterstorm promo. Yeah, it's the Flusterstorm promo card.
Okay, so Flusterstorm, which can't counter the Tezzeret, is now used on the Time Walk.
Yep.
Here, Hank just plays his Lurrus, replays the Mana Crypt from the graveyard. So another reason to surveil that crypt to the graveyard.
Yep.
Make it available for Lurrus.
I appreciate Hank's choice of Steve Ellis art on the Lurrus. Love that version.
But now, Mason gets to untap with Tezzeret. Does he have an artifact to get the Tezzeret up to 3 loyalty so he can tutor again? Okay, no, we're just going to untap Mock Sapphire after floating, so uses Tezzeret for an additional mana. Now has blue in pool, 5 additional mana availables. Bolus is Citadel.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm not seeing it in hand. What are we looking at here?
Is that a Tinker? Flooded Strand.
Taking the Flooded Strand back.
Paradoxical. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, use the 1 floating, tap all the other Mox in. Gonna bounce the Tezzeret and the 3 Mox in for 4 cards. That gets Pyroblasted.
Ooh. Pyroblast seems to go through no problem. A-okay.
All the 1 mana interaction for Hank this game.
I love this.
Spell Pierce, Fluster, Pyroblast, that's great. Being able to make these trades on a 1-for-1 basis The
Yeah.
only thing he's really missing is a big source of card advantage. If he can
Yeah.
find something like Vexing Bauble or Mishra's Bauble to combo with his Luris, even something like a stock up to start pulling ahead,
Yeah.
that would be excellent.
I mean, this is just beautiful. I mean, he is holding up so much. Letting the Tezzeret go was the best choice he could have made.
Yeah. Now he has Force Wheel for the next thing, and the Luris is going to check the Tezzeret. There was a Tinker in hand. Mason trying to see if the coast is clear, but it is not. There's still Force
there it
Wheel
is.
in hand for Hank Zhong.
Force for force.
Yeah, the Luris is ready to take out the Tezzeret, and this has been beautifully sequenced by Hank.
Wow.
He's recognized exactly how to line up all of his counter spells against the right card. Saved the Force
Yeah.
Will. He knew his Luris could check the Tezzeret. He got his Flusterstorm to hit the
Oh my gosh.
Time Walk. He got his Pyroblast to hit the Paradoxical.
This is just beautiful. Oh, and he's got the stock up to
There
get
we go.
the. Oh my gosh, Hank! What a showing! What a showing! All because he knew not to hit that Tezzeret. So many players would have hit that Tezzeret.
Yeah, and yet you got to think if you're Mason, maybe the mistake for him was getting the Monks off of it. If he gets Vexing Bauble,
Big time.
yes, his Paradoxical outcome isn't as powerful,
Yeah.
but he would have resolved something this turn.
Yeah.
I guess he wouldn't have had enough mana at that point to play both.
I don't believe the Tinker would have been able to come out.
So that's still a problem, but
Yeah.
he put himself almost down a card by finding a Mox off the Tezzeret instead of something like Vexing Bauble.
Yeah. Tezzeret has been cleaned out. We have the Black Lotus with Luris.
Okay. Would you have is this Paradoxical? Merchant Scroll.
Merchant Scroll.
I can find
I
Paradoxical.
was about to say,
but
same what? Same? Yeah, we are getting Paradoxical.
you-
And this is why I genuinely believe Luris is just so healthy for the format. Like, I know so many formats have been ruined by companions, but I love it for this reason right here.
If there was going to be one format where you get to play with companions, it should be the one where you also get to play with Ancestor Recall and
Yes.
Black Lotus.
Floating the 3. We're grabbing our Lotus.
Okay, replay that with the Luris. Float another, and Paradoxical, likely everything but the Luris. Oh no.
Oh, the Luris coming back.
Yeah, I guess with
Yeah.
because now it's a new Luris, so
Yes.
it gets played for free with the Black Lotus.
It does,
and
yeah.
you just draw an extra card with the Paradoxical. So
Correct, yeah. Not only that, we've already gone to combat.
yeah, so might as well get the 5th card, and
Wow.
starts by deploying a bunch of artifact mana. Lotus plays the Luris, and then Luris replays the Lotus. Say that 5 times fast.
What a fun deck. What an incredibly fun deck.
And that this is what these Luris decks are all about.
Yeah.
It's control my opponent early, then once I've run them out and the coast is clear, run them out of resources,
Yeah.
now I can get to do my thing.
Absolutely.
And Hank has just sequenced and lined up his interaction beautifully, and now he has free reign to just do his thing.
He's going to dig.
He
We're
is
going to
going
see
to
a lot
play
of
with
digging.
his food and enjoy every minute of it.
Oh, man.
I imagine Demonic Tutor is just finding another Paradoxical outcome, but
Yep.
it could have also found Ancestral Recall, Time Walk.
Oh, yeah, there's plenty of options in this format, that's for sure. But
They're all good.
what it looks like will happen is a lot of digging with no answers from Mason, it seems.
Now,
Oh, they found some dirt in the back of a card. Very important.
now, this stage of the game for Hank, it's very important for him to identify what are Mason's outs to get back into this game.
Yes.
'Cause if you're Hank, you're very far ahead right now. But this is Vintage. I don't care how
There
far
it
ahead
is.
you are, you can still lose.
Yep.
And
He had it.
I guess, was that Snapcaster Mage on? I guess on another Paradoxical, and that was just enough for Mason.
Yep.
I mean,
Because
I
the
guess
snap comes back continuously.
okay, so
Yeah.
he's just going to draw a stack.
Yeah, that's the loop right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a great game, too. What a comeback for Hank. Oh, my goodness.
As long as you have 7 or I guess 6 mana of artifact mana.
Yeah,
plus,
yeah.
Plus 6. So you count
Yeah.
Soul Ring as +1,
And
Mana
the-
Crypt is
yeah.
+2.
And the Luris is effectively a free spell.
Yeah, the Luris is rebuying the Lotus is a 0. So
Yeah. That was just gorgeous from Hank. I mean, the sequencing of counter spells, not wasting it on the Tezzeret, that was beautifully played. I loved watching that game. That was a joy.
Yeah, and I think that's the patience here is very important with these blue decks. Mason was a little impatient getting that Mox.
Yeah.
And wanted to do his thing, wanted to power up his own deck, ran all these cards into Hank's counter spells, and was left empty.
Yep.
Needed to be needed to play that one a little slower, I think, because if he's able to waste the Force of Will on a Vexing Bauble, then that could open the path for some of his other cards to resolve.
Yep. Now, do we think it was the Force of Will not hitting the Tezzeret, or was it Mason's choice of Tezzeret Search? What else within the list do you think could have been grabbed in that moment to have extended a lead?
I think it's Vexing Ball.
Yeah.
You're the one who's played a bunch of Moxen already. Your opponent had comparatively very little artifact mana developed. You also shut off their pitch counters when you know you don't have any in your hand, and you have the threats in your hand.
Yeah.
So at that point, even though it's a symmetric effect, it's definitely hurting your opponent a lot more than it's hurting you.
Yeah. That's a hard decision to make too, and if someone like Mason in that moment is getting very tunnel visioned on the fact that they want to have their own game plan and they're not trying to just think about how do I keep surviving, not grabbing Vexing Bauble seems like a pretty run-of-the-mill I got something I want to do, maybe he won't have it, but boy did Hank have it. I mean, 1, 2, 3 in a row counter spells of 1 pip and then into the Force.
So you can imagine on that turn where he goes, where Mason goes, find a Mox, play Time Walk, and it gets countered. Instead, you find Bauble, Vexing Bauble, play it. That'll get countered. You pass the turn back. Hank just bought the Luris on that turn, I believe, and passed back. You untap. You can then, play your Paradoxical Outcome.
Yeah.
If that gets countered, you Time Walk into Tinker.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, and the Vexing Bauble stops Hank from going off and doing the entire combo anyway, so it's not like he can replay the Moxen afterwards. Yeah. That would have been a good hit.
And if the Paradoxical resolves, it's only for 2, but you now get to draw 2 cards. You get to redeploy the 2 mana. You now have 4 mana available. If you find any other piece of artifact mana, then you have enough mana to Time Walk and Tinker. So you try to bait the counter spell with the Time Walk, and then your Tinker resolves. If your Time Walk resolves, then you see another card, and you can likely get your Tezzeret up to tutor again. If you find any other piece of artifact mana in those top 2. So things Mason would have been in much better shape trying to go for Vexing Bauble there. I think just a little bit, impatient, and I understand it because of the way his mana situation worked out. He's able to sort of cast all of his spells, and he did put Hank to quite a difficult test.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately for him, Hank passed.
Yep. Oh, it looks like we are going straight in for
the Merchant Scroll?
Seems to, yeah, we're searching. Another angle to this I actually am thinking about now. I wonder how well Hank played off not having anything to seem as though he was fine to go for the win. And so he thought, oh, Tezzeret, go get the Mox, go ahead and start storming.
Yeah. And if you're Mason, you're thinking, oh, my Tezzeret resolved. I don't think my opponent has many counter spells.
Yeah.
And you see him, then Hank has Flusterstorm and Pyroblast. You're like, okay, he had a bunch of counter spells that didn't hit Tezzeret.
Yep.
Now I'll go for my Tinker, and then you see you get surprised by the Force of Will.
Oh.
So the discipline from Hank got really rewarded because it very likely might have thrown Mason off the scent.
I think it did, yeah.
He sensed weakness and went for the jugular, but there was no weakness there.
Yeah, he had the cat prowling in the hand on top of it, and then the stock up to follow up to push him into his own win.
Okay, so the Merchant Scroll from Mason found Ancestral Recall, as it is wont to do. Now Hank with a Mox of his own, and what does he want to do with 2 mana?
We're interested in a Demonic Tutor of our own. Okay.
I would also like to tutor my deck for 2 mana at sorcery speed.
Yep. And we are going to see a fierce... Ooh, pitching the Paradoxical Outcome.
Interesting. Mason fighting over this Demonic Tutor.
It looks like we do have another copy in our hand of Paradoxical, if my eyes were keen.
I think Mason, because that was Force of Negation, that's why he used it. If it was Force of Will, I think he would have let the Demonic Tutor resolve. but Force Negation wasn't going to be able to protect his Ancestral Recall from a counterspell this turn.
We're going to cycle
and
Lori
he
in there.
suspected that Hank was tutoring for a counterspell for
Oh,
that
yeah.
Ancestral.
Oh, yeah.
So he uses the Force Negation proactively on the Demonic Tutor to clear a path for this Ancestral to resolve, and it works.
Which, again, is why Force Negation, I feel like, is one of the best cards printed into this format for a while. I love that it's only on opponent's turn. We did find a Mox off the top. Lorian did grab us an Underground Sea.
That's just a pass back?
It looks like a comfortable pass.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Mason, you've already resolved your piece of card advantage, your Ancestral Recall. So now it's time for you to stop whatever threat Hank has.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's down a Force Negation. I see a Flusterstorm in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, and that is most likely going to get hit with it if it is.
Yeah, there's a stock up with one colorless floating from the Mana Vault, but there has been 2 spells played, Mana Vault and stock up. So this will be a Flusterstorm for 3. Means even a Force of Will on one of the copies would not allow Hank to pay.
I like that. I like letting that slide.
Mason, decides that stock up is not worth countering. Likely going to save that Flusterstorm for a fight over a Paradoxical later in this game.
Yeah, and most likely Mason probably thought about it and thought, you know what, the Tezzeret went by last time. Let me see how it works well for me. Let's let what he's doing.
The one thing I'll say about this stock up is it seems like Hank is digging for a land.
Yeah.
The fact that he hasn't played a land yet this turn, could have potentially played one and set himself up better against something like a Spell Pierce or a Flusterstorm, suggests to me that there is no land coming, and that makes countering this stock up a lot juicier.
Big time.
But in general, I do think stock up is one of the weaker cards to counter in this deck. You'd much rather counter a Paradoxical outcome or a piece of power.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand Mason's patience here with the Flusterstorm.
Yep.
But it's very tempting to try to keep Hank from making a land drop this turn.
Yep. We are going to play out the Vampiric Tutor.
Okay, that's another reason to hold the Flusterstorm. If Mason has Vampiric Tutor for something like a Tinker here, he wants to instead use the Flusterstorm to protect his own threat.
Absolutely, yeah. We're way more interested in protecting right now, especially being on the play. Having that 1 mana that can really be that huge trump card for anything Hank has kept behind, especially considering he may be worried about Red Elemental Blast. He could be more worried about things like that.
You could have stopped any Red Elemental Blast by stopping Hank from making a land drop. Oh, and there is the Tinker. So that was the Vampiric Tutor target. No surprise there. Quick fetch and response. Yeah, I think this will be a Pyroblast.
Mm-hmm. See how well Mason can hold back the nerves on this. Maybe this isn't what he wants to fight over or not. Spell Pierce.
Okay.
Much more frustrating if undealt with.
Here we'll see the Flusterstorm back.
Yep.
Is there a pitch counter spell? Some sort of force?
There's the force with the Merchant Scroll pitch.
Oh, wow. Force pitch outcome.
Whoa. What a dramatic reveal as well. Was that a Mind Break Trap? That was a Mind Break Trap. Oh, off the top rope. Hank holding back a Mind Break Trap. Mason left hellbent. Goodness.
And, Hank on only 1 card here, so both players low on resources, but there's the Lotus sitting off to the side for Hank, and this is the power of Lotus. You spend all your resources to stop your opponent, and now it plays cleanup duty, and an Urza Saga as well for Hank.
Gosh, Hank, both games just having it back to back to back. Beautiful.
Mason has put him to the test, and Hank has consistently come through.
We're looking at a Time Vault.
That's a dangerous draw.
Oh, wow.
That is a dangerous draw. Now Mason could find Tezzeret for Manifold Key or the key itself.
Yep.
He's a little short on mana if he finds the Tezzeret.
Yep. There's the most minor chance that he has slow rolled the last land, but I highly doubt that. Nor would I see the incentive.
Yeah, if it was something like Otawara, maybe you would slow roll it, but there's no Otawara on the list for Mason.
Yes, yeah, we are seeing the Saga go grab what I would only assume to be a Mox for the pips.
Wonder if the Pithing Needle's in Hank's deck. It's in his sideboard. That would not be a bad get here to proactively stop any potential Time Vault combo. But
it's going to be the Lotus for Luris. And then eventually Luris for Lotus. I do not want to feel the emotions Mason must be experiencing over that. 2 games in a row of just answer. Oh, and by the way, I sandbagged one. Gosh.
that is the power of Mind Break Trap.
Yeah. Gorgeous display of the deck.
Yeah, Hank has really exercised a ton of patience in executing his own game plan. He's realized that he is the control deck in this matchup.
Yep.
It's his opponent that has the most powerful early plays. He needs to stop those. By virtue of having Luris when Mason doesn't, having access to that card, he knows he has the late game advantage. So his plan is just get to the late game. Don't worry about executing my game plan early. So if I can stop Mason, I'll pull ahead with Luris, and he has done that.
Yep.
This is another stock up. Just going to want to find some potential answers to limit Mason's top decks. Doesn't want to get cheesed out of this game by Manifold Key assembling the Time Vault combo.
Yes. The top card of the library holds everything, and it may hold the key.
I mentioned it in game 2 that Hank needed to think about what Mason's outs were and close those doors. Turns out Hank just found the combo with Snapcaster Mage to end the game that turn.
Yes.
But this game, I don't think he's going to be able to end immediately, so he really does have to think, what are the cards that I'm scared of? How can I make sure that I'm not scared of them anymore?
Yep.
Here is Luris off the Lotus, then rebuy the Lotus. So plenty of mana available.
Ooh, and the Tolarian. Wow.
Tolarian adds 4 here.
Yep.
A paradoxical outcome. Yep. Okay,
we're off to the races. Let's see if you can assemble it.
Maybe Hank can end the game this turn.
Yeah.
Another paradoxical for 5. This is how it started in game 2.
Yep.
Draws Force of Negation, Soul Ring, Thunder Trap Trainer, Force of Will, Misty Rainforest.
Yep.
Well, he might not be able to end the game immediately, but I think this game is over because he's found a couple more counter spells. That will lock out Mason's potential outs for getting back into this game.
Yep.
While Luris and the Construct token, which is now quite large at 5/5, will clean up Mason's life total rather quickly.
Mm-hmm. We still do not know what Mason has in hand. He has not peeked it to the camera.
Vault cast, so now 6 artifacts for Hank. Thunder Trap Trainer with Offspring.
Mm-hmm. There it is, the paradoxical.
There's exactly enough mana to cast it with Lotus and Volcanic Island.
You find at least 1 rock, but we're actually going to keep back what looks like to be...
Flame of Anor, I think.
Yeah.
I think Hank just kind of wants blue cards for his pitch counters. And
that's that. Hank taking it 2-1 off the back end as well. Was able to find 2 games in a row off of consistently finding the answer.
You know, that was what, a triple counter spell, right?
Yeah, it was triple into hold. So we had one on turn 1. We had turn 2 sequenced both into a free spell, both games.
Yeah. So game 1 it was only 1 counter spell. That wasn't nearly enough. No. Hank went back into his sideboard. Was like, what if I had 4 counter spells? Is that enough? And turns out that was the number. That's how many licks it took to get to the center of that Tootsie Roll Pop.
Absolutely, and the cat was prowling. It was coming in. It was going to be able to end the game no matter what, especially against that Tezzeret, smack it in. it's very difficult, I feel like, to be able to play a Tezzeret into someone who's generated enough mana to buy a Lurrus round 1, you know, or turn 1.
Yeah, and to me, I think Lurrus was really the difference in this match. One player had Lurrus, one player didn't. I think both players understood how that changed the dynamic of the matchup. Normally, a blue mirror, I would expect more back and forth play and both players gearing up for the long game, but both Mason and Hank knew that Hank has Lurrus, Mason doesn't. That means Hank has the long game sewed up.
Yeah.
And Mason played to it too. And, I think in general was wise to do so, knowing that his late game, was so much weaker. He needs to end the game quickly. He gave himself a lot of chances to do so.
Yeah.
He made Hank answer a lot of questions. Hank came up with the goods in games 2 and 3 and takes down this match.
Yeah.
I gave Mason some grief for not finding Vexing Bauble off that Tezzeret in game 2. Understanding the matchup dynamics now with the Lurrus, I think it makes more sense for him to be aggressive in that spot.
I agree, yeah.
His opponent needed to counter Time Walk, needed to counter Tinker, needed to counter Paradoxical Outcome.
Yep.
You put yourself in a position where your opponent needed triple counterspell, and they had it. In the next game, you put your opponent in a position where they needed quadruple counterspell, and they had it. Sometimes they have it.
And Hank knew to have it. Hank kept second hands a lot. It wasn't like they were snap keeping 7 and going, oh, this is a fun game plan for me. They went, oh, I know what you're up to.
Yeah.
I saw it game 1, and those are my favorite types of control games to watch. Game 1 is like, okay, you had your fun. I get it now. Let's go to sideboard and then just show off what they can do once they've gone into your head.
Yeah, Hank gave him the old Dikembe Mutombo in the post-war games. No.
I love it. I love it. And not only that, when we're looking at a control matchup into someone who's willing to jam, who's willing to go for it and wants the other person to have it, Hank's choice of counterspell suite is so pertinent. Everything from the Spell Pierces to the Pyroblasts, all that was very excellently catered to this tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Flusterstorms in recent years in Vintage because of Paradoxical Outcome and how common that card is in the format.
Yeah.
Now with Tezzeret entering the format and being such a powerful play for a lot of different decks, I think we're going to start to see more Spell Pierces.
Yeah,
And
I can see
Spell
it.
Pierce is very good for Hank in that match. Just had a plethora of 1-for-1, 1-mana interaction.
Yep.
And sometimes it's a little bit worse than 0-mana interaction when you need it all in one turn, but in this match where card advantage was key for giving Hank the edge in the long game, having that 1-for-1 card advantage was important, having that mix.
Yep.
He had Forcible when he needed it, he had Pierce when he needed it, he had Pyroblast when he needed it. He brought the right mix, he lined up his counter spells appropriately, and was able to really surgically dissect Mason's deck in this post-sideboard game. So
surgical
really
is the
impressive.
perfect word for it. It was absolutely surgical. Nothing about that was thrown onto the play just because it was a counterspell and he was excited to let it go. It was this very specific ruling, this very specific card that I want in that moment.
And if he missteps at all in those games, he's dead.
Yeah.
The game's over. If he forcibles the Tezzeret, dead.
Yep.
If he uses the wrong 1-mana counterspell on the wrong threat, dead.
That wasn't just having counterspells, it was the use.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the top rope mind break trap this last game. Oh my gosh. I love how we didn't even see it. It was just like, yes, I have it.
We talked about it in sideboarding, and it showed up.
It showed up big time.
We're going to have to take some credit for that.
Oh, big time.
That's the commentator booth powers, where you can draw cards into the player's hands when you talk about them.
You've heard of commentators curse in other games, but in Magic, we're just feeding it. But we are also 80 feet away behind a wall, so there's zero chance that was heard. So thankfully that didn't happen.
It's extrasensory perception.
Yeah, there
by
it is. Yes.
their deck.
Yes.
Hank's deck has ESP.
Oh, man. And I think this is a good place also to point out Steel Series, so Steel City Spectacular, the perfect place to come and play the highest level of Magic and find all the pieces you need for those decks. So if you want to be playing with Power, you need to go buy it from a place like this, as well as if you want to be going and joining all the myriad of side events that are happening currently here at the Excalibur event. There is so much you could be playing right now. We've had no ban list Commander, we've had fun little vintage 2Ks, legacy 2Ks. We've got the major 20K largest CDH event ever held in the world.
Yeah, there's a legacy duel for duels
Yeah.
with a giant pile of those duel lands up for grabs. Just a ton of great Magic happening here this weekend.
Yeah, so if you're more interested in doing the shopping, talking, and in seeing a lot of the content creators that you enjoy, you can do both, and you can still go and enjoy the events on the side and have your time saved for you. But guys, we're going to throw it down. We're going to get to the next round and give us a little break. See you guys here in a little bit. Hey everybody, we're going to do a quick audio test to fix anything that was happening during the previous portion of the stream. If you guys can, everybody watching, we're doing a quick sound test. If you guys want to let us know whether or not this is a good volume level, is our volume level better? Testing microphone 1, 2, 3. Testing microphone 1, 2, 3. Are we crackling when we're yelling? Is this a crackle sound? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Players in the new regular assignment, your pairings for round 1, making their way to the pairings board at the purple banner and on top deck. Please find your seats.
Okay, we are upping
Players in the Legacy 2K.
the sound.
Everyone should have found their seat.
Hello everyone, we're running another quick test. Are we still having crackling issues and or have we gotten too quiet? I'm gonna up the volume real quick, but we're trying to diagnose an audio issue and want to make sure we're giving you guys the best possible commentary. Is this volume level good? Are we crackling? Is there currently crackling within my voice? Would love to hear from y'all. Hello, everyone. We're back again. We're trying to figure out if we are having any audio issues, and if you guys hear any, we are looking to take care of that.
Attention vintage players, we are aware of an issue impacting visibility for variants. It's being investigated
Looking
now.
into if we're having any more static.
Please stand by. Attention vintage players, we believe the problem preventing visibility of your ground floor variants has been resolved. Please double check in top deck. So you can see your ground variants, and please take your seat.
Still crack. Got it. We will attempt a quick fix before moving on to the round.
Feature matches for round 4 will be table 127.
I can tell you that our feature match this round is going to be Ralph Navarra on Lotus.
Against Dan Nelson. Flush Ranger Shop Stack is the one that I really want to keep an eye on for this tournament. Excited to see somebody do well with it.
Ralph Navarro versus Dan Nelson. Once again, the feature match for round 4 is table 127. Players Ralph Navarro versus Dan Nelson. If you are seated at table 127 and the assistants will come in to the feature match area, please clear the
Plenty of
judges.
ways to assemble the various combos you can pull off with
Otherwise, players,
normally it's just 2 sets of stops.
welcome to round 4. And again,
Mystic Forge, that's it. And then Tezzeret, of course, being able to find extra copies of Sensei Finding Copies. Such a great addition to this deck. Also untaps the ring, so this is a deck that kind of does somewhat similar things to Jewel Shops, and that is trying to be more of a proactive combo deck, but does it without playing, the blue mana having cleaner mana or 2 mana lands, and just such a huge pile of artifact mana and the additional card selection on top, allowing you to assemble this combo but being a sort of cleaner package.
Yes. Yeah, it really does.
And the paradoxical build of Lotus, because it's more proactive itself, not as many pitch counters as the controlling Lotus builds. Ralph with 4 copies of Force Scroll, obviously, but no Force Negations in the main deck. That could really play into Dan Nelson's hand. If game 1 could end up being more of a race than anything else, then games 2 and 3, I think Ralph gets the sideboard into a more controlled configuration, and that should help him out.
Absolutely would, yes. It's going to be very fun. Very, very, very fun match.
It's vintage. It's going to be fast and furious.
Yeah, no matter
I
what.
think this matchup in particular, the defense grids also, if one of those resolves early or if it baits out the force will from Ralph, then Ralph has to realize that my time is ticking. The clock is ticking. I need to get moving myself. Maybe I can combo off with a paradoxical outcome. We try to set that up quickly. So both players might revert into more of a I'm going to do my thing sort of game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to diagnose some more of our issues real quick.
If Ralph Navarre at the top of your screen, Dan Nelson at the bottom. I love how the Lotus Dan Nelson makes it very easy to figure out which player is which.
Yes, it does.
So that's a good. Lotus is our coverage player.
He really is. Yes.
One. Ancient tomb. I think these are proxy boxing. That's a lot. Yeah, man, I see time ball. Man, got some big plans for this turn. 4 mana, takes 2 for 2. It's just the 1 ring. With the ring in hand, he's thinking about playing something else first, trying to maybe invade a force world, a lesser threat.
The delay, but as you can see, this game has not been delayed. Players are proceeding as is, and things going quite well for our Fleshbreaker Shops player. Dan Nelson was able to resolve the One Ring and Tezzeret, which can untap the One Ring, so he has plenty of cards to work with.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Ralph Navarra up top, able to resolve a paradoxical outcome for 3 cards, but not able to keep the chain going. So both players drawing a bunch of cards, but the One Ring is going to provide continuous card advantage over the course of this game and is going to outproduce any number of paradoxical outcomes. Excuse me.
Got it. Wonderful. And let's get our names of our players correct.
So Dan Nelson now going to draw a bunch of cards with the One Ring. Found Mana Crypt among them, so now has 6 total mana to work with, even before making a land drop. Time Vault is still in hand, so there is potential there to combo off. Tezzeret can find Manifold Key. Now we see a Glaring Fleshraker, which means the Mana Vault will create a spawn and deal 1 to Ralph. So even after casting all these spells, there's still 6 mana available and no land drop made.
Wow.
I believe I see Tolarian Academy at the front of Dan's hand, so he is going to have lots of mana this turn.
Wow. And Dan is on...
Dan is on the bottom, and that's our shops player.
Got it, got it.
Did I fall behind?
Yeah, no, you're good. Now we got it live here. So.
Okay, we're back up to live.
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like I had Vexing Bauble and Time Vault, and actually the Tezzeret can just untap the Time Vault, so you don't even need to go tutoring. But the Vexing Bauble able to prevent any counterplay from Force of Will.
Yep.
And that ends game 1.
I have a sneaking, funny suspicion for those watching that I may know our issue, and it may be these lights. I think that actually might be the culprit because of power being run near audio. I think we may have just solved the crackling issue. We'll see. Hopefully, because I think we still look pretty in the dark. I think we're dancing quite well.
Light is not our friend.
No. Yes, we can add the deck archetypes. Is our audio sounding any better by chance? It is not. Still crackling.
Players going to be moving to the sideboards and taking a look at their decks. Ralph Navarro, what do you have to bring in against this powerful workshop deck? I see 2 Consign to Memory, a Force of Negation, maybe a couple Portable Holes to take out some of the early artifact mana, and there's 4 Swords to Plowshares in the sideboard. The only creature really in this deck is Glaring Fleshraker, but it's such an important creature, you might want some Swords to Plowshares to answer them. Probably don't want all 4, but some number of those I would certainly consider. The Consigns and the Force, though, definitely will be coming in. Still leaves Ralph a little bit short in terms of counter magic. No Spell Pierces here, which would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. Spell Pierce would be massive.
Very clearly not, as controlling as the other Luris builds, and in this matchup, that is proving to be a liability. As far as Dan Nelson, his sideboard, 3 Argentum Masticore, 4 Dismember, a Grafdigger's Cage, a Pithing Needle, a Portable Hole, a Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Tormod Script, and 2 Wormcoil Engine. He might not need anything. Maybe you want something like a Portable Hole in order to take out your opponent's artifact mana. Maybe you want to bring in some interaction for Luris, but that's not really your game plan. So very little, I think, to be changed for Dan Nelson, especially since that Portable Hole might even want to stay in the sideboard as a Karn target.
Yep, and it looks like we're underway here.
A small sleeve issue here. Players fixing that.
Yep.
It looks like Ralph is taking a mulligan to 6, so things going from bad to worse for him.
Very much
That said,
so.
both these players at 3-0, so a loss here would not end their tournament.
Nope.
A win here would get you knocking right on the door of the top 8. We have 12 players right now at 3-0, which means we should have 3 players at 5-0, barring any unintentional draws. The 2 that get paired against each other are likely going to double draw into the top 8. Okay, second hand coming for Ralph. I can see a Mock Sapphire at the front of it. There's a Polluted Delta. Decides on a card to tuck. So we should be off and running here in game 2. Starts with that Mock Sapphire.
Yes.
Flooded Strand, the land for turn, and a Vexing Bauble, an excellent card to have on the play. Shut your opponent off of all of their Moxen. Now, what can Dan do? Because artifact mana potential has been limited. As an Ancient Tomb. Takes 2 for 2 mana. Falls to 18 and leads on a defense grid. This will have to meet some sort of counterspell, but with the Vexing Bauble, Ralph, would have to sacrifice that if he wants to force this defense grid.
Yeah.
Which would then allow Dan to play all of his Moxen.
Mm-hmm. It's a real good Jailer's Fallacy on this here.
Ralph just going to fetch for Meticulous Archive. So the Vexing Bauble is staying in play, and that means this defense grid is resolved.
Yep.
Ralph at 19, Dan at 18. Ralph deciding on his Surveil, and he has got to think, how can I win this game as quickly as possible? Because I am not going to be able to interact with my opponent at all. Decides to put a Paradoxical Outcome in the graveyard off the Surveil. That could only mean that he is hurting for mana. No, he has Polluted Delta in hand. Here's a Thundertrap Trainer. No Offspring, so just the 1/2 Otter and 1 card out of the top 4 coming.
Yep.
See a couple lands there. Not sure what spells are available for Ralph.
Mm-hmm. This position's definitely a fun one to watch, though. This is going to be a difficult maze to endure.
Well, there's Consign to Memory. That's helpful. We know Ralph has a Polluted Delta in hand, so he can hold up Consign for this turn, but the defense grid stops that.
It does, yes.
Maybe has a portable hole for this defense grid. Just Delta, go. So the coast is clear for Dan, but he does not have access to any free artifacts because of the Vexing Bauble. There's a Grim Monolith off the Ancient Tomb. Dan will drop to 16. And now Glaring Fleshraker. Okay, now Dan could cast some 0-mana artifacts that will get countered just to acquire Eldrazi Spawn. And it looks like he will do that. Plays a Mox Pearl.
Yep.
That makes a spawn and pings Ralph down to 18. Sack that spawn, play a Sensei's Divining Top, make another spawn, and the second top will end this game. Imagine Dan would be moving faster if he had it.
Yep. Looks like he's got 2 rings and something else.
Yeah. He's just a little short on mana. I think it might be another Mox. Looks like a proxy. Okay, gonna spin the top. So checking for another top because he knows he can use the Mox to get another spawn.
Indeed.
He wants to take the opportunity to win this game right now. Yeah, he did find the other top. That's game and match. Wow. Dan Nelson, Fleshraker Shop.
Yeah.
Very quick game. Not nearly enough interaction for Ralph Zamora. And Dan Nelson able to take this down very quickly.
Yeah, what a close game. Well, we're going to head out to, again, try to take care of these audio issues. Hope you guys enjoyed that very quick match. Hello, everyone. I believe we may have fixed the audio issues. I am currently testing it. Dan, with the amazing win that game, we're going to keep testing these audio issues and see if I have fixed it. I'm really hoping that we have. We're gonna see if I have fixed the audio issues now. We're going to try it out once more. And I'm also going to be adding some filters to the audio while we're testing it right now and seeing if that helps. It does look like we're getting some interference via electronics. That looks like to be our issue. I'm going to be trying it again and seeing if this is better now, but I'm going to assume this just introduced more issues. Seeing if this is better now, but I'm going to assume this just introduced more issues. We are now testing the microphones once again and seeing if they sound any better. This is a quick microphone test to see if we sound any better and if it was indeed electronic interference. Now testing the microphones once again. We have fixed the issue. We were having electronic static interference between the lights. I'm glad we were able to get that fixed. We are indeed clean for the rest of the tournament. Thank you guys for dealing with us, or dealing with that issue, not dealing with us, I hope. And I'm excited to get back into it. We're going to have our next round within a couple moments' time.
draw even. Should be.
Yeah. Well, guys, welcome back. We are now without audio issue. Can you believe it?
They can finally hear us loud
The
and clear.
gremlins are gone.
It's everything I've always wanted.
Yeah.
Just to be heard.
So it's an interesting name. It's I Am Actually Level 1,
Yes.
which I'm hoping is a RuneScape reference. I could be wrong.
You know, you'd have to ask Justin.
Yeah.
But noted vintage player these days and content creator. Has plenty of videos up on his YouTube channel. So definitely an experienced vintager here, and that's a huge advantage in these tournaments.
Yeah.
Up against Ryan Hayes. Now, I am quite familiar with Ryan. I'm not sure how familiar
I
you
am
are.
as well. Yes, that's who I was excited about when you
Yeah.
picked it.
Because he has been grinding in this area for a while. I see him all the time at Apex events that
Yes.
I'm covering, and he is absolutely one of the strongest players on the Apex series, if not the strongest. So I'm excited to see him in this tournament, and I was also excited to see his deck. He's playing Underworld Breach, which I love, but quite a different take on it than the ones that I see online. His is a Grixis build that has more control elements in it. He's playing Psychic Frog. He's playing more Disruption. He actually has a couple main deck suplexes.
Whoa.
So he's bringing
Main deck.
ways to exile opposing Lurises or Orcish Bowmasters that also play well into the shop decks.
Yeah.
So he's got a good amount of interaction, but he's also playing, Vampire Tutor, Demonic Tutor, 3 Underworld Breach, 1 Brain Freeze. He's kind of playing that package, I would say, over additional threats.
Yes.
When you look at Demure Luris Control or Esper Luris Control, they have 4 Frog, 4 Orcish Bowmasters, sometimes maybe Lavinia in the Esper build we saw out of Brian Koval earlier today. Only 3 Frogs, minimal creatures, instead playing Underworld Breach as his additional threats, which can also be sources of card advantage in grindy games and just a combo kill. So very versatile card. Really cool build from Ryan, and I'm excited to see how it stacks up against Justin and his more typical Luris Paradoxical Outcome deck, which is one of the best performing decks in the field. A ton of Luris here at the top tables, and definitely Paradoxical Outcome builds.
Yeah, and I think one of the separate builds that we've also been seeing today from it was the Luris, or no Luris Tinker, which was interesting to see, but the Luris, in the end of the day, really showed up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of blue decks. It appears that the blue decks early on have beat out a lot of the shop decks.
Yes.
Fewer shop decks at the top tables, and in the blue mirrors especially. Luris,
absolutely
so important. It's an extra card that comes along for free, that draws more extra cards when you cast it. Sometimes gives you a mana advantage with Black Lotus. Just an absolute game breaker in the blue mirrors. So no surprise to me that the Luris decks have had the leg up in the blue mirrors, and if they've had the leg up in those matchups and against shops, no surprise that they are dominant and populating the top table so far in this tournament.
Yes. The resiliency, but also the threat against Tezzerets, like we talked about earlier. And then it can somewhat help, although we did not watch this happen, against some of the aggro decks. It could have, it didn't, but it would be a good piece against anyone trying to get in there with mono white aggro.
Yeah, interesting. We saw Initiative once earlier, and we haven't seen any Bazaar of Baghdad decks. That's also the other thing I think of when I think of aggro decks. I kind of think, Dredge and the Vengevine Hollow One decks, they're kind of the aggro decks of vintage. No Bazaar decks showing up maybe at the lower tables lost early.
Yeah.
It's been a one cat show.
It has, it has been. Absolutely.
Just a Luris and a Dream Den.
Yep. On top of what I would like to call the companion effect, which was we realized over time at least, that was genuinely more than just an extra card in your hand. It was more than just a backup plan. Luris became an active piece. That's when the decks got cool. When it wasn't just, okay, I'm going to run this just because it's an extra card. I'm going, wait a minute. This helps a lot more than that.
What if I just put 1 Mishra's Bauble in my deck, or some Thundertrap Trainers, or a Seal of Cleansing on my sideboard?
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't take much, just a couple small changes, tweaks here and there, and now your Luris suddenly becomes a versatile way of taking over the game, where it can rebuy card draw, it can rebuy removal, it can rebuy mana, it can do everything. It slices, it dices. It might even get you a date for prom if you ask it nicely.
Absolutely. And going off of what we would call, at least when we were stepping into more powerful modern cards, when Modern Horizons 1, Modern Horizons 2 started leaking into the format, we started getting some bans, we started seeing some cards outperforming one another. Ragavan obviously came in like it was no one's business into the format. what are we looking for going forward to combat Lurrus? Realistically, what's printed that becomes an issue for a Lurrus deck?
I think what you would need is a strong incentive to not play Lurrus. You would need a card that is powerful enough as a 4 of that costs more than 2 as a permanent that would be worth it.
Yeah.
Because outside of that, you know, Lurrus is so powerful because it sits in that extra zone and comes along for free every single game.
Yeah.
So you would need an incredibly powerful card at 3 or 4 mana, you know, something, you know, along the lines of Tezzeret. We've seen some players play Tezzeret instead of Lurrus this weekend. They're not doing as well in this tournament. Maybe those decks need some more time to be tuned.
Yes.
But it's got to be something in that vein, something that is versatile, powerful, worth playing as a 4 of, and makes it worth abandoning Lurrus.
Yeah.
But
the only card we can really think of in that instance already is One Ring.
Yeah, and the One Ring is, you know, played in shop decks that aren't going to play Lurrus anyway. So there needs to be a card that fits more into the blue decks. Otherwise, you know, or is a card that, you know, at least causes the blue decks to want to change tack.
Something akin to Murktide, would you say?
Yeah, it would need to be something that generates card advantage for sure. Murktide Reach is just a big thing, you know. Maybe in a metagame with fewer Sword Supply shares, sure, maybe I want some Murktide Reach.
Yeah, but something you can cast for cheap, although large.
Yeah.
Yeah,
or something you can cast easily off of artifact mana.
Yep.
You know, if I'm building a blue deck that is playing more expensive cards, then, you know, I can play it in my Paradoxical Outcome deck, maybe with all the artifact mana, accelerate into it.
Yep.
And again, Tezzeret fits that mold as well. So I think we might need to see a little bit more time for players to test with Tezzeret.
Yep.
Because as a tutor, it's another card that you can put some weird singletons in your deck to cover certain bases. We see Portable Hole in a lot of these decks is a great removal spell that Tezzeret can tutor for. Obviously, it can set up the Time Vault combo, it can find you mana, but are there some other things that it can do?
And it does a little more than just set it up. It is a key piece within it because it itself can untap the Time Vault instead of having to go get key.
Exactly. So it's going to have to be more things like Tezzeret, and I think we'll see that, you know, players fool around with that. Maybe there's a Paradoxical Outcome Tezzeret deck that doesn't want to play. You know, doesn't want to play Lurrus. I think that's the, you know, version that has Tinker and Bolas the Citadel, and there are still players floating around in the tournament. None of them are currently 4-0, but several of them at 3-1 might, you know, make a strong run to the end of the Swiss into the top 8.
I believe in
demonstrate the power of Tezzeret.
Yeah, I believe in it. I do, and I think Tezzeret also gains this side advantage that normally, I think in a meta back when we had more aggro things happening within the format, we wouldn't have seen Tezzeret as prevalent. But right now, the only thing hitting is Lurrus, you know?
Yeah, the, you know...
Yeah, every now and an Archon.
Yeah, I mean, the blue decks are... It seems like we've entered a point in Vintage where the density of creatures has come down a little bit.
Yeah.
We got to the peak a few years ago, and now it's come back down. I think part of that is that there's just so much good, cheap interaction and card advantage that if your deck is full of creatures, your opponent's just going to interact with the key creatures, draw a bunch of cards, and take over the game.
Yeah.
So the only creatures that have really survived are things like Psychic Fraud that generate card advantage. So they play into that game, or Orcish Bowmasters that punish your opponents for generating card advantage. So, you know, cards that effectively fight along that same axis, not just, you know, a card like Murktide Regent that sits as just a creature in play, as efficient as it might be. This is not what Vintage is about right now because of cards like Stock Up, Paradoxical Outcome, those incredible card advantage generators to go along with all the fast mana.
Correct, yeah. We're going to go check on seeing how our match is doing. If we want to message our judge here, see what is going on. We've been waiting here for just a little bit.
Okay. Are you sure? Are we just not?
We
on?
may just not have our camera active. We are going to see if that is an issue and see if we just lost our camera. And we may have been talking during the game, which would be a little funny considering we got the audio issues fixed.
I've got some notes from our judge about what is happening, so I imagine our players have started.
Okay, we are going and we may have missed round or game 1 of the round. It looks like we did.
Okay, I will get an update on who was victorious in that. But let's just hop right into sideboard, shall we? So, checking out Justin's sideboard, I see 2 Consign to Memory, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Hurkyl's Recall, the Lotus Companion, a Mindbreak Trap, a Basic Plains, 2 Portable Hole, 3 Pyroblast, and 3 Swords to Plowshares. Absolutely the Pyroblasts coming in this blue
absolutely.
mirror. I imagine really just all the counter spells. Mindbreak Trap, Force of Negation, both look excellent to me as well. So those 5 cards coming in, I'll be curious to see how much removal Justin wants, because there are Psychic Frogs in Ryan's deck. We don't know if Ryan played one over the course of game 1.
Yep.
If Justin didn't see one, maybe he thinks Ryan's not playing any creatures at all.
Oh, goodness, yeah.
Maybe he sees Psychic Frog and thinks Ryan's playing more creatures than he is, has Bowmasters too, wants all of his Swords to Plowshares. If he had full knowledge of the list, the answer would probably be somewhere in the middle.
Very
I want
much so.
1 or 2 Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And going into that, normally, OBM coming down is going to be in response to the draws, and so you're going to want it happening immediately. You can't let this be on your turn, so the Swords becomes more and more valuable. We are checking on who won game 1 so we can give you an accurate representation of our current game match. We are going to check with our judges real quick.
Checking out Ryan's sideboard, it's more the same.
Justin beat Ryan. Ryan drew a lot of land and conceded to Justin.
Yeah, Justin's paradoxical outcome for 8. And then into 2 more paradoxicals. Okay, yeah.
That is tale as old as time.
Yeah. Ryan's sideboard is going to be more the same. He has a Mindbreak Trap and 2 Pyroblasts. I believe, main decking 2 Pyroblasts, so still has the full 4 after sideboard. But really, both players, I think, just going to bring in a lot more counter spells. I imagine Ryan will be cutting his creature removal. Those main deck copies of Suplex are not going to find a lot of juicy targets.
Yeah.
Hitting a Mox is something you can do in a pinch, but not something that you're excited to do.
No.
Not a reason to keep the card in the deck. And checking out Justin's list, the only creatures he has are the 1 Lurrus. Maybe you want to leave in like 1 removal spell for a Lurrus.
Yep.
But other than that, it's 4 Thunderdrive Trainer and a Snapcaster Mage. You don't really want to use spot removal against those.
Yeah. We've got a Flooded Strand being cracked here on end step, and a Spell Pierce being shown for the Soul Ring. I think it's the first time we've seen that this tournament.
Yeah, Ryan deciding to trade early and often here.
And force the pitching Paradoxical over a Soul Ring.
I mean, in the Paradoxical deck, the Soul Ring is very good. You have a lot of uses for colorless mana.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I'm not altogether surprised that players are fighting over this.
We may see an extended fight, as it looks like there are 2 Force of Negations in hand, but we are going to let it be. That was a top deck Underworld Breach right there.
Okay, and here's a Mana Crypt. Has to be a Mana Crypt if it's casting stock up.
Correct. So we got an Undercity Sewers in that pile. Oh, and that is going to the bottom. So we have a stock up, in yard and 2 others. Sadly, the ceiling lights of this venue have impaired our ability to see the graveyard.
As they are wont to do.
Yep.
I do see a Pyroblast in Ryan's hand, so he's ready to fight over a key blue spell. And he's the one who has resolved a piece of card advantage first. So he has to like his position so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see what Justin can do on his turn after fighting over this Soul Ring. You have to imagine he has some plan for that mana. Another Paradoxical, a stock up, something like that. It's like Ryan wins the Mana Crypt flip.
Flooded Strand off the top is helpful.
Yeah, just like in any control mirror, having a mana advantage is important. You're better able to fight the counter wars. You know, with all the free counters, you don't need as much mana in Vintage, but there's still the things like Pyroblast, there's paying for Flusterstorm and Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
Mana advantage is always going to be important
Yeah.
when you're fighting a counter war, even with all the free forces.
Yep.
I guess you dig through time in Ryan's hand, which would make the Flooded
As the other
Strand even
blue,
better.
yeah. It would. There's an uncracked polluted delta as well.
Wouldn't be surprised if Ryan fetches one of those lands and then just uses 4 mana to play a dig because of the mana crypt.
Yep.
And that would leave him a Pyroblast, you know, a land up for Pyroblast to defend.
He's definitely trying to choose what colors he wants to by leaving them. But a nice slow roll here. We have a Mox.
Mox Ruby.
You have the flooded being cracked.
Right, Ryan going to sacrifice
And the
both
polluted.
fetches.
Yeah.
He's thumbed up Volkup. A little surprised he didn't want to get double C so he has Luris mana available.
Yes, yeah,
when he
that
needs
is
it,
very
but
strange.
This deck is certainly more red than black, so
Yeah.
he's more concerned with just having his colors for his lands, knowing that he's likely not going to Luris anytime soon.
Yep. The dig through comes through.
So Ryan just sacrificing both fetches to make sure he has his red mana available
Yeah.
immediately. Doesn't want to have this dig through time countered in response to his fetch. Looks like Justin is going to fight over this. Is this a paradoxical in response? Or no, that's Flame of Anor.
Yes.
So Flame of Anor, floating 1 colorless just to draw 2 cards. Ryan decides to fight over that. And wow. So no more counters for Justin, and that means dig through time going to resolve, and now Ryan is ahead multiple cards. He resolved the stock up earlier, now he resolved the dig through time. He stopped his opponent's draw 2.
Yeah. He's definitely notably looking for the rest of his breach combo.
Yeah, he smells weakness right now. Either a combo to kill or some form of card advantage.
Yep.
You know, of cascading card advantage. A Psychic Frog would be excellent.
Yep. Mana Crypt does hit him again. He's now down to 11.
Make that 9.
Mm-hmm.
Taxian Probe being cast for Phyrexian mana.
Yep.
Now he'll get to see exactly what's in Justin's hand. That looks like stock up Snapcaster Mage.
Mm-hmm.
So good cards, but nothing that's going to get in Ryan's way on this turn. And there is an Underworld Breach. There's an Ancestor Recall. You want to do that again, Ryan?
And we're going to see the breach most likely as long as we feel confident enough to find the other 2 pieces.
Just going for a stock up. I think he's trying to set up full combo. He has Pyroblast Force Negation in hand.
Yep, he does find the other Mox in the top.
He needs Lotus or Lotus Petal and Brain Freeze. The Brain Freeze would likely mill him into either Petal or Lotus at this point. He's gone through a lot of his deck. I believe that's Sapphire?
Yep. Polluted Delta.
Yeah. I think Ryan's going to be content to just pass with a grip full of counter magic. He knows he can stop the Snapcaster and the stock up.
Yep.
And he is in great shape to level this match, send us to a deciding Game 3. Both these players currently 4-0. A match win here would put them in great position to draw into the top 8. Either a double draw, potentially even losing the next round and drawing in.
Yeah, yeah. And we love seeing Magic played. Justin is reviewing his choices. He's got a lot of mana up, and he knows he's going into something. Ryan would have sent it if it wasn't for that grip he had in hand already.
Yeah. your opponent has 3 mana available and a full grip of cards, you absolutely have to expect there's some counter spells. But at this point, if you're Justin, like, how much time do you have to wait? Like,
Yep.
You don't want this game to end before you've at least tried to cast your spells.
Yeah. My best assumption right now is that Justin most likely has found the Fluster, if he's running it.
Yeah. Maybe also found a Force of Will and wants to hard cast it.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Because it would be difficult for him to recover from a pitch cast.
Yeah.
Because he's already so far behind on cards.
Yeah.
Undercity Stewards fetch, binning a volcanic island from Surveil on the end step for Ryan, and there's Brain Freeze off the top. So this could very easily be a combo turn. Ryan has plenty of mana to work with. He has counterspell protection.
And here comes the breach. Oh, floating.
Yeah, he's floating colorless
From
with
the
the
man,
crypt.
yeah, from the crypt.
And that colorless will be used for the Brain Freeze, mill 6. If he doesn't hit, he can Brain Freeze again for 9. Any counter spells Justin plays here will just be adding to the storm count.
Yep. They only help. Snapcaster Mage.
Pyroblast.
Yep. Hard cast a Paradoxical Outcome.
Okay, gonna try to.
And force pitching the Fierce. Or force pitching the Force.
So now that's 5 spells played this turn.
Yes.
The Breach resolves, and the Brain Freeze will mill Ryan for 18,
Yes.
looking for either Lotus Petal or Black Lotus. He can
Counting out the storm.
also- He has 6 copies of Brain Freeze. If in any of the first 5 he finds Vampiric Tutor,
Yep.
he can respond to another mill.
Correct.
Okay,
And it's
looks
very,
like going for
very
Ancestral
important to do
first.
that.
So taking himself off of that, out of Vampiric Tutor to add another storm count and draw 3 cards. So he effectively gets 6 more looks.
Yes.
So now there's been 6 spells played. Hasn't played a land yet, so I guess he feels free to Ancestral
Are we
again.
casting? Yeah, we're casting Ancestral
7
again.
spells. And if he hits some more artifact mana, he might be able to just manual this Brain Freeze right now.
Yeah.
Rather than Brain Freeze himself.
Nothing so far that we can see. You're going to Scalding Tarn, go search.
Here's the Volcanic Island.
Yep. But for the most part, he's playing with himself here. We are
Yeah.
definitely over and out. Major Tom should be called.
Still has the colorless floating from the Mana Crypt.
Indeed.
So can Ancestral one more time. Looks like he found the Lotus.
And with Black Lotus, we are sealing the deal.
Brain Freeze yourself, fill up the graveyard. I think Justin just wants to see what's in Ryan's deck here.
Yeah.
One of the benefits of losing to Underworld Breach.
Yes, it is.
You get to be a little bit better prepared for the next game.
Yep. He is going to scoop it on up instead. I'm assuming they were talking about the fact that you can target yourself for just the 3 that you need and then continue.
Tell that what I like to call the explain portion of the game. Just tell me how I'm dead.
Yeah. We are at match point for these two now.
Yeah, going to game 3. Justin going to be on the play. Now, I think play draw matters a lot in certain vintage matchups, particularly ones involving Mishra's Workshop and Bazaar of Baghdad.
Yep.
And these blue mirrors, because of all of the pitch counters, you can easily blunt the person on the play, blunt that tempo advantage. And frankly, like having the extra card on the draw
Yes, yes.
feels just as good, if not better.
Yeah, it's one of the rare occasions that any Magic player would choose to draw. I have not seen anyone elect to yet, but it would be a first. I would love to see it.
It's hard to want to do that when you're playing all this fast mana. And both of these decks are capable of winning on turn 1.
Correct.
Sometimes even with counter backup.
Yep.
So that temptation I think is too big. I'm wondering if the other reason to be on the play would be Vexing Bauble.
Yes.
Where you can potentially, play all your mocks in and then lock your opponent out of theirs. There actually is no Vexing Bauble in Ryan's list. Let me check Justin's.
Yes.
He does have Vexing Bauble, so yeah.
And both of these players are 4-0 for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the incentive is there for Justin to be on the play. Just fortunately not a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm enjoying the amount of Pyroblast we've been seeing kept in hands and how highly valued it's been due to obviously Tinker and Paradoxical Outcome. But I'm just enjoying the fact that whenever we do see it, it's being respected. We're seeing that one red left up so often.
Yeah, and that's been the name of the game for these blue decks is patience and caution.
Yes.
Because the cards from your opponent, no matter what they're playing, are so powerful, you have to leave up your interaction. You can, you can have time later for all your really powerful, flashy stuff. But first step is to make sure your opponent doesn't do their powerful, flashy stuff.
Yes, indeed.
And the players who have gotten a little antsy and been very aggressive have usually gotten punished for it.
Correct. Yeah. And the Chrome Mox, or sorry, the Moxen coming out. We have, it looks like a freeze and a force of negation, and it's going to get used. We're pitching the freeze.
Oh,
whoa.
freeze
And force pitching what looks like to be the fires.
That is the only brain freeze in Ryan's deck. So no Underworld Breach combo available for him in this game. He's going to have to win this game with Psychic Frog or Constructs or Luris.
Another force. Pitch and get probe.
So both of these players are on the same page. They think the artifact mana is incredibly important, at least for Justin. And that makes sense. He's a paradoxical outcome deck.
Yeah. The poor Bobble.
He may claim to be on level 1, but from my vantage point, Justin is on a higher level than that here.
Oh, what a nasty draw. Oh my goodness. We got the walk.
Okay.
What a nasty draw with being able to play Luris. As long as one of those cards, we've got the land, it's a mental misstep as his last. It's not a Mox.
So yeah, Ryan, not a ton of mana, so can't leverage the Luris yet, and without a creature in play, can't really leverage the Time Walk either.
No.
These players have traded a bunch of resources early.
We got no lands, Justin passing with nothing in hand.
Okay, a risky brainstorm. I'm not sure if Ryan has a shuffle effect here.
Yeah.
Mine's a frog, but is there another land?
Not looking, see it. Not looking.
Oh, wow.
Is that a flare? No.
Both players very mana light here.
Yep.
This game is going to be a long one.
Yeah.
And the player to hit it first, especially Ryan, if he can get the frog down,
it
would be huge. But with missing off his brainstorm, we know it's going to be at least 3 turns before he hits it.
Yep. We will have Black Lotus if we want to next. We do get a Mox down for Justin. But the Black Lotus in hand is everything.
Which Mox is that Emerald?
It looks like Emerald,
so
correct,
off-color Mox, not much help.
That's the advantage of being colorblind.
Okay, does the Lotus resolve? This is something that Justin will likely fight over if he can.
And there's the frog.
Doesn't have it, so I would guess floating blue here, so 2 blue in pool for Ryan. Let's see,
and then the walk.
Then Time Walk with the mana floating, and that Time Walk is excellent with a frog in play.
Yes.
Represents an additional card. So Ryan draws the last card he knew from the brainstorm. This card off the frog will be a fresh one.
And it's Pyroblast.
Has to be advantage Ryan.
Oh, it is not. It's the Mox that he got off of the brainstorm, yeah.
That is Pearl?
Pearl, yeah. Good old Pearl Earl.
Frankly, an impressively accurate drawing from Ryan on that proxy.
Yeah, he goes for it.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
If I can tell what it is, that's my line for it's good.
Yeah. I know many of the people here have been getting all of their proxies being made by some of the artists that are here to help them. So that's been a cool thing.
It's been a great place to show off my ELD proxies from back in the day. I don't know how familiar you are with that, or ELD as a person.
Yeah. Looks like we're grabbing a Force of Will after looking at the top 4.
Yeah, it's Thundertrap Trainer.
Yep.
Justin does hit the land, so has a chance of getting back in this game. The trainer can jump in front of this frog if Ryan doesn't want to jump it. And as a breach deck, cards in graveyard are quite valuable for Ryan. He doesn't want to throw those away for nothing.
Yeah. And the Breach here is still having so much value without the Brain Freeze. Psychic Frog being such a great secondary win con.
There is still a combo of sorts here. If you can get Luris and Breach going, you can time walk each turn.
Yes.
For as long as you have cards in graveyard. And usually, even if you can't do it infinitely, you can do it
Full in hand.
Yeah, if you can find something like Mana Crypt into Paradoxical with Force backup, that could really kickstart him here.
Yeah, the engine could begin.
As I've reminded our viewers all day, this is vintage, and as far behind as players can look, they can always get back into it.
Very much so, yeah. We are looking at a Red Blast from Ryan. Looks like we got another Mox coming down. We'll get confirmation from judges for any of these proxies we do see.
Yeah, it is. I think that's an Ancestral Recall.
Ah.
That is now on the stack.
I see it now. See, he's got the face.
That gets mental misstepped. Looks like this is happening on Ryan's turn, so Force of Negation available for Justin.
Yep.
Ryan fights back with the Pyroblast. And we know there's Force of Will in Justin's hand, so I imagine that is coming next.
Yep.
And the question will be,
There
does
it
Ryan
is.
have a third counter spell? And I don't think he does.
I believe we may have seen another Red Blast, but he does not have the mana.
Yeah, I see a red card, but I think it might be a Suplex.
Ah.
It looks like a new framed red card.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so Ancestral resolving for Justin Gennari. That's a big game.
Indeed. He's back in it not only in card quality as well, but also he knows that we're not going to see Ryan go for it with all that backup if he does draw into what he wanted to in the end of the day. There is another Pyroblast in Ryan's hand. Oh, that was going through graveyard. Sorry. He picked up graveyard. I was like, wow.
That would have been incredible discipline.
Yeah.
More discipline than I've ever shown in my entire life.
Yeah. The Frog being the only threat Ryan has left, he also will fight to keep it, most likely.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Frog is the key card for him right now. It's Ryan's most important card.
Yep.
You would give up as many resources as you can and need to save it.
Cracking a Pluto Delta and getting a volcanic island.
This could be something like a stock up. Okay. Just wanted to exile the fetch land to the Frog to preserve his better cards in graveyard.
Yep.
That makes sense. So he jumps over the Thunder Trap Trainer, draws another card. But at this point, things just look surprisingly level.
Yeah, we're cruising right now, waiting on someone to draw. Oh, there's Demonic Tutor.
Okay. I would say going for Ancestral Recall of his own.
That, or we're looking into a way to remove the Mox at worst.
You know, Ryan had Suplex in hand if he wanted to remove this Mox.
True.
He could have just done that and saved the tutor for next turn.
Yeah. There it is. Yep. There is the recall.
Ryan's saying, you know what? That looked like fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I like his drawing more, actually. I like the pyramid. That's the real get off with me there. I get it.
Once again, incredibly accurate. Museum quality proxies from Ryan Hayes.
He still has 3 in yard. I believe the Lotus, the Lotus is still in yard, so the thought of Luris coming down isn't abhorrent as a result. There's the Crypt, like we were talking about earlier, into an Opal.
Oh, wow.
We're seeing the Luris put into hand. We are not representing Luris mana currently, though.
Yeah, gonna need another black source for that, or white source.
Yeah.
Just Spell Pierce in hand for Ryan, but after the Mana Crypt, Justin has quite a bit of mana to pay for that. That would have been a much stronger card a couple turns ago.
Yeah.
I also see a Force of Will in Ryan's hand, so he has plenty of interaction.
Yes.
Which is honestly the best thing for him at this point because he's the one with the Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
So he can just ride the Frog for card advantage. As long as he can stop whatever Justin's doing, paradoxical, stock ups, what have you, he should be able to close out this game. And here he has even more card advantage with another stock up.
Finds a breach, and he finds another red blast.
Yeah,
it looks like another Moxen.
Another Force of Will. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes Force Red Blast.
Yeah.
But maybe he wants a breach because he's got, the 3 best cards in Magic in his graveyard. Black Lotus, Ancestral Recall, Time Walk. Those would be pretty good.
Yeah, he did in fact take the bait of playing an Ancestral Recall again. Oh. I doubt he throws it here. I doubt he just jams Underworld Breach.
Yeah,
but I could be wrong considering the free mana or the free interaction he does have in hand.
If he hadn't been exiling cards to the Psychic Frog and had a bigger graveyard, going for the breach right now with double force backup potentially would be pretty good. I think as is, he's going to look to just
exile and
set
go
up for
in.
next turn. So at this point, knowing he has breach in hand, still wants
Jump
to
the
draw
frog,
cards with the Frog. So it's going to be hard for him to go too crazy with the Underworld Breach next turn. And as we know, his Brain Freeze is exiled. That was exiled turn 1 to a Force of Will.
Yep.
So he doesn't have an easy way to fill up his graveyard all in one go.
And that's the type of thing you do when you're 4-0. You know what your deck can do, and being able to pitch the one set of one of your win cons is worth it.
Yeah. I think Ryan's setting up to just use this Underworld Breach as a flashback my Time Walk.
Yeah.
And just kill you with a, pump my Frog a couple times, flashback Time Walk, pump my Frog a bunch more, have all the counters up.
I would assume so.
Okay, here's another Thunder Trap trainer from Justin.
I don't think we're going to see Justin jam anytime soon, although we don't know one card in his hand.
Vexing Bauble, the take.
Interesting, considering that affects him more.
Yeah, maybe not something he wants to cast, but he does. Just go ahead and cast it. This could be setting up for a PO.
I would assume he's trying to make sure that he gets off PO, but that is the only card in his hand that we don't know. And the only card in hand other than Lotus.
It's a Force of Will from Ryan on the Vexing Bauble. I guess
Now I'm twice as confused.
Well, you can't really Force of Will with the Bauble in play, so might as
no
well
point,
use it.
yeah.
Especially if he has another Force.
Yeah.
I don't think he took the second Force off that stock up, though. I think he took Underworld Breach second Pyroblast.
Yeah. This is where the jump can happen. We may be seeing the breach into Ancestral. It looks like we are.
Is this Ancestral or Time Walk? The Time Walk gets a little awkward because Justin has several blockers for the Frog.
Yes.
The Saga is up to Chapter 2. That can make a Construct, which would be a 4/4.
Yeah.
And then there's an untapped Thunder Trap trainer. So Ryan just doesn't have the graveyard resources to really utilize this. I wonder if he would have been better off this game attacking into the first Thunder Trap trainer. And if Justin blocks, you discard your worst card, just get it out of the way.
Absolutely.
I guess he can fuel his graveyard with the Frog.
Correct, yeah. And we are discarding to the Frog in order to pump him up. I think we are most likely going to see it attack in... so we are up to 6. Okay. We now have 3 undesirable cards in the yard.
Where Ryan really wants to be is 8.
Yeah.
Because he wants to play Time Walk and Ancestral, I would think.
Yeah.
So he's going to start with Ancestral, see if that finds him anything else to put into the graveyard. And I guess any cards he draws he can put in the graveyard because of the Frog.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I think this is going to be more pumping of the Frog and a Time Walk. Maybe even another Ancestral first.
Yep.
Just get this Frog really big. But he does have to be a little wary of tapping too low because he wants to hold up Pyroblast.
We are going down 3 here. Exiling and then going for the jump.
This synergy between Psychic Frog and Underworld Breach is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And it's, I think, one of the reasons that Ryan felt so comfortable exiling that Brain Freeze on turn 1.
Yeah.
With Frog, it's just not necessary. And this is not a card I've seen in a lot of other Breach lists.
He's got the reps on this deck, and I think he's found something that works for him and his agility, the way he's properly just going through all these draws and knowing what he wants to pitch, what he needs to be putting in the bin. I think he's doing just an extremely, extremely good job at navigating this turn, and I'm very impressed.
Comboing without Brain Freeze.
Justin is at 10 life.
Yeah, so this was never a time walk plan with Justin's life total that low. He just wants to be Ancestral over and over again and kill with the Psychic Frog.
Yep.
Just one shot you.
This is gorgeous. He goes ahead and shows him what he's got.
It's a Flusterstorm on the latest Ancestral Recall.
Yep.
But I don't think that is going to help.
Discarding Breach to the Frog. Putting the Frog up at 8 counters.
One more Ancestral Recall.
Yep. No mocks. Bummer.
Now, discard a couple more. Send the Frog to the air.
There it is.
That
Oh, the
game-end
good
match.
bump.
Ryan Hayes.
Wow.
Justin Gennari, I have news for you. You are actually 4-1. Still an excellent record. Still in contention for the top 8.
Absolutely.
But Ryan moves to 5-0 and has a... There's going to be 3 5-0s after this round, barring any unintentional draws, which means Ryan has a 2 in 3 chance of being able to draw and lock up his spot immediately. 1 in 3 chance of getting paired down. He is in a spot where his breakers are likely good enough that he could lose and still draw in. But if he wins a pair down and goes 6-0, he'd be the #1 overall seed. That means he gets to be on the play all throughout the elimination rounds. So,
which would just be killer, especially in that deck.
Yeah, none of these options bad news for Ryan Hayes.
Nope.
Checking out our other results, I can see Hank Zhang, who we saw earlier today on Luris Paradoxical, also moves to 5-0, defeating
nice.
Dan Nelson on the Fleshbreaker Shop Stack. And then we have Adria Perez Palacine, our other 5-0. They are playing, looks like Esper Luris Control. So 3 Luris decks at 5-0, but 3 different Luris decks.
Yeah, and I love that. I think it shows its unique flavor. Obviously, Luris in this instance becomes way more of a backup plan than it does in most decks. I think the Psychic Frog plays were all clean. I don't think any of it seemed like he was cooking too hard, sitting there with the cards in his hand, overthinking what he had to do next. Very clean play.
You know, I'm used to watching him navigate, standard, modern on the Apex series. This is my first time seeing him play Vintage, and it looks like he's been playing the format for 10 years.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the way he's playing it, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. And
seamless through those games.
Yeah.
Knew when to hold back, knew when to be cautious, and then knew when to strike. And when he struck, the game ended.
Absolutely, yeah.
Don't go all in if your opponent's going to get to untap, and then maybe they can do something even more disgusting. Make sure if you go for the king, you do not miss.
And there were no misfires. He wasn't even half dirtling or looking for, is this the next window? I don't know if we can even go back at this, but at some point I saw him draw. He saw that land. It would have gone as well as it did if he went for it that turn, but he knew for a fact that there was still an unknown card in Justin's hand, and he guessed correctly. It was the Flusterstorm, and it would have taken him off the winning line that turn. What an amazing read.
Yeah, and that is really experienced Vintage play.
Yeah.
There's so much temptation when you look at your hand and you have all these incredibly powerful cards and all this fast mana. You just want to go. You just want to do things and do all these really powerful things. But there's also really powerful interaction. There's all these free counter spells. There's Mindbreak Trap. There's Pyroblast. There's Flusterstorm. There's Spell Pierce. There's removal spells. And if you run into them, or if you just tap out and draw a bunch of cards, and then your opponent goes fully off while you're holding Pyroblast he could have cast.
Yep.
You know, you end up looking foolish. Ryan navigating carefully, and then as soon as he knows that he's safe, feels safe, then goes in and ends the game immediately.
Yep.
You know, really well played and well deserved to win there. Can't wait
Very
to see
much
more
so.
from him and that really cool Grixis Breach deck.
Absolutely, and a very proper 4-0 game. Two like absolute titans clashing on that. And the last thing I had, I think, to note really, every Lurrus deck, like we talked about, is a very different flavor. And as a result, it's not the damning Lurrus effect we used to have of, oh, it's just a Lurrus value pile. In no way, shape, or form are all these just soups of different 2 CMC better cards. They have destined game plans. That Psychic Frog has its own combo. Every single other Tinker deck is using it in its own way to get an extra draw through the paradoxical outcome by having the Black Lotus Lurrus combo. So many of these decks are relying on Lurrus as a part of its actual core mechanic rather than leaning on it just because it's powerful.
Yeah, and they're implementing it in very different ways.
Yeah.
Ryan has it with Underworld Breach. The Paradoxical deck is looking more with, you know, returning artifact mana to set up Paradoxical, or returning Thundertrap trainers to buy time, where you're, you know, blocking some creatures attacking you and replaying it. Didn't get to do that in that game because the frog jumped in the air, but that is often how it works. And then the control deck just, you know, they're using it more for value because they need it. They're trying to spend more of their resources stopping the opponent, make sure they're effective in doing so. Having that Lurrus, you know, off to the side, very important for the Esper deck as well. So, yeah, you know, cool to see that it's 3 different Lurrus decks. Lurrus is not narrowing the metagame, but very clearly an incredibly powerful element and a clear pillar of the metagame.
Yep.
So with those 3 players at 5-0, they are all likely into the top 8.
Yep.
The last 2 rounds of Swiss, we're going to be looking at players who are 4-1, 5-1, trying to win out the last couple rounds and get their spot in there. And we'll see if any of the decks from that bracket can rise up and challenge these Lurruses. I'm sure there's plenty of shop decks. Maybe we can find, I know there's an Oath deck floating around.
Yeah.
Maybe find some of these cool Bazaar decks. Definitely a lot more than Lurrus going on in Vintage, and I'm sure we'll see that in the coming rounds.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to these skilled Lurrus pilots trying to maneuver through that and finding their own way out, just as mana denial seemed to be one of the key sources for that. We'll catch you guys in the next round. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be seeing 2 4-1 players at the moment. So we got Frank
Lodovico.
Lodovico.
LOD. Oh, instead of E there.
Oh, instead of E. Go. They are currently 4-1 each.
Yeah. So win here, and you're going to hope to draw in the last round. That's going to be difficult. We're at 100 players. We're pushing up to that line to play the 8th round of Swiss. And when you approach that line, that's when it becomes more difficult to draw.
Yes.
So not many of our 5-1 players will be able to take a draw in the last round. We're going to have a lot of players playing it out for their spot in the top 8. But you know, there's always hope. A couple will be able to do so if they have the best tiebreakers of the bunch.
Yes.
That said, right now, it's just, can they win this match?
Yeah. Can they win this match? And also, can you overcome the Lotus deck? And that's what I'm most excited about this one.
Yeah, so Craig Jekyll is on Esper Luris control at the bottom of your screen. At the top of your screen, Frank Lodovico brought a very interesting deck. This is a Sultai control build with Deathrite Shaman, Psychic Frog, Oko, and then a pile of good disruption.
Are we seeing a counterbalance?
We may be. I'm very interested to see how this deck plays out. It is very different from basically anything else I have seen.
It was an Oof deck as well.
In the turn, yes, and 4 Collector Oof. I knew there was another creature.
Yes, Leovold as well. Wow.
And Leovold, yeah. So
Leovold and Oof.
this is a deck that is trying to limit its opponent's mana with the use of Oof, and then gain the mana advantage with Deathrite Shaman that can be used through the Oof. And then has plenty of counter spells. We still see the 4 Force World, 1 Force of Negation. Even has a Force of Vigor in the main deck.
Okay.
That could be a very interesting one with the extra green cards. Also a couple Dazes, so really playing into this mana denial theme. Life from the Loam to go with the 4 Wasteland, 1 Strip Mine package.
Yeah. We're getting a pass into second land for Frank. I'm really afraid that we're going to see the Collector Oof come down now. We got an untapped or uncracked Misty as well, but Frank not putting down a Deathrite Shaman, and most likely another land is going to have access to that 2 mana. We're going to see a Misty Rainforest being cracked here for Craig. I believe Frank passed on the 1 land, and that's why we're seeing the crack. I'm unsure. Yeah, we're seeing the Undercity Sewers. Frank may have just passed with a single land and no follow-up play for turn 2.
Oof, that is tough. Can't take turns off in this format.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of handicap for that to happen. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Frank has passed with a single land drop.
So have to expect that he has a bunch of pitch map counts, right?
There it is.
That's the reason that you would keep a hand like this and just try to draw the lands that you need. You have to have ways to stop your opponent and slow the game down. Buy yourself those draw steps.
Yeah. We do see a wasteland from Frank.
And this was a mulligan to 6 for Frank, so that also played into the decision. It was keep this or mulligan to 5.
Yeah. Now we just question what was on the bottom. What was binned.
There's another Lavinia. Both copies drawn.
Oh, and both copies countered.
Yeah. But if you're Craig, you're pretty happy to see those get the counter.
Yeah, that's what they were for in the first place.
Now your stock ups and your Luris have more room to breathe. And Frank trying to deny mana to Craig, but Craig keeps making land drops. So things going very well for Craig Jekyll and the Esper Luris deck in the early going. As I always say, this is vintage. Things can turn around in a hurry.
And I love seeing how much this format gets to constantly reset one another. It's not like these games are a slow build-up or even quick build-up to where it's an insurmountable amount of actions to where both players are stuck. It is a constant checking of one another.
There you go. The frog goes unchecked because the Lavinias were checked. And now the frog can run roughshod over the red zone.
Indeed.
Land drawn for Frank, but still no play. So no action even on 2 mana. Just draws with Frog. Thought we might see an Orcish Bowmasters with that trigger on the stack, but none coming for Frank.
Yep.
Actually, just none in the deck. So that was never going to be coming.
We are running out a second Frog here. Wow.
Yeah. Now, really just 1 or 2 counter spells from Craig should be enough to
Yeah.
close out this game. There might be one last gasp for Frank to try to get back into it, and if Craig can shut that 1 or 2 doors, the Frogs will do the rest of the work.
Yep. It'll be very easy for them, not even to win via advantage, but just flat out slamming in there. We have the Life from the Loam.
Yeah, that is not going to draw any attention from Craig, I don't think. And if we see at least 1 Forcible in hand, oh, okay. Has a Forcible to spare, and the Force of Negation will exile the Life from the Loam. Sure.
Yep.
And just, Craig has an embarrassment of riches here. He's up so many cards.
And is that another Force?
Yeah, and that will leave Frank empty-handed.
Wow. And then another Force from Craig.
And Craig explaining that he fought over the other counter spells so that the Force of Negation would resolve, thus exiling the Life from the Loam.
Yep. This puts Frank in most likely a dead position within 2 turns due to the Frogs. They're going to have enough to be pumped next turn for lethal. A dig through time coming. Wow.
There you go. Just dig through time for, any sort of counter spell.
Yeah.
Even a Wasteland.
Yeah. Anything to put Frank off of being able to respond. We don't want anything to hit this board.
Yeah. I'm
Even a
guessing
Shaman.
Anything Frank draws that gets him back into the game starts with Ancestral Recall, so Wasteland on Underground Sea
Yes.
would be helpful.
Correct, yeah. And I don't believe we've seen Craig play a land this turn.
There are a couple of Abrupt Decays in Frank's list that could answer these Frogs, but
Yeah.
answering one doesn't really get you much of anywhere.
Nope.
You have to answer both.
Yep. Do we see a OBM, an Orcish Bowmaster, in his list?
No Bowmasters for Frank. His creatures are the Oofs, the 2 Leovold, the 4 Frogs.
I am fearful for Frank.
I think we can safely call this game for Craig Jekyll. It's just going to take another turn or 2.
Yep. The Wasteland has hit. The Frogs are about to bin the rest of this hand and go in for lethal most likely. But Craig doing a good job not rolling it out too harsh. Frank presenting his exile, trying to explain the position he's in, it seems.
Okay. What is
Frank.
this? Another Underground Sea.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
Frank's giving us the normal, hey man, what's next?
Frank, you're allowed to concede at any time.
The Wasteland is hit again for the 3rd time.
Oh, now Craig starts going in on these Frogs.
Yep,
Let's
just a
pump it
little
up.
bit. Only using lands.
Do some quick math, see what he needs to, to discard to make sure his opponent's dead in the time frame he wants him without pitching any cards he may need to counter whatever Frank draws.
Yep.
And
Frank finally concedes after hoping there's some kind of extra fate on top. Maybe
Yeah.
he's not running any miracles, is he?
no miracles for Frank, but
Yeah,
he does have 2 more games to try to win to take this match down.
absolutely.
An unfortunate draw there in game 1. Never really got off the ground
Yeah.
in any way, and Craig ran away with it.
we didn't see him put anything that was advancing his game plan and or stopping Craig's long term, because Frank was quick with those 2 counters, was fighting over what seemed to be at the time no-brainers. It's 2 Lavinias. You got Forcible in hand. Of course you're going to hit those. But if anything, Craig just drew out exactly what he wanted to not hit his frogs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not like you can't, not force Lavinia, because once Lavinia is down, you can't force her will at all. So it is very good bait.
Yes.
But it was ultimately just a bait.
Yep.
And once the frog sticks, the game was over.
Yeah. And we're looking at it from an angle, too, where the fact is Craig did draw into another frog. He just lucked into that draw and got to put it down on curve after all the interaction was spent. So it couldn't have gone better for Craig.
Absolutely. Could not have possibly gone better.
Yep.
So checking out Frank's sideboard to see what he might be able to do to help turn this one around. I see 1 Endurance, 2 Energy Flux, 2 Fatal Push, a Force of Negation, 2 Knight of Infamy, 4 Leyline of the Void, 2 Soul Rend, and 1 The Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. I like the Fatal Pushes here against Frog, Orcish Bowmasters, Luris. Good removal against those. Nothing else is really jumping out to me here.
No.
It very much looks like Frank has come with a deck that is designed more to beat shops and initiative.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
especially with things like Knight of Infamy and Soul Rend in the sideboard for the initiative matchup, has not come necessarily with the Luris decks in mind. That said, it might be that he just likes his Luris matchup from his main deck.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you don't have much in the sideboard for a matchup, it's not that you're not expecting it. It's that you feel so comfortable with your 60, you don't need much help in the sideboard.
I think a big part of that is that Frank's list is running removal that is a little bit more agnostic of the situation. It can hit anything, which is really great. And I think, with a good pilot and good knowledge of one another's decks, being able to have removal at that level makes it way more deadly. But the big thing is the Leovolds in his main list. And that is where I think he thinks he's going to be gaining his massive advantage against these Luris piles.
That's definitely one of his main sources of card advantage, but I think Frank's approaching this matchup very differently. As opposed to fighting as much on the card advantage axis, he's fighting on the mana axis.
Yes.
His Collector Oof to deny mana. He has Life in the Loam to recur his Wastelands when you've also already used your Wastelands.
Yep.
So I expect to see Frank to try to hammer the mana here from Craig Jekyll and really limit the ability for him to maneuver, maybe limit his ability to even get Luris into play at all, pass stock up at all, and then ride some of his creatures to victory, knowing that if all Craig is able to do is play out an early Psychic Frog or Orcish Bowmasters, like you said, Frank's removal is well prepared for that.
Deathrite is going to get a force, but the daze from the top rope for Frank is going to be able to stop that from happening.
Okay, excellent start for Frank. Is able to generate a bit of card advantage, countering the Forcible with 1 card. He's also quite ahead on tempo with the Deathrite Shaman. Now we'll see how Craig can respond.
Yep, and Craig has no reason to have to play around cracking, especially due to the fact that he has already cracked his own. Frank is going to be able to exile his, so he is going to go into turn 2 with 2 mana and is going to be able to slam a Collector Oof if he does have it, putting Craig in a very precarious position going forward. It was a Brainstorm pitched to the Force of Will, so this also lowered Craig's ability to decide on what to do during Frank's turn. So the swords will come out now in order to stop the oof.
Yeah, clearly Craig is valuing the Deathrite Shaman. Tried to use a Force of Will on it, that didn't work. Now he's going to spend a Swords to Plowshares on it.
Yeah.
So I think he also understands that Frank is going to try to develop that mana advantage and then blunt the artifact mana with Collector Oof. So he's trying to stop those Deathrites, prevent that mana advantage from being generated. And that'll limit the effectiveness of the Wastelands. You see here Frank using that Wasteland without any battlefield. He doesn't really gain a ton from that.
Yep. It looks like we are reminding ourselves that the Swords to Plowshares does in fact gain him those life.
Yep. That is not a trigger that can be missed. That is just resolving the effect of a card.
I'll never understand why Swords to Plowshare gains life and Path to Exile is the one that gives you the land. Psychic Frog for Frank. After shutting Craig off a land, but there is the Force of Will.
Okay, so the threat is neutralized for Craig, but now he's down 2 cards from those 2 Force of Wills. He's struggling to make mana and make his land drops. Here's another land getting to 2. Does he have a frog of his own? That would be huge.
Craig seems to always have it. We had the force, the swords, into another force. This is very tense considering the amount of wasteland action that's been going on in both of these poor souls at 2 lands. And there's the Lavinia. Will we see a response? We will not. Lucky enough. Oh, and a terrible misplay for Frank there. Frank ended up casting his Mock Sapphire into the Lavinia after a good shrug.
Can't do that.
Psychic Frog coming down for Craig as well.
So now we have dueling frogs, but because of the 2 Force Wills, it should be Frank that has more cards in hand.
Absolutely. We may be trading frog for frog if we want to get frisky, but I doubt it. We're definitely hopping it.
Frogs have a hard time trading for each other because they always have more toughness and power.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Blow for blow, as in
Yeah.
we will not be blocking one another.
Whoever has the biggest frog gets to determine whether they're attacking or blocking, right? And I think that's Frank, and
Yep.
he has determined that he wants them to be attacking.
Yes.
Which is a little precarious because you're the one trying to play mana denial, and if you give both players a few extra cards, you're going to give Craig some extra mana and blunt the effectiveness of your mana denial plan. You know, resource restriction and mana denial go hand in hand.
Very much so. Frank has a tough decision.
I can understand the desire to want to draw more cards yourself because, you know, maybe Frank doesn't have a great play this turn, wanted to draw into something. But this attack would make perfect sense if he has a removal spell for Craig's Frog.
Absolutely.
There's an Abrupt Decay coming here. This looks like it might be an Oko or a Leovold, and we're fetching for a 3rd land.
Yep. We have grabbed the green. There is the Leovold, yes.
Okay.
And the 3rd force from Craig. The man's always has it.
I think that's empty hand now, so
Yes.
just draws for turn. Gets in, but gets to draw
Wow.
another card with his own frog. Does he find anything he likes? I think the first person to find a removal spell for the opposing frog is going to be the person very far ahead.
Yes, yes.
So it's Abrupt Decay and Fatal Push versus Swords to Plowshares.
And we've already seen one from Craig, so Frank does have, hopefully, an out here. We are wastelanding, which is very good.
So Wasteland take you off the white mana for your Swords to Plowshares.
Yes.
What else does that come with? Just a pass, and there it is, an upkeep Fatal Push.
And the mental misstep, Craig! Cut it out!
Ooh, was that a counterspell back?
It was a fluster.
Flusterstorm on the mental misstep, so Frank has the counter back for the misstep. He successfully answers Craig's Frog, and now Frank is in the driver's seat in this game.
Absolutely.
He has Frog advantage,
That's
and Craig
exciting.
is stuck on just an Underground Sea, so cannot draw Swords to Plowshares to answer it. Does Craig have any pushes in his list?
And we are on so many top deck scenarios here, and somehow it's still panning out.
Okay. Craig has a Fatal Push and a Dismember in his sideboard. I imagine those are both in the deck right now.
Yeah.
Those have to be the cards that he's looking to draw, or, you know, Ancestral into them, plus a land.
And it does look like we do have a life total discrepancy that we are trying to fix here. Most likely due to a missed fetch or anything during the heat of this very intense game.
Yeah, both players, you know, jockeying for position, back and forth, trying to pull ahead on both mana and cards. Right now, it is Frank Lodovico who is ahead on both.
Yep.
He has won both of those mini battles.
I believe they're discussing the possibility that Lavinia had swung in, but I don't believe they ever did.
Lavinia attacked the previous turn.
Okay.
Absolutely came in with the frog. Okay, looks like that was resolved.
Wonderful.
All right, play is resumed with life totals at 13 all. So this fetch now is going to put Frank down to 12, and the attack from Frog. Looks like a card is going to be pitched to the Frog, so that should bring Craig down to 11.
Yep.
Here's
Collector Oof comes down. It is an attacker.
Yeah, just another creature here. At this stage of the game, Frank is about shutting the window as quickly as possible.
Yep.
Closing speed and finding another counterspell to stop the top decks from Craig.
Yep.
Now, that counterspell cannot be a pitch counter because of Lavinia, but something like another Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce would be excellent because of Craig's lack of mana.
We're leaving the Leovold, the Wasteland, and one other behind.
Okay, Frog will come in for another 2. That should drop Craig to 9. Okay, make it 8 since Frank will pitch Beseiju to pump up the Frog again. At a certain point, Frank can force a trade on the ground between Collector Oof and Lavinia. It's just a question of whether he wants to. Okay, no trade needed. He drew an Abrupt Decay, so that will take care of the Lavinia, and now the Collector Oof and Frog can swing in together.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has enough cards to just go all in. He knows there's no potential swords because Craig has no white mana.
Yep.
Frank takes game 2.
Yeah. Showing the power of Wasteland and the threat that Life from the Loam was last game and why it was countered. It is no wonder Frank is able to pull ahead using that properly.
Yeah. The mana game here is very important from Frank, and I think that's why you saw the fight over the Deathrite Shaman on turn 1.
Absolutely.
If Frank is able to stick a turn 1 Deathrite and untap with it, it makes his Wasteland so much more powerful. Because he's able to do something like, play Wasteland, waste your thing, and then play another spell.
Yep.
And now you're down a land and under even more pressure.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
It's just a cascading tempo advantage that becomes very difficult for Craig to catch up from, especially if Frank can shut off the artifact mana via Collector Oof.
Easily, yeah. And more so, we're going to keep seeing Frank do everything he can to keep that down. And it's not like Craig's going to have what he did this game. And even though Craig did not win, oh my goodness, his counterspell suite was just insane.
Yeah, he had a lot of Force of Wills, but unless you can force everything, you need to pair that with some sort of card advantage to recoup. He never had any sort of card advantage outside of the couple attacks with the Frog, and that wasn't gaining him an advantage. It was keeping parity with the opposing Frog. He was never advantaged on any axis there.
None, yeah.
So he actually probably would have been better off just having more spot removal.
Yes.
Instead of having to Force of Will all of those threats.
Yeah. It was force sword, force into a mental.
And he does have quite a bit of spot removal in the deck. He has 4 Swords to Plowshares in the 75. He has a Dismember and a Fatal Push. So 6 removal spells going to be in the deck for this game 3. And those are the cards I'd be looking for if I'm Craig Jekyll, because they're the cards that allow me to trade on a 1-for-1 basis with these problematic threats, and they still allow me to do it cheaply. So even if Frank has had a Wasteland or 2, I should be able to cast a Swords to Plowshares or a Fatal Push and answer the key threats. And once you answer those key threats and you buy yourself a bunch of time, then you can undo the Wastelands by just drawing into lands eventually.
Yeah, yeah. And Craig being on the play here is crucial because I'm seeing a Swords and 2 Moxen in his hand.
So him being able to lay these Moxen early, jump out to an early mana advantage, will also mitigate the effectiveness of the mana denial package from Frank Ludovico.
Yep.
Oh, and it's Black Lotus, not just 2 Moxen. Huge mana here on turn 1 for Craig Jekyll. And given how important the mana denial plan is for Frank, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him fight over that Lotus.
Absolutely.
I think Lotus resolving is a strong sign that he does not have a force of any kind in hand. Now, what does this Lotus do? Is it buying
Lurrus? Oh. No, we're not.
Is this a stock up? Ooh, no.
Psychic
I think it's
Frog.
Psychic Frog Demonic Tutor.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, Psychic Frog resolves, and now Demonic Tutor. Probably find Ancestral Recall.
What a strange open. Frank not keeping any counter magic.
Well, this
So it
is a matchup
seems.
where, I think having a force isn't necessarily as important. It's
Yes.
not about trading on turn one because these incredibly explosive starts aren't that common in this matchup.
Yep.
It just so happens that Craig had the opening hand Lotus with a bunch of stuff to do with it here.
Absolutely.
And Frank is getting quite punished for not having a force.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, I wouldn't be digging for mulliganing aggressively for a force will or force negation. Okay.
Ancestral Recall.
Craig goes for the upkeep ancestral just to prevent force and negation.
Yep.
Because that's a card that maybe Frank, would have allowed a Lotus to resolve and then couldn't counter the frog.
Yeah.
Small chances of force and negation there, so just good operations from Craig Jekyll. Now, Frank, step one, I think, is do you have an answer to the frog? A fatal push here, abrupt decay, and then does he have a threat of his own?
Yep.
With that Mox
He
Jet,
has to.
something like fatal push plus death right, that would be a great turn here.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's
We just see a pass. Nothing
Okay.
from Frank.
I'm guessing it's an abrupt decay,
Yeah.
and he's just giving his opponent an opportunity to discard cards to Psychic
Yeah.
Frog for no
Yep.
reason. Giving his opponent an opportunity to make a mistake.
Absolutely. As we all should.
Immediately fetches once the attack comes in.
Yes.
I would bet dollars to donuts there's an abrupt decay coming in about 4 seconds.
Mm-hmm. It still leaves Craig in a good position at the end of the day because he did get to fire off the Ancestral Recall. He will have access to put Luris into his hand after this attack, if so be.
Yeah, he's effectively down a card from the Lotus, right? If the frog is killed. So he's up 2 cards from the Ancestral, down a card from the Lotus, still up a card overall, and still has the Luris.
Yeah.
And he's not staring down any sort of threat from Frank. He's
None,
sort of
yeah.
stolen the initiative in this game by virtue of being on the play and having that great turn 1.
Yep.
And that is going to mean he has more time, could cast something like a stock up here.
Yeah. And that's why I just think this is such a good spot for him to be in. I don't think he has lost his tempo even slightly with that being gone.
No, Frank has just gotten back to even.
Yep.
On tempo. And now Craig can either put him behind by having another threat or can use the fact that he's still even on tempo to take the time to stock up and find some answers.
Yeah.
And that's normally a card that would be, I would imagine, difficult to cast in this matchup. There's so much mana denial and early threats from the Sultai deck, and things like Daze, you just don't have time.
Yep. We're going to leave Interaction up instead, although I like the idea of grabbing Luris because you have Frog and you do have Lotus in field, but we're going to see a Gitaxian Probe cast. We're about to see Craig's hand here, possibly.
It's like he might be fighting over this. No, just
a Snapcaster.
thought this might be an Orcish Bowmasters. It is a Snapcaster Mage, so going to try to Ancestral again in response.
We are seeing the Spell Pierce.
Ancestral should be exiled.
Yep. And then we may need to remind the judges on that one. But we are seeing the hand. It is a Get Probe, Land, Spell Pierce, Fatal Push, Swords. So this is exactly what we were talking about going into this game. The spot removal is full in hand. For some reason, the Get Probe most likely was pulled off of this Ancestral Recall. That once again should be in exile due to Snapcaster's rebounding ability.
Yeah, so plenty of answers. Just needs more card advantage and threats, and has a little bit of a clock here from the Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, has the Lotus in the graveyard, so once he gets Luris going, that is going to be a huge threat.
Yep. Hopefully the judges are able to make the correct call.
And for now, the Ancestral in the graveyard's not really affecting anything, but
Yeah, not until we see Luris come out, then, or not even that, due to it not being a permanent.
well, I mean, if the Snapcaster goes to the graveyard,
Then
you
it
can
is,
recast
yes.
it with Luris,
Yeah.
then it makes a difference.
There is the Demonic Tutor.
So what does Frank want to Demonic Tutor for? He's tapping out, so won't get to use something like an Ancestral until next turn.
Yep.
He's seen his opponent's hand. He knows there's answers to creatures in it, so Psychic Frog wouldn't be a great get.
Yep. Yep. Demonic Tutoring after seeing what was in hand, I'm going to assume it's going to be a Wasteland.
Ancestral Recall is in exile where it belongs.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can think of here is either Life or Wasteland. Because we don't know what Frank is already packing.
Yeah. That could be a very strong way to limit the effectiveness of the card advantage from Craig, but it's also a plan that takes a lot of time to implement.
Very. We do see the Gataxian probe come down. Get to see what Frank is working with finally. The mystery unveiled. Let's see what we have.
Should get an idea of what the Demonic Tutor went for as well.
Got the Abrupt Decay, the Life, the Leovold, and a Bayou.
So I imagine this was the Life
The
of the
Life
Loam,
from the Loam,
taking off
yeah.
Demonic Tutor.
Craig moving on for the rest of his turn, not really knowing what develops next. Leovold would eat a lot of what's in the hand currently. Quite frankly, everything. Brainstorm.
Okay. So now, there's definitely a fetch land in hand. So
You have
can
two
shuffle away the
swords.
bad cards. Got multiple removal spells. But Life in the Loam will eventually strip you of all your lands.
Absolutely. And so
So-
that is the terror
If you're
here.
Craig, you really want more threats. You want to
Yes.
get some threats down, especially getting the Luris down would be excellent since you have the Lotus to recur. That would basically
Absolutely.
solve your mana issues even if you don't have lands.
Completely. Yes.
But I suppose he has the mana this turn to just buy Luris and the next turn cast it even if he gets Wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a great idea for him.
But there is the Abrupt Decay in hand for Frank, and Craig knows about that.
Yep.
And there's no real way for him to stop it. He needs
Yeah.
to bait it out on something else, like a Psychic Frog, and I don't think he has found that.
Yep. Very happy Craig going to combat with Snappy, remembering to do so. We'll see if we're going to see Luris be purchased here. And instead, we're going to have a Wasteland onto the Tropical Island. Take Frank
Interesting.
off of green for now, but Bayou is in hand. So we're not taking him off anything.
Yeah, and with the Loam, he just gets the lands back. This is a tempo play from Craig Jekyll. He is trying to get himself in a spot where Frank has to spend all of his resources mucking around with Life from the Loam, and Craig can just keep plunking across with this Snapcaster Mage.
Yep.
It's going to take a lot of swings from Snapcaster Mage to end this game.
Yes, and the Spell Pierce is used.
On a Time Walk?
Yeah. We see the Bayou and the pass. It's time for more snappy kicks to the shins.
Let's keep getting in there.
Yep. Another Wasteland hitting the Bayou, taking off the green mana.
Okay, so Craig finding multiple Wastelands took
Wow.
the gambit that the first one wouldn't get loamed back immediately and is paid off. Now has potentially cut Frank Lodovico off of green mana entirely, and that would be huge.
Yeah. I don't know if Craig had both in hand at the time, but if he did, then that was absolutely the right thing to do. Luris being purchased, put into hand, and we have a game plan set very clearly for Craig moving forward here. Frank is going to have to find something new to stop all this because anything threatening in his hand right now has a 100% shut and done answer.
Okay, so Green Source is drawn for Frank Lodovico, so he's not locked out of his hand just yet. May see him loam here to make sure he doesn't get wastelanded again. Instead goes for Leovold.
Leovold is a great magnet, but at the moment is not shutting Craig off of any card draw that he would like. The Ancestral in exile, notably.
And we know there's multiple swords in Craig's hand. He'd give up a card to Frank, but clear away this Leovold. And there it is.
If anything, that was 3 mana, draw a card, and a mental misstep off the top rope for
That was a
Frank.
good one. That was a good one.
You love to see it.
Yeah. And not only does that trade for the plow, forcing the second plow on the Leovold means another card.
Yep.
So you're up another card in order for Craig to clear away the Leovold.
I would have to assume that we are going to go see a Tundra get pulled here, and we're going to see another Swords.
I think we'll see Lotus first. Let's cast the swords with
Most
2 white
likely,
floating.
yeah.
That way the Lurrus gets onto the battlefield, but
then again, we don't want the
there's
abrupt decay.
so
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
you gotta hold off on that.
Yeah. There's a lot of layers to this, but I think there's only things on top of the deck that will change that, and I think that's exactly what just happened. These top deck draws right now are everything, and we are seeing Lurrus into the decay for next turn. Wow. Gosh. I don't know if I like that.
Well, the plan that Craig is trying to implement here is definitely a tempo-oriented one. So
Very.
getting the Lurrus out and forcing Frank to spend his next turn abrupt decaying instead of
Are we
loaming or
gonna
anything
see a
else.
demonic tutor? Okay, I was about to say we had 2 black floating there.
Yeah, does seem like a reasonable part of this game plan.
Yeah,
But I think Craig is going to need another threat. He needs to find a Psychic Frog.
absolutely. Frank fires off the loam instead of starting off.
Oh, if the loam resolves, then you have enough mana
Yeah.
for the decay anyway. It's a
But
little
risky,
risky
though. Yeah,
to
it's a bit
potential
risky.
counter spell. But you're tapped out. It would need to be a forest, and there's only 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
So he
Realistic.
takes the risk and gets paid off. Abrupt Decay takes out the Lurrus after jokingly pointing at the Mock Sapphire.
Yep.
So, okay, the Lurrus is now down.
Yeah. The shin kickings will continue until card draw improves.
And Craig's sort of gambit here, trying to buy himself time to come across the finish line with Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's going to work. I think Frank is going to have enough time to stabilize this battlefield.
I believe it. With
and
the
take
loam.
control with his superior resource generation.
Yep. We have green mana. We have a now third source of green mana. Frank is in no shortage of mana. We have a Mox Emerald coming down on top of that. We're seeing 3 mana tap for an Oko. And this is where Craig chooses to interact, exiling it by hard casting a Force of Negation.
Okay, well now, what does Frank have left? Maybe if Frank gets run down to empty and just has a bunch of lands from this loam, maybe the Snapcaster does go all the way.
Yeah. You can only lose enough toes until the foot don't work. And it feels like we're just pulling one off at a time with this Snapcaster.
Well, the Strip Mine is still a solid draw from Frank. Now we can start loaming away all of these lands for Craig.
Yeah.
But he does need to answer
You can't
the
strip mine a
Snapcaster
Mancaster.
So I don't think he can just loam every single turn.
Yeah, we have a Treasure Cruise.
That's pretty good.
Bond right tail. Your match is
It's just a recall at home.
Yep.
You and go ball. Bond right tail. You report to your match.
One of my favorite sets. Gave us Tasker. What a fun card. Good old Banana Man.
So much text, still worse than Gurmag Angler.
Yep.
Attention convention goers. Just want to remind you that we have the extra life burner up by our artist station in the front of the hall.
And we have a Dig Through Time as a follow-up, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a dig. Plenty of cards in the graveyard to feed to Dell.
Wow. We are digging this game.
It's not going to take too much more interaction for Craig to close out this game with the snaps.
Not at all, yeah. But Frank, like you said, having access to those constant wastelands, if Snappy gets removed, we're in a totally different world.
Absolutely. Then the loam strip mine engine becomes advantageous for Frank.
Becomes damn.
Decisively advantageous.
Yes. I like what Frank's cooking on here. It's just the shin kicks are going to get him one of these days. We've yet to see an oof this game or last game, or we saw one at the very end. What else are we looking to hit for Frank? Just curious.
I mean, any way to check this Snapcaster Mage. A removal spell, a bigger creature, even a Death Ray Shaman to trade would be fine.
Yep. A Leovold.
Yeah, Leovold would be excellent.
Yep.
Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, wouldn't be bad.
The universal answer.
Yeah.
All lands.
All lands.
Frank Ludovico.
Oh my goodness, the Snapcaster kicks actually take it. What a game.
Snapcaster Mage goes all the way.
Yeah, it does. You can't just put aside something like that every turn. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Frank. Game one, it was no mana. Game three, it was flood.
Only mana.
And it was a bad round to have that happen in here in round 6, making a deep run. Now, if a lot of our 5-1 players are unable to draw and have to play it out, that opens up space for 5-2 players to get into the top 8. So
absolutely,
not all hope lost for Frank Ludovico. He still has one more round to play. He has to put this match behind him, play his best next round, hope for the tiebreaker gods to shine upon him.
Absolutely. And I think Frank really displayed a very good mastery of his deck. It just didn't work for him. And I do think that's more on the deck than it is on Frank. I think he played to his outs excellent this game. I don't think I really saw anything tempo-wise that I would disagree with. And the deck just did not deliver for him.
Yeah, the one thing I would point to is that, unlike most of the other blue decks in this format, this Sultai build of Frank's is not playing a lot of card selection.
Yes.
There's no, I don't think there's any stock ups. The card advantage is coming from the creatures mainly.
Yep.
And so if those creatures don't live, Psychic Frog, Oko, I'll count as an honorary creature. Your only real card advantage from your spells is coming from Life from the Loam, that only finds you lands. Coming from your one Brainstorm, your one Ancestral Recall, your one Dig Through Time, your one Treasure Cruise. Oh, and he's not even playing Treasure Cruise, just Dig Through Time. That's
just Dig, oh my gosh.
So, without the stock ups, then there are going to be games where I think you flood out more readily. And so his deck is a little more vulnerable to that. It bit him here in game 3, and he drops to 4-2.
Absolutely. Well, Frank, thank you for a good showing of your deck. We hope that you do well in your next round, and we will see you guys in the next round. Now we do, correct.
Okay, so the matchup you are seeing right now is between AJ Franklin and the YouTuber Scoop Phase. Franklin on the bottom of your screen playing the Mono White Initiative deck. And then Scoop Phase is on Luris Paradoxical Outcome.
Yes. It was Scoop Phase and
AJ Franklin.
AJ Franklin. The Archon has already hit the board. Wow.
So,
if you guys know anything about Scoop Phase, he is a known Krakashima player. He's got the tattoo sporting there, as you see him reach across the table. It's all in the thumbs. With one spell per turn, you're going to think about it a little bit, you know? You're going to be a little bit more interested in what you're going to do with your turn. And so buying the Luris there didn't seem to be what was enjoying. So we're going to get fires here onto the Chrome Mox.
Yeah, taking a look at Scoop Phase's list, I'm not seeing a lot of ways to... Okay, well, we already found a,
Yeah,
we found a flame. Okay.
We found a flame.
Well, ignore me. We have one of the ways. There's 2 Flame of Anor, and it's probably a bounce spell somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. There's Swords to Flashers. Okay.
Yes.
So
Is
3
that
removal
the
spells.
Phyrexian rule of law?
That, I think, is a... No, it wouldn't be a Seal of Cleansing in this deck, right?
No.
Could be a Boromir? No Boromirs in this list.
Is it Anointed Peacekeeper?
Could be Anointed Peacekeeper. An Ancestral Grab with this Thunder Trap Trainer.
Got some interesting tokens here.
So it looks like we're just on a Construct plan.
Yep. And that's it.
Nothing
That's
going.
Yeah.
A bunch of damage taken from the Ancient Tomb early, and these Constructs represented a huge clock.
Wow. Scoop Phase scooting in.
Oh, it's a 4th Air Links. Those were not Constructs. So that is going to be game to Scoop Phase here.
Looks like we got an improper shuffle from Scoop. He's trying to get himself back in order.
Oof. That's always awkward.
Absolutely.
But, game 1 took about 45 seconds, so you got some time.
You got some time.
Take your time there. But looking at AJ's sideboard, has 3 Archon of Absolution, 2 Containment Priest, 2 Sanctifier and Vec, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 4 Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Thalia's definitely great here.
There they are. The 4 just got pulled.
And that's probably the only 4 coming in. Archon's clearly for the mirror. This is not a Containment Priest or Graveyardy matchup. Those are more for the Bazaar decks. While some Luris decks we've seen have creatures like Psychic Frog and Orcish Bowmasters, the Paradoxical lists tend to play just 1 Snapcaster Mage to combo with Paradoxical and Thunder Trap Trainer. Nothing you're really interested in swordsing. And in terms of Luris itself, you're usually trying to end the game before Luris becomes a factor.
Absolutely,
when you're playing this Mono White Initiative deck. You're the beatdown deck. Let's be very aggressive. Bring in the Thalias. Bring out,
anything that can slow or concede any mana. We don't want to see removal having to be cast.
You may see something like Chancellor of the Annex taken out.
Yeah.
It'd be a powerful card in your opening hand, but not a good card to draw later. And by swapping it with Thalia, you make your deck more threat dense.
Absolutely.
Because you know your opponent's going to be bringing in more removal. They'll be more prepared to answer your early creatures, so you need more follow-up creatures in order to establish that early clock that is so important.
Yes. Or more likely than not, we're going to see a pretty aggressive mulligan from Franklin again in order to get the Archon. But being that Scoop Phase, it looks like plays very well into this matchup with his deck list, considering his ability to go to combat with so many creatures that have already given him value. He's not really worried about what's happening to them.
No, he's mainly, his goal here is to buy himself enough time to do something disgusting with Paradoxical, or in this case, it was for the Aer Lingus, which can serve as sort of a proxy Paradoxical that just, one card dominates the game. And there wasn't really early pressure in that game outside of the one Archon of Emeria.
Yeah.
He had the answer to it in Flame of Anor, and that was that. The follow-up card there from AJ was actually a Void Mirror. Got confirmation from the judge on that one, which is a 4 of in the main deck, and a very solid card in a lot of matchups, but it is not itself a threat.
Nope.
So, once would have been pretty good against Paradoxical outcome.
Absolutely.
But he happened to be up against the 4th Aer Lingus that game. So a draw that lined up very, very well for Scoop Phase here in game 1. And AJ is going to try to find a draw with a little bit more action here after sideboarding.
And for those being able to make it to day 2, they are fighting for this trophy, getting the Black Lotus. This is the battle for the Black Lotus Vintage. This is the last round of the day, which, in all honesty, we were dealing with so many other things today with production that this kind of went fast. I'm not going to lie.
And judges have been running a tight ship. This is a 9 a.m. start time, and we're not even at 4 o'clock.
Wow. That's an incredible work. So, Steel City Spectacular Judges doing an amazing job keeping this going, keeping players playing the game. Very thankful for that. I think AJ likes what he sees. That is, I think it's 2 Moxen in hand and an Ancient Tomb? Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
That's exactly what you want to see. It now just needs a couple threats. You
Yeah, he's
basically
got the
want
Archon.
exactly enough mana to cast your early threats, 3 or 4 mana on turn 1. From there, you just want to slam a new threat that they have to worry about turn after turn after turn until they're dead.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to find a better hand than that, unless he's just not on the colors he needs.
Well, I see Archon of Emeria. I think there's a Witch Enchanter.
Yeah.
And maybe a Void Mirror. So really only the one threat in Archon again.
Yeah.
That could be the problem. He's going to need to find some other threat to follow up that Archon, or he could run into the same issue he had in game 1, where the Archon gets answered, and then Scoop Phase has all the time in the world to do whatever his deck does.
And Franklin doesn't have the level of context that we have for what's in Scoop Phase's list. He doesn't realize how, well, I'm not going to say lucky, but how well kept that Fires was. There's not a lot in Scoop Phase's list that would actually deal with an Archon.
Yeah, he does board in a lot more removal. He boards up to 4 swords in total and a Dismember, so we'll have, and 2 portable if he wants those, but those don't really answer the creatures.
No.
So as far as answering creatures, he is going to have 4 swords, 1 Dismember, 2 Flame of North, 7 removal spells in his post-sideboard configuration. That's excellent.
There is a world in which there is a Cavern of Souls on top of Franklin's library.
Mulligan to 6 here for Scoop Phase up top.
Looks like they're putting a Gataxian Probe on the bottom. Good bin. Ancient Tomb followed up, most likely with a Moxen. There we go. 3 Moxen.
Okay, so that's 5 mana available.
Wow.
Are any of those Pearl?
I don't see it. I don't know what that one is other than those other 2 Moxen.
It's a Black Lotus. Not 3 Moxen. It's just 7 mana on turn 1.
Just 7.
7 mana, but doesn't do anything with it?
Doesn't play the Archon?
Well, what is the
All
plan
right,
here
Ross.
for AJ
All right,
Franklin?
Ross. I'm gonna need you to explain that to me. I'm a bit lost at the moment.
Okay, the idea is the Black Lotus is a one-shot effect. It's his only source of white, so he wants to be able to cast 2 threats with it, and he only has the 1 threat currently in hand. So he's going to wait until he finds another threat, double spell with the Lotus, and go from there. And if
The
he,
Lotus is being cracked at end step.
I think that we're back on AJ's turn. It was just
okay,
land go
okay.
on turn 1 from scoop phase. So
Got it.
you can't play the Archon first, right? You
Yep.
got to play whatever you drew first.
Yep.
And that is a White Plume Adventurer.
Yes. That gets forced.
No venturing
Yep.
for AJ, but now the coast should be clear for the Archon of Emeria. Does need to tap the Ancient Tombs. This will be Archon of Emeria with 1 floating.
So Spell Pierce would in fact stop it. We are getting a fetch.
It's a creature, so Spell Pierce isn't going to stop.
Oh, yes.
Will have to be either another Force or a Lightning. No, it's a Bolt. A Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
But with Force on the White Plume Adventurer, the Archon is not too much pressure. And this would be a fetch in response, I think, regardless if it's a removal spell or not, because he wants to land untapped.
Yep.
Right. Doesn't get a white source, so this can't be Swords to Plowshares.
Yep. We made
That Ancestral Recall?
Yep.
Okay, so Ancestral's in response to the Archon, trying to find another Force. Sure he did.
No, it looks like 2 stock ups and something else.
Oh, and then a Wasteland
Oh
on the
my
vault.
gosh.
So an excellent turn 2 from AJ after the Nothing Burger turn 1.
That is devastating.
Now all Scoop Phase can do is play a tapped Flooded Strand. Now plays Boxer V as his 1 spell for turn. Has a Mana Vault in hand.
Yep.
We'll have to wait till next turn to cast that.
Yep.
And if you're AJ, you're just trying to draw. I guess you need white source and another threat. That
Yeah.
was the problem with this draw. But for now, the Archon will be getting in repeatedly.
Yeah. We have a Swords in hand. And that is a Mox Ruby.
So has the Swords. But if AJ can find another Wasteland,
Yeah.
Scoop Phase will need to get a Tundra that enters tapped with his fetch and then untap with it in order to cast Swords. So there'll be a window to Wasteland at first.
Looks like we're seeing the Mana Vault be run out into most likely a fetch, so the Swords can hit next turn. We'll wait and see. Those 2 stock ups have to be burning a hole in his hand. They're either stock ups or they're the Storm.
Okay, and here's that Witch Enchanter because a white source is drawn. I believe that was Cavern of Souls.
Yes. Yep, that's Cavern.
That'll be Cavern on Human. Play the Witch Enchanter. This will blow up either the Mox or the Mana Vault. I would lean Vault.
Yeah. The Vault is getting destroyed.
That's more pressure.
That is a fetch. We will be seeing most likely a Tundra.
AJ checking that Flooded Strand should in fact be untapped. Yes.
Yeah.
This is the second turn it's been in play.
Yep.
And there's Meticulous Archive. That's going to enter tapped
Yeah.
anyway, so might as well.
I like it. Smart.
Get a surveil in.
Our concessions this evening will be closing at 5 p.m. That means that you have just to go over there and grab any last snacks before you lose the ability for the night. Once again, make sure to stop and grab a few last snacks before 5 p.m.
Untapping with 2 mana. We have our white source. We did, in fact, draw a land, although it will come in tapped.
Well,
The
not anymore.
Swords, the
Swords
Archon.
first. And now things looking much better for
Yeah.
Scoop Phase. He's taken away half of the clock. His hand is effectively unlocked. And there really isn't much left for AJ Franklin. Just the 1 card in hand. Has Cavern on Human.
Yep.
As his only white source.
Adventurer off the top. AJ is giving us a think tank moment. We're going to swing in. Put Scoop Phase down. We're going to Wasteland the only white mana source. Scoop.
Oof. Big oof.
Yep. We did find what looks like to be a polluted delta. But we can't go get another white source, which we did. Rolls. Rubbly bubbly.
Thundertrap Trainer going to come across for its obligatory point. I do see several stock ups in hand.
Yeah. Possibly another Thundertrap Trainer.
Scoop Phase going to carefully consider the options. He's in a good position. He's in the don't screw it up phase.
Yes, absolutely. The game can be his if he walks out of this clean. But right now does not have access to the counter magic he would need to stop anything. Not that it would, considering we do have a cavern, but the cavern would not allow him to cast the Archon. So at least Scoop is safe from another Archon hitting the battlefield.
Snapcaster Mage going to
Snapcaster
come
Mage.
ambush this Witch Enchanter.
Yep.
You love to see it.
Absolutely.
Snapcaster Mage in its natural habitat. Oh yeah, I'll flash back the Ancestral Recall while I'm at it.
Might as well. We got a Flame, we got a Swords, and one other card.
But no more mana. That's really the bottleneck for Scoop Phase right now. He has a ton of cards in hand.
Yep.
He'd like to be casting all of them, but only 3 mana
A lot
available.
of them are quite reactionary, but it looks like we're going to get the other Storm out of his hand.
There's a Mox Opal, but 1 artifact short of Metalcraft. Seems like it would be a good turn for a stock up that can dig for a land.
Yep. There it is.
I think we found a good land. The old Tolarian Academy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to take that and a Force of Will. We're not too far away from the Scoop Phase for Scoop Phase.
No, we are not.
I think that's a Time Walk.
Yes. I believe so.
Time Walk proxy.
Scoop Phase passes to himself. We're going to see what else he can dig up. This deck.
Now he has plenty of mana, plenty of cards. He has a Force of Will in reserve for the next threat drawn by AJ, unless it's a human. Everything going for Scoop Phase. And you see that this, we saw the mono white initiative deck earlier in the hands of David Galperin defeat a Luris deck rather handily. And that was, in runaway games where it had strong opening hands, a couple threats to follow up.
Yeah.
But this initiative deck, very fragile. It spends a lot of resources to accelerate out its first couple threats. If you're able to answer them, then you're just at the mercy of the top of the deck, and you don't have any card selection to find additional threats. You're just hoping to top deck them. And meanwhile, your opponent is casting things like Thundertrap Trainer and Stock Up and Snapcast Ancestral Recall. So,
And this is just the death that non-blue decks die.
yep, it very much is.
If you are not packing as high of a level of card draw as someone that has a Ancestral Recall in their deck, it's going to be hard.
Okay. Second Thundertrap Trainer finds Mana Crypt. That will turn on Metalcraft and bump up the Tolarian Academy's mana generation. So this is now 7 mana available for Scoop Phase. 3 from the Academy, 2 from Mana Crypt, 1 from Mox, 1 from Tundra. The World, this is Oyster. Oh, another stock up.
Yep. We are digging for pressure. And there's a paradoxical outcome.
Yeah.
Didn't know that
So-
came in white border.
So that can bounce the 3 artifacts and the 2 trainers and draw 5 cards.
Yep. And it looks like we're keeping a mental misstep just in case.
Sure, why not? It's a blue card to pitch to Force of Will at the very least.
Absolutely. So this is going to get scoop back 4 mana after cast. Does have to use the Tolarian in order. So that doesn't really hurt him.
So yeah, this is paradoxical, nothing floating, draw 5.
Yep. And who knows, maybe we're going to see a snap into another Time Walk.
Well, the snap is in the graveyard now.
Oh, there's only one snap on the list?
Yeah, only one snap.
Only one snap on the list.
But I don't think that full combo will be necessary. There's another Mox.
Yep.
I think that,
Sapphire last.
now that's another 6 mana.
Representing a lot here.
Could just...
Black Lotus.
Oh, it's Lotus and Mox Jet, not Sapphire. So that's actually 8 mana then.
So this is Lotus, I would assume. Oh, I think we may have mispaid for Lotus there. We used a Mana Crypt and a...
Mana Crypt and Ruby to buy it, then Lotus to play for
to
it,
buy
then
it.
replay Lotus with the Luris. Everything's fine.
Awesome.
And now use the other 2 mana from not Lotus for a Thunder Trap Trainer. That will find... Either, is that Flame of Anor or 4th Aerolingus?
4th Aerolingus.
Yeah. And 4th Aerolingus will end the game next turn with all the mana from... You get 2 Lotuses because of the Luris. The Academy makes 1 million. There's a Force of Will in hand for whatever AJ draws.
Yep. Jackson Bros getting put into bin. It looks like we are going to clean up here. AJ is going to hope the top of his library treats him well. AJ finds an Ancient Tomb and a Mana Crypt. Oh.
That's not going to do anything. AJ milking every second of camera time.
Yes, he is. Ground C, scoop. Tapping a lot of mana here. Lotus goes to bin. Making our tokens. And we're going to swing in for lethal here in a bit. And they shake on it. That is game 2 to scoop.
Game and match.
Very nice. Well, we have just completed day 1 of the vintage Black Lotus.
But because we've completed it so quickly, we should be bringing you the top 8 once our last round finishes. So I can tell you we
do have our last
about 20 minutes left on the clock.
Okay.
So going to be a bit of a break while we finish this last round, finish out, getting our top 8.
Yes.
Get them situated, probably get a picture done.
Absolutely.
Do that whole rigmarole, and then we will bring you the top 8. And frankly, it's going to be Luris versus the world.
Yes.
Because we have seen Luris win the last 3 rounds on camera. It is going to take up, I would say at least 5 or 6 spots in this top 8.
Easily.
There's a large variety of different Luris decks that you can play, but Luris is definitely the name of the game
Key component.
in this tournament. Really dominant showing for that card across Breach decks, Paradoxical Outcome decks, Control decks. Really any flavor that you want to play, you can use Luris to supplement that game plan and do so effectively in this vintage format. So we're going to see if Luris continues the domination all the way to taking down the trophy and the Black Lotus. Not this Lotus, this one's a proxy, but they'll get a real one worth quite a bit of money. Or if maybe newcomer Tezzeret in one of these Fleshbreaker Shops decks.
I'm ready to see Flesh or the Tezzeret combo with Time. I want to see it. I want to see a Time Bolt hit. I'm ready to
Now,
see it.
I can tell you that in addition to the Black Lotus going to first place, second place will be receiving $400. Our top four, third and fourth place, will get $300, and then fifth through eighth, $200, and ninth through 16th, $100. So our players in the top eight will have locked up a good chunk of change, a couple $100. But really, that Black Lotus, it jumps up a lot from second to
An
first.
unlimited Black Lotus.
Yes. So a ton on the line in this top eight. Huge prize pool. Congratulations to our players who've already made it. And I can't wait to see who else gets there.
Awesome. We'll see you all in a bit. That ain't good. Well, how about you talk while I fix this?
Sure. We don't have any signal from the camera. Can you just cut to the...
There we go.
And that graphics for the Niagara tournament that you clicked on,
Yeah.
let's try to work that in at some point during the stop
Yeah.
it.
We're just gonna make no. I mean, something got yoinked. I'll be back.
Okay.
Not with me now.
I have one. Yeah.
Sweet. I'll be right back. Okay, now it's not showing.
We are good and we are live.
What are we?
We are currently doing a deck check.
Why don't we cut back to the booth here? We can
Absolutely.
set up the bracket.
Yes.
So, welcome back here to the Steel City Spectacular. I'm Ross Miriam here with
DefCat.
and we are set for the top 8 of our vintage tournament for a Black Lotus. I have the bracket in front of me. Let's go through it.
Absolutely.
Starting on one side, we have our number 1 seed, Gabriel Bolanek, in a Luris paradoxical outcome mirror match against Adam Wallach. So, a straight mirror here could go either way. You got to give slight edge to the person on the play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then the other match on that side of the bracket is Hank Zhang, the 4 seed, also on Luris paradoxical outcome, against Ryan Hayes, the 5 seed, on Grixis Luris Breach. Been very impressed by Ryan. He was one of our 5-0 players, double drew into the top 8. Unfortunately, that's left him on the draw in his quarterfinal match as the 5 seed. But this Grixis Breach build that he has brought, very cool, and I think just very well set up in the mirrors because he has the combo potential of Breach, but Breach itself is such a strong value engine.
Absolutely.
We saw him go off with it even without Brain Freeze in round 5 in that match, playing Ancestral several times and just ditching his cards to a Psychic Frog.
Yeah, exactly.
To attack over for lethal.
Lots of pivot for Ryan. I believe he's got what it takes that if anything gets dismantled in his game plan, that he's going to surprise Hank with something new.
Yeah, I think edge Ryan in that one.
Yeah.
On the other side of the bracket, we have our 2-7 matchup. That is Marshall Arthurs against Josh Kronk. They are both playing Fleshbreaker Shots.
Which is hilarious they get matched together.
Yeah, the 2 in the top 8 have to play each other again here in this mirror match, and I think the edge is to the person on the play, this time even more so than in the Luris Paradoxical mirror.
Correct.
In that mirror, there's enough counter magic and free spells that you can blunt the advantage of being on the play. In the Shops mirror, I mean, we could just see turn 1 kills, turn 2 kills that you have very little to do about, and the ability to play a Vexing Bauble on the play after you've played all the Moxen in your hand and stop your opponent from doing the same, huge advantage. So I think Marshall clearly advantage there over Josh Kronk. And then finally, our 3-6 matchup. This is the one that we're going to have on camera for you all to watch. That is Adria Perez on Esper Luris control against Justin Gennari, actually level 1, playing Luris Paradoxical Outcome, the 4th copy in our top 8. This, to me, is the most interesting matchup because it is a blue mirror, so there's a lot of play back and forth with both players, but very different styles.
Absolutely.
To me, it's the Luris deck, or the Esper deck, they're both Luris decks, the Esper deck that I think has an edge because it's the one that's going to be best once the players trade off all their counter spells.
Yeah, I think also going into the sideboarding, the Esper just has the edge because you're going to be able to take out a lot of the pieces that they've brought in order to face a lot of decks into their sideboard, bring out a lot more of their counter magic. We're going to see more spell pierces in the main board as a result. I think it's going to heavily favor Esper post game 1.
Notably, Adria's Esper list, very similar to the one we saw earlier today from Brian Koval. Playing fewer stock-ups, but main deck Lavinia. That is another haymaker, I think, in this matchup, stopping the recasting of Moxen after Paradoxical Outcome. Potentially being cast turn 1 on the play and stopping Moxen entirely. Leaving Justin unable to cast his Force of Wills effectively, maybe Forcification. So, I think Adria definitely has the tools here. That said, with a strong draw, the Paradoxical Outcome deck can beat anyone. That's why you see 4 copies in the top 8.
Absolutely, yeah. And going into what makes the Luris decks strong, which, funny enough, we were looking at what makes the decisions within the deck strong, the Psychic Frog angle that we saw from Ryan just repeats itself within the Esper list with Lavinia because now Lavinia becomes a way to stop and then beat down, which is hilarious.
Oh, yeah. And just having those creatures when the dust settles and you've traded off a bunch of resources, you're the person that can start attacking. And if they do trade resources to counter Lavinia and things like that, then when the dust settles, you play Luris, suddenly you're bringing those cards back from the graveyard for a second go. So with things like Psychic Frog, Orcish Bowmasters, which there are 4 of in Adria's main deck, and the 2 copies of Lavinia, those are cards that
are just very, very strong to have at the end of the early fireworks that we always see in Vintage. Whereas having a paradoxical outcome really depends on having a good amount of mana artifacts in play. We saw Ryan in this matchup against Justin that he was victorious in, aggressively fight over early pieces of mana, especially that Soul Ring.
Oh my goodness, yeah. We saw multiple, even ones that didn't make it into top 8, where even a 1-drop Deathrite Shaman was the pinnacle moment.
Yeah, so if Audrey is able to, pick key fights over those, important pieces of artifact mana, then you're going to limit the effectiveness of paradoxical outcomes even when they do resolve. Combined with the effectiveness of cards like Orcish Bowmaster, Psychic Frog, Lavinia, I definitely like the Esper side of this match.
I mean, Paradoxical Outcome completely reconstructs the idea of what the value of an artifact is, especially if it's colored pips and you're going to be playing anything that needs it. Especially later on, if you're in the matchup where you're just going to value Paradoxical Outcome, you realize you don't have enough to go for it, but it's at least something to get your mana back on board, draw some cards, and then you can hold up Red Blast, you can hold up Flusterstorm, anything that you need to start fighting through their Storm turn.
Yeah, that is definitely the one benefit, especially with Outcome being an instant. You can pick fights on their turn, but costing 4 mana makes it tough to defend. So you really are dependent on getting out to an early start with that artifact mana. So if Adria can prevent that, keep the mana in check from Justin, then he should be in good shape to limit the amount of card advantage he can generate, and that will prove decisive in this blue mirror.
Yeah. I can see as the meta progresses this way, and as we continue to see a lot of these Esper control lists, I think Paradoxical Outcome obviously being the largest that we're seeing in representation, I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing the way that other formats have by including Flash more often. If we're going to start seeing Valley Flood Callers, Born Upon a Winds to combat some of the stalemates that might accrue as we continue down this rabbit hole of realizing, hey, finding other ways to abuse Lurrus is pretty good. But having other ways to continue that while also being able to wait it out and play that waiting game and flash over, I think one list I would love to see it in is Ryan's list, where we instead sideboard out the Psychic Frogs in for some Valley Flood Callers or Born Upon a Winds and wait to do your Storm turn over others when they're attempting their Paradoxical. It's resolved and now they're stuck with nothing right before the rocks end up coming down. I wonder if that's where this could go in the future.
Yeah, definitely an interesting angle of attack, being able to fight on your opponent's turn, preempt them when they have tapped out for a paradoxical outcome or tapped low at least.
Yeah.
It's a hard sell for me though, giving up Lurrus.
Oh, extremely.
Especially in a Breach deck where being able to cast Breach from the graveyard
with
Lurrus.
That's why Born was more attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, for certain.
So for a Valley Flood Caller specifically.
That'd be a hard sell. Yeah.
Let's see where our
Absolutely
players are.
Looks like we are confirming our matches here and getting underway. We're going to get the correct names going here.
So we have Adria Perez. And I am actually level 1.
Esper Control.
We'll give Justin his bit of free advertising here.
Absolutely, we shall. On the Lurrus Paradoxical Outcome.
So, Adria, the 3 seed, will be on the play for game 1. That can be huge. A turn 1 Lavinia.
Absolutely. That's what we want to see.
Psychic. Turn 1 Vexing Ball. All of these things can be
Okay. We have replaced our mics. We are back. Sorry about that, but good news is our players have not started yet. They are still shuffling up here for game 1.
I'm excited to see if anyone opts for a longer game with a hand of 4 mana rocks and a counterspell and a pitch just to turn 1 Luris, having the Black Lotus. I wonder if the long game might be played here.
With the Lotus, the early Luris is a great play. But we've seen time and time again, players that go for that early Luris without the Lotus end up usually exposing themselves to a stronger counterplay.
Absolutely.
So it's been the players who have exercised patience that have come out on top.
Yeah.
But getting back to where I was before our mics went out, I was checking Justin's deck list for what main deck removal he has. It's 1 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Flame of Anor, and 1 Chain of Vapor. Also has the Sink into Stupor in his mana base. So not a ton of easy ways to answer a lot of these creatures, especially since Flame of Anor sometimes isn't good enough to kill Psychic Frog.
Absolutely, yeah. Flame of Anor has been great in other matchups so far, but if Psychic Frog ever gets the chance to hit the board and there's enough cards in hand, and it's obviously worth it to save it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to recoup those cards, and suddenly you have this huge clock, and that's worth at least a card in and of itself. So.
Easily. Yeah. I'm much more interested in seeing if anyone attempts to pull off the level of mana denial we have been seeing thus far.
I mean, if it's somebody, it's going to be Audrey, of course.
Yes.
And I think that's another, big part of this matchup. The mana denial doesn't just come from countering artifacts. It comes from Wasteland and Strip Mine on the lands. These are all very low land count decks, as Vintage always is, because a lot of your mana is coming from those Moxen.
Yep.
So, we've constantly seen players make 2 land drops and stop. If you get 1 or 2 lands wastelanded and you get your Soul Ring countered, it's really hard to get off the ground with this Paradoxical Outcome deck.
Absolutely. I see an Underground Sea and a Brainstorm so far. Over here on, I am actually level 1 for Justin. Keeping a Brainstorm. Interesting. We are off to the races.
Hey, no fast mana on turn 1 for Audria. That is good news for Justin, but no fast mana for Justin either.
Mm-hmm.
Is this an end of turn Brainstorm?
We did find the fetch. We see a Flooded Strand.
I imagine there was a shuffle effect already in hand, or this play wouldn't be made.
Absolutely.
It might be even a Lorien revealed that you could do on the upkeep.
Absolutely, yeah.
But looks like Audria wants at least one of the cards put back from Brainstorm.
Yep.
This plays a fetch landed pass.
Wow. Oh, a misplay of putting down the flare, or the fire.
Instead goes for Urza's Saga, and now Merchant Scroll.
Information accidentally given over to Justin there.
Okay, but big moment on this scroll. Does this find Ancestral, or does it find something defensive?
It is finding Ancestral.
Okay. Justin deciding to be proactive here.
And the Orcish Bowmaster being flashed in.
Okay, a great turn 2 for Audria. Has the Bowmaster, knows that there's an Ancestral in hand. Now, even if that resolves, at least you get 3 damage and 3 counters on your Orc army. Okay, but a Forcible coming.
Okay, interesting.
That'll pitch the Flame of Anor that Justin accidentally revealed this turn.
Yes.
So no more information leak advantage for Audria.
Correct.
Have to wonder if the leak played into his decision of which card to pitch.
I would agree with that.
Now, does Audria want to fight over this? No.
I'm going to assume unable to.
Or potentially just has a second
Bowmaster, yeah. I'd love to see it. Polluted Delta.
Big turn. You know your opponent has Ancestral. Do you have something to take a lead here? Nothing played, but there could still be a Bowmasters.
Mm-hmm.
Saga goes to Chapter 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if Justin is content with just making a couple of constructs.
Absolutely. That would be great in this matchup.
Yeah.
Especially with the OBM gone. Absolutely.
2 3/3s is you know, nothing to sneeze at when it comes to vintage. This isn't modern where there's a ton of creature removal in every deck.
Yep.
And even bigger creatures.
And we are just passing it over, it seems.
Ooh, no, land drop would be brutal. Now, yeah, Adria thinking he doesn't really want to play a Bowmasters here if he has it.
Yep.
Because that. Okay, just an Island Cycle leaves up 2 mana, so the threat of Bowmasters is still there.
Yep.
While Luring Revealed will find a 4th land drop for Adria. So he hasn't had to do anything to stop the fast mana from Justin here in this game yet, but it's been a good job of limiting the mana regardless.
Exceedingly. Yeah.
Now he just needs to establish a threat and start drawing some extra cards.
No land is very difficult, though.
You have to imagine the Urza Saga will find...
And there's the second Bowmasters.
Okay.
Wow.
This is going to be a huge clock. There's already been a fetch and a force from Justin, so he's at 18.
Yep.
He'll end up taking 4 if all of this goes through, dropping to 14. And there's 5 power on Adria's side of the battlefield. So a 3-turn clock established for Adria. It doesn't take too much to stop an opponent for 3 turns.
No, it does not. Missing a land drop on top of all this just puts this in a very precarious position. We're fetching and then casting Null Rod. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that is a great card at shutting down.
That is a Force of Will and a Paradoxical Outcome used as pinch.
There's the second Force of Will for Justin. So he's short on cards for sure, and also seems short on mana. But with the Null Rod Force of Will, we'll have access to whatever piece of artifact mana he wants off of this Urza Saga. Should also have a colorless mana floating. I believe there's a die sitting there.
Yep. Is indeed.
Love this one main deck Null Rod in Adria's list as well. Really leaning into the mana denial plan.
Absolutely.
I love that Soul Ring is the get. It's not quite as much burst mana as a Lotus, but Justin is going to need mana turn after turn, so the permanent source is quite valuable.
Yeah.
And he does find a 3rd land, so this is now 5 total mana accessible for Justin Gennari on this turn.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that we didn't attempt Aluris until I realized that we didn't have the right pips. Or with the Black Lotus, we would have. We could have had Aluris this turn.
Okay. That is a card.
We're going to get clarification on what that proxy was. Is an Ancestral.
No, the Ancestral was earlier.
I'm a bit surprised we didn't see Aluris that turn with Black Lotus off of the...
There was some card played before the stock up, and I'm not sure... Oh, Time Walk.
Time Walk, okay.
Okay, that makes sense. It was a proxy, so Time Walk played into stock up and now gets a turn to use the cards he found.
Yep.
That's a great turn for Justin, and it appears that there is no more counter magic left for Adria, which means the coast is clear. He has a Mox Opal, now another stock up.
Wow.
Can he find an answer to this Orcish Bowmasters? It's like a Psychic Frog hanging out in Adria's hand. I'm not sure what else. So it's actually, he's getting pretty punished for his decision to pass with the Orcish Bowmasters up.
Absolutely.
He ended up kind of wasting that mana and casting it on his upkeep in response to Ancestral. If he just tapped out on his own turn, he would have been able to play Psychic Frog on this previous turn and have both of them in play right now. And he really needs the pressure because right now Justin is going off.
Yeah, he is.
That is a Thunder Trap trainer.
Yep. We got blockers now.
I believe it was Offspring. So
Yep.
this will be the first of 2 Thunder Trap triggers. And now with Flaring Academy, and there's 3 artifacts in play for Justin, so 3 mana. Could find more off of these triggers from the Thunder Trap.
Yep. And here's a paradoxical outcome being taken from the search. Solarian gonna tap, make 4.
See how deep he wants to go with the paradoxical outcome.
Yep.
He could bounce Thunder Trap and the 3 artifacts and go for 4 cards if he wants.
And we end up playing Lotus instead.
Okay. Okay. Now Chain of Vapor. Interesting that that was done after Lotus.
Very. Would not be surprised to see the chain copied. Yeah, I was surprised it was already in Yard.
And those other artifacts for Justin are Mox Ruby and Black Lotus.
Yep.
So it looks like okay, that was a proxy Lotus. I thought it was the token for Thunder Trap.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Thunder Trap was not Offspring.
Yes.
There's just 1 Thunder Trap in play.
A bit surprised that we're sitting on this, considering there's already a Lotus to be used to replay the Lurrus.
I think the decision is just which land to sacrifice.
Very much so.
Do I want to leave 2 Underground Seas or 2 Tundras?
Yeah. And we're not going to, yep.
Okay, so Audrey deciding he really needs his mana. Fish Bowmaster is now stranded in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Justin has enough mana left over to start the paradoxical outcome chain.
Absolutely.
4 cards coming. Now he'll replay the 2 Moxen that were bounced. It looks like he found 2 more.
Yep.
One of those will play the Soul Ring.
Do we see another one? It looks like we do. There it is.
Now posted.
We'll draw 6 cards.
Yeah, it's going to draw 6.
Pearl, Ruby, and Emerald are the Moxen for Justin right now. Pearl, Ruby, Emerald, Soul Ring,
And Mox Opal.
Mox Opal.
And Lurrus that was pulled.
Yeah. This is an embarrassment of riches. And now we see the importance of that Null Rod. The second Force of Will for Justin was critical. If the Null Rod was here, none of this could have been happening, and Adria would have been in a commanding position. Without that Null Rod and without any counter magic of his own to protect this position, Justin able to start going off with ease.
Absolutely.
And even if he fizzles here and has to pass the turn back, he's generated so much card advantage and he has so much mana now, he should be able to convert this into a win. But with another paradoxical,
third.
He's probably winning the game right
Absolutely.
here. I mean, we've already drawn close to 20, 25 cards. He just needs to find the Snapcaster Mage at this point.
Yep. Doesn't seem too excited. I don't see a Snappy out yet.
And yeah, in terms of win conditions, it'll be a 4th Aerlingus that does the coup de grace.
You have 50 minutes, maybe game.
See what the finishing blow ends up being from hand here. There's the very off chance we watch this just get passed, but highly doubt it. Lurrus coming back. Bringing back the Black Lotus.
Why not? No.
And we get to Offspring. Our Thunder Trap trainer. We're going to go digging for something new.
Probably just digging for some counter spells to protect this position. He's already used the Time Walk.
Yep.
Can't find Snapcaster Mage off of Thunder Trap since it's a creature.
Yep.
So I think this is just load up on some more counters.
Most
Not,
likely.
Adria for one turn, untap, use your laughable resource advantage to end this game.
Yes.
Finds Mana Vault and Swords to Plowshares. So not a ton of help there, but the Plow will answer the Orcish Bowmasters, which Adria will likely replay. I have to wonder if the fourth Airling is already in hand. Next turn, once the Galarian Academy untaps,
Yeah, have enough
Justin's
mana
going to
to
have,
slam it.
I am a certified number scientist, so I can say with absolute certainty he will have 11 bajillion mana.
Yes, yeah.
I did the math.
11 bajillion and 3 due to Lotus. What are we looking at Justin for an out here? I doubt there's not counter magic in Adria's hand in order to stop this.
I would say Adria is praying for a meteor to strike Justin before this game ends.
Indeed.
Just right through the ceiling. Just big enough to only take him out.
Absolutely.
No harm to yourself or any of your cards, of course.
Oh, goodness. Could you imagine? But it looks like there's probably no way out from this position unless Adria had really bricked. This would have to be a horrid 3 paradoxical outcomes.
Yeah. It's hard to brick when you draw 20 cards.
Yeah. And to note, the 4th paradoxical outcome is, in fact, in exile.
Yeah, that got pitched to an early force will, so
Yes.
no POs left until the Snapcaster Mage is found.
Yep.
And that's really what Justin was looking for. It just hasn't come up yet.
Absolutely.
Okay, the turn is passed back to Adria. What can he possibly muster here? And then Mimic attack with what looked like it was going to be a good Orc army.
Yes.
Before the turn that Justin had about 20 minutes ago.
That is a time walk, I believe.
Sure, take another ineffective turn.
Yeah. Just wearing out the bubble gum.
I like that line.
We got a force of will hitting the time walk.
Yeah. Force number 3. I'm pretty sure Justin has seen 3/4 of his deck. So.
And a cruise.
Okay. But now you just don't have very much mana to leverage the cards you've drawn.
Hopefully we will be seeing some extra mana. Get
Taxi
probe.
How good is your hand?
So we got
There's the 4th.
the
Couple Fluster
Haymaker.
Storms. The Sword Supply shares we knew about, and I'm not sure what the 5th card is. Between the Fluster Storms.
Unsure. Maybe another storm, I believe.
It's 3 of them?
Yep.
Sure, why not?
I believe that's another storm trap.
Nobody knows what happened to the first 3 Aerolinguses, but I think the 4th one's going to be really big.
Yep. And that looks like we are going into game 2.
Adria realizes he has no counterplay there, packs it in.
Adria gets the first game.
Justin gets first.
Do we have the names?
Yeah, Adria's playing the controller.
Well, I'm sure they're going to enjoy that little bamboozle later.
Okay, now we are set up. Adria going to be on the play here for game number 2. Let's check out his sideboard. I am looking at 2 Consign to Memory, 2 Containment Priest, a Fatal Push, a Grafdigger's Cage, the Lurrus Companion, a Momentum Breaker, 2 Null Rod, Seal of Cleansing, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, a Swords to Plowshares, and the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. Got to include both articles there.
Oh my gosh.
The only thing I really like a lot here is the Null Rods. Copies 2 and 3, since we did see that one from the main deck. That'll contribute greatly to Adria's best plan, which I think is mana denial.
Yes.
The creature removal is not nearly as effective in this matchup. It's really only Luris you need to remove. So some, if not all of that, will be coming out. And then you can consider Consign to Memory.
Absolutely.
So counters the artifact mana.
Yeah.
It's also a surprisingly good card against Flusterstorm.
Absolutely,
You counter
yeah.
the Storm trigger and then have to pay 1 extra mana.
Yeah.
So it's almost like 1 and a blue counter target Flusterstorm.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to have a 1-for-1 answer to a Flusterstorm.
It is very hard to have that. Absolutely it is.
So I'd be interested in those consigns as well, were I Adria.
Yeah.
Going over to Justin's sideboard, we look at 2 Consign to Memory, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Hurkyl's Recall, the Luris Companion, a Mindbreak Trap, a Basic Plains, 2 Portable Hole, 3 Pyroblast, and 3 Swords to Plowshares. Here there's a lot that could come in, and the tough part for Justin is what is the right balance between creature removal and counter spells.
Yes.
Because you need creature removal to answer something that gets through the counter wall, as we saw with that Orcish Bowmasters in game 1.
Yeah.
But you need counter spells to fight over the really key card advantage spells, Treasure Cruise, Ancestral Recall.
Yep.
Protect your own key cards from counter spells. So certainly Pyroblast will be coming in, because that's a counter spell that also kills Psychic Frog.
Yeah, yeah. And not only that, we're going to see it being used often on the big storm turns.
Yeah. So Pyroblast is a no-brainer, but you can consider your own Consign to Memories, you can consider Force of Negation, consider Mindbreak Trap, and can consider Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
Hard to have room for all of those. So I
Very.
don't think all of them can come in. You're going to have to pick and choose which ones are most important based on how many cards you really want to bring out.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the tough part for Justin. Good news for him, he's up a game. So,
Yes.
the Pyroblasts are definitely the big winner there. And looking at his list, there are none in the main. So those 3 are the only 3 in the 75. We've seen some lists board up to 4 Pyroblasts.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have 1 main, sometimes a 2-2 split main sideboard. But
I have
0-3 to
enjoyed
split
seeing
here.
that so far as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of been the reason to be red in Eternal formats for 20 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Almost reverse Pokemon logic.
Okay. Players shuffling up and are drawing their opening hands for game 2.
We got a null rod. We got 2 null rods.
2 is sometimes 1 too many.
Yeah.
Because as the flavor text implies, the second copy really does nothing.
Yeah. Oh, he likes it. And we got a Time Walk.
Okay. That was Mock Sapphire Tundra into Time Walk.
Yep. There's
Now
the null
here's
rod.
Null Rod.
Walk
There's
rod.
no second land, so the Null Rod is going to shut off the Mocks for Adria. He's going to be stuck on 1 mana and has a dead Null Rod in hand.
Gosh.
That's a card that doesn't do anything, you can't cast, and can't pitch to a Force of Will.
Nope.
It's like Soporific Springs, the first land for Justin Gennari, and that also implies a land-light hand.
Absolutely.
You'd almost always play a dual land before playing that in case you want to sink into Stupor later in the game.
Yep.
He is just going to lay down some of his own artifact mana with a Mox and a Soul Ring. That is, of course, shut down by the Null Rod.
The top deck land into the second null rod.
Okay.
We're in for a long haul. This game is not ending anytime soon.
So 2 Null Rods now in play. Going to be difficult to unlock the artifact mana for Justin.
Oh, and then a grip of counter magic. Wow.
So, I believe that's Prismatic Ending, stock up Force of Will.
Yes.
So the Prismatic Ending could take out this Soul Ring at some point in case Adria's worried about the Null Rods going away. But he may want to save that for Luris.
Absolutely.
Or something else.
We found the land drop off the top again. Let's see if... Oh, the frog
That is
flip.
a top deck, and we know he has Force back.
Oh my goodness, there's the Pyro.
Pyroblast decides not to fight over it.
Okay, okay.
I think that is less demonstrating Adria's valuation of Psychic Frog in the matchup and more his valuation of the stock up he'd have to pinch.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Oh my God, here's Tolarian Academy. So getting paid off for the artifact mana either way is Justin Gennari, and now he has a decided mana advantage even with the Null Rods on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And Adria deciding still to hold that Prismatic Ending could have, cut the mana from Tolarian Academy in half.
Yep.
Instead, okay,
There's
found
the
out Orcish
OBM.
Bowmasters wanted to play that. That
Very
makes
nice.
sense. No response from Justin, so the Bowmaster resolves, sends a point upstairs, and makes an Orc army. We untap, go back to Adria, draws his cards, sends his creatures in for 2. That means Justin should be down to 15. Took 2 from Gitaxian Probe, 1 from the trigger, and 2 from the attack of Orcish Bowmasters. Oh, and 3 from the Soporific Spring, so he should be at 12.
And we are about to see Luris most likely come down unless something more effective has been drawn.
There's no white or black mana for Justin, so no Luris coming. So I think Justin Constructs.
Soon, yeah.
Luris is quite awkward to cast in these paradoxical outcome lists.
Yeah.
But these constructs are going to dominate the ground. They're 3/3s, and eventually 5/5s.
Yep.
Just from the Urza Saga getting 3 artifacts total, 2 constructs and the search trigger.
Yep. And a good surprise block if needed.
Not too much of a surprise, hopefully.
I'm thinking the cloudiness of a top pod can sometimes make that feared.
There's a Wasteland, so construct coming in response, but the Wasteland will stop both second construct and the search trigger. And now Prismatic Ending is going to take out the construct.
There is
Storm
our
on the Prismatic. So the Force of Will is no good for protection. The construct will stick around, and that means no more attacking for Adria. 3/3 construct going to dominate the ground here. And now Justin is going to have time to leverage this mana advantage. Has 4 mana already on the battlefield. Any Moxen he draws won't make mana directly, but will make the Tolarian Academy
much
even better. Looks like a
Tap
stock up coming.
Here,
There it is.
There it is, yeah. Justin is getting in a good position. Still quite surprised we saw the stock up be valued over the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, especially since Adria doesn't have the 3rd mana. Didn't have it, still doesn't. So the stock up now just kind of, was languishing in hand. Eventually gets pitched to Force Will to stop Justin's stock up. But this is nothing going from Adria, and Justin has all the time in the world. Even if he just finds a PO and fires it off for 2, that's fine. Oh, did it? Notably, Justin overpaid for the stock up. The construct also buffs Tolarian Academy. So Academy taps for 3 right now. There's another Wasteland. That's huge. So now mana is relatively even. 3 lands for Justin, 2 lands for Adria. And is even. Neither player can really attack. Adria could theoretically without losing his construct, but he's losing the race. So or Justin could. And Adria would be very happy to just take the damage and crack back for 2.
Oh, very much so.
Justin's not in a position where he wants to trade 3 damage for 2, even if it's nominally a favorable exchange. Will instead just continue digging through his deck, trying to find more card advantage. Fetches for Meticulous Archive on the end step, and here's the Surveil. What does he find? He finds a good one. Stays on top. Have to imagine it'll get cast here. Mana, maybe a Time Walk?
Time Walk, yeah. Oh, no, we're getting a Storm.
Sure.
Look at the top 4.
Well, that will not only dig through his deck for a better spell, it also checks the Orcish Bowmasters, so it allows him to start attacking with this construct.
Absolutely.
Justin now being able to play offense and defense. There's a stock up found off of the Thundertrap Trainer. No longer has the mana to cast it until next turn, but still a good find.
Oh, extremely. That's going to set him in a much better place.
Portable Hole.
Oh, wow. Off the ringer.
Okay, so Orcish Bowmaster is gone. Now the construct can start coming in. It is a 4/4 from the Portable Hole. Not sure exactly what Adria's life total is.
And not many ways to deal with the Portable Hole as well, as we are now going to be hoping for a... I'm going to assume the best answer is really just going to be able to put it back in his hand.
Sure. Black Lotus to draw for Adria. That's no help to him because of those null rods. And honestly, the null rods might have done him more damage than Justin this game.
Absolutely. The double null rod is not gone the way it was needed to. Hitting these land drops was massive.
Looks like life totals are 11 all right now, which means there is not much time left in this game for Adria. This construct is a 3-turn clock by itself. We're at the point where Justin can likely start getting in with both creatures.
Yes, yeah, and not be really worried about either. We have a Demonic Tutor hitting the stack here. We're going to figure out what is being grabbed. Chain of Vapor, possibly the only answer.
This is just a really impressive game from the PO deck. You know,
Yeah.
Needed to find the one Urza Saga, but it shows you that you can't rely solely on hate cards to completely stop this deck. They have, you know, not many, but they do have a non-zero number of alternate angles.
Yep.
And that means if your hate card completely shuts you out of the game as well, eventually they're going to find an alternate path around them. And so the double null rod proving to be a liability in this game for Adria because he wasn't able to stick a threat. I have to imagine he is regretting his decision to not protect the Psychic Frog earlier in this game. I think if he was more aggressive in protecting that frog and it had stuck around for any length of time, he would have been in much better shape this game. Instead, he just kind of sat here and dawdled while Justin was able to power through these null rods, first with Urza Saga and then with Tolarian Academy.
Yeah, being able to jump and draw, find the land drops, it would have been massive.
Okay, attack for 4 drops Adria to 7. Justin's still at a healthy 11 life. Adria.
You see a Lavinia, I believe?
Yeah, and a Seal of Cleansing. Okay, so that can take out the construct.
Yep.
It doesn't make any positive headway in this game, but it stops the bleeding.
Yes, big time. It is the only thing he probably could have found to stem it at this moment either.
Yeah, because there are very little removal left in the deck. Probably no copies of Swords to Plowshares or anything like that. So the Seal of Cleansing, a very solid draw.
Ours seeing the
Flame of Anor. So you can draw 2 cards. You can take out a Null Rod. You can take out the Orc Army. Pick 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Looks like you might be choosing Orc Army and cards, saying, I just don't care about Null Rod.
Yeah. I wouldn't either with that many lands. Especially if I'm going to draw 2 more.
Yep. Okay, Orc Army down. 2 cards coming for Justin Gennari.
Obviously, what we're looking for next from Adria is gonna be a Treasure Cruise or a Dig Through Time or something to pull them out.
Definitely needs something of that effect. Ancestral Cruise are his 2 best draws. Just needs to get more resources into play.
Yep, OBM has been returned.
Okay, so that's the choice for the Seal of Cleansing. Blow up the portable hole, get back the other Orcish Bowmasters.
Yep.
This can now...
That makes a whole lot of sense.
...ambush the Thundertrap Trainer if you would like it to.
Yep.
Construct is a 3/3, so I guess you could also ping Construct to double block?
Yeah.
Looks like he's just going to single block, keep the Bowmasters around, and protect his life total.
Yep.
So 1 coming across from the Thundertrap Trainer should drop Adria to 6.
Oh, and a Swords hits the Bowmaster.
So back up to 7.
That is devastating.
Justin should be at 10 from the Bowmaster's trigger. I would assume that went upstairs since doing damage to any of the creatures was useless.
Yes.
Yep, confirmed. 7 for Adria, 10 for Justin are our life totals.
Yep.
And another Thundertrap Trainer finds a paradoxical outcome.
Yep.
Which at this point is very threatening. Bouncing Thundertrap Trainers and a couple pieces of artifact mana.
And there's the Lavinia that we already saw, but that gets REB'd. Pyroblast, my bad.
I don't know if there's still a specific reason to play Pyroblast over Reb. It used to be Misdirection.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of... Oh, wow.
And there's the handshake.
A bunch of artifact mana going to power up this paradoxical outcome, and there's just
Yep.
nothing left in the hand for Adria. Wow, 2 one-sided games in a matchup we thought favored the other way.
Absolutely.
Justin Gennari, very impressive in rolling through his quarterfinal match.
Yeah.
Okay, as far as the rest of our quarterfinals, I can tell you that Ryan Hayes has defeated Hank Zhang in the 5 seed over the 4 seed. That's Grixis Luris Breach over Luris Paradoxical Outcome. So there's more than one way to play a cat.
Absolutely there is.
And both of that, so both Ryan Hayes and Justin Gennari into our semifinals. Notably, they're on a collision course in the finals.
Yeah.
That's Justin Gennari's one loss in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Ryan Hayes defeated him in round 5.
Yeah.
And we might see a potential rematch. The other 2 matches, Gabriel Bolanek against Adam Wallach and Marshall Arthurs against Joshua Kronk, are still ongoing. So we're going to take a break while they finish up. We'll come back with the semifinals.
Absolutely. See y'all soon for semifinals. We are back. Resleeving is happening right now, and we are jumping into our semifinals.
Yeah, 2 more rounds here before we give out a Black Lotus. I guess 2 Black Lotuses, because we're going to give this one out. A much less expensive Black Lotus. There's a proxy here affixed to the top of the trophy for our winner. But more importantly, a real copy of that iconic card going to the winner of today's vintage tournament. We had 100 players to start out. We have 4 players left. They are on the far side of your bracket. The 7 seed Josh Kronk on Fleshbreaker Shops took out the mirror match of Marshall Arthurs in the quarterfinals. Did so on the draw, so congrats to him. And he's going to be taking on Justin Gennari. I am actually level 1, who we saw dispatch Adria Perez in the quarterfinals playing Luris Paradoxical Outcome. Interesting matchup there. Justin is the 6th seed, going to get to be on the play.
Wow.
That's very important in that matchup. And frankly, like, we've seen these Paradoxical Outcome decks beat up on shop decks most of the time.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to give Justin the edge there, but I've seen Fleshbreaker Shops. I've played with Fleshbreaker Shops. It's an incredibly powerful deck.
Extremely.
If Justin doesn't have Force of Will, and there's not as much counter magic in the Paradoxical Outcome builds of Luris, and without an early Force of Will, the Fleshbreaker Shops deck can easily win on turn 1 or 2. So drawing Force is going to be important for Justin there. The matchup we're going to be starting with, that is 1 versus 5. Gabriel Bolanek on Paradoxical Outcome Luris against Ryan Hayes on a Luris deck of his own, but this is an Underworld Breach Grixis build. A really cool deck. He has some Psychic Frogs.
Yes.
Saw that go off with Underworld Breach.
Absolutely. The alt Psychic Frog getting to put 3 in the bin and then immediately using Ancestral Recall and then just filling it again.
Doing it again.
Gorgeous.
Doing it again.
Yeah.
Doing it again.
Yep.
And again.
And again
the
and
Psychic
again.
Frog is gigantic, and your opponent is very dead.
Yep.
So really cool deck from Ryan. I'm excited to see it here in the semifinals. He has not lost a match in this tournament.
Yeah.
Went 5-0 double draw into the top 8, so nobody has been able to defeat him so far. We'll see if Gabe is able to do it. These players know each other very well. They're both regulars on the Apex series, for which I commentate regularly, so I've seen them many times. Both players, familiar with each other's game. There's not going to be any intimidation here, and both very accomplished players. So it's going to be a tough, hard-fought match. I would give slight edge to Ryan. I think his build is really innovative. I would agree with that. It's proven effective in this matchup. But Gabe does have the advantage of being on the play.
Absolutely, yeah. And with Ryan being able to sit at a different angle most of the time, knowing that he can, in fact, pitch the Brain Freeze and still go for a win, he can completely abandon that line immediately from the get-go and still have such a strong understanding of the deck to go so quickly into a win. I mean, I feel like he's poised to do a lot in this last round. And I think he can show this deck enough here that if he goes on to win, I could definitely see a lot of copycats in the future.
And I really like Underworld Breach also as a card advantage spell in the blue mirrors, because it's a card advantage spell that doesn't get Flusterstorm, doesn't get Pyroblast.
Oh, yeah.
You can return with Luris. Is easy to set up a turn where you can pay for Spell Pierce and still do some disgusting things from the graveyard with it.
Absolutely.
So it's actually a very easy source of card advantage to resolve.
Yeah.
That hasn't necessarily been the case for Paradoxical Outcome.
No, not at all.
Yep. Even for Psychic Frogs.
So many red blasts.
Yeah, very easy for these decks to fight over those cards. A lot harder for them to fight over Underworld Breach.
Yeah.
Now, yes, you can say Bolanek can bring in some Graveyard Hate to fight over Breach.
Yeah.
But now if you draw the Graveyard Hate and Ryan just presents a Psychic Frog, presents a Stock Up, you have a piece of Graveyard Hate in your hand instead of a counter spell, you're behind to that. So it's a cat and mouse game of how much do I devote to specifically to stop Underworld Breach, because it's really important to stop that, versus how much do I prepare for just the regular Luris control aspects of Ryan's deck. And it's hard to both prepare for both, or sometimes even if your deck's prepared for both, you just draw the wrong half.
Yeah.
You introduce inconsistency into your own draws, into the matchup, and the inconsistency favors the person who has the threats.
Absolutely. And that's one of the best things about the list is how many threats it can jam. And if I'm not mistaken, it's still on OBM, but in the sideboard.
So I know there's none in the main.
Yes.
Let's take a look at
I believe we
Ryan's
saw an
deck.
OBM in the sideboard. Did we not?
No, we did
No,
not.
okay, okay. So it's not that heavy.
Yeah, he's relatively threat light, and it's because Underworld Breach does so much heavy lifting in the deck that he can afford to be that way.
Yeah.
But that also means he has a ton of card advantage, and really, I think that what's replacing some of these threats as well are the tutors. He has Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, which he can use to set up the combo with Underworld Breach.
Which we saw.
Yeah. He can also use them to just find a Force of Will to fight over your spells, find Ancestral Recall to rebuild, find Time Walk.
Yeah.
So with those tutors, he has more effective copies of the card advantage spells in the matchup, but doesn't lose threat density because they can find Psychic Frog at Underworld Breach.
Yeah, and he finds the Vampiric Tutor in the right times because it's normally when the Psychic Frog is out, just as value, and then it attacks in, vamp, go grab what you needed. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a really, really awesome build. Not one that I had seen in my preparation for this event. Normally, the Underworld Breach lists have white in them. A lot of them play with Mana Drain and Gifts Ungiven. That was a build we saw earlier in the day on camera. Did not fare as well. This one I really, really like. It just does so many good things. And I love incorporating Underworld Breach into a fair shell.
Yeah.
What I did in Modern for many years.
Yeah.
I loved it when I did it then. I love it when Ryan's doing it here.
Yes, yeah. It's definitely activating something for the both of us, to be clear. I think we're going to not be able to see it do its thing quickly, but when it does it, it's going to be unstoppable, and we're ready to jump right into the action.
Okay.
We are resolving mulligans, and I'm so excited for this match.
So am I.
Let's get our names correctly
our overlay
here.
updated. And this is a Luris mirror, so hard to tell exactly which side is which. I think Gabe is on the bottom, and I think it is Ryan on the top.
Right. And we are going to put the Grixis Luris.
Ryan Hayes, Gabe Bolanek. Why don't we get his last name in there?
And then it's
B-A-L-A-N-N-I-K.
And then we're on OP, correct?
Yeah.
Or PO, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luris PO.
Let's get underway. Seeing a Polluted Delta and a Mox Sapphire. We have cracked our bauble. Gabe opting for the Volcanic Island.
I may have gotten this backwards. I was taking a sort of educated guess based on their hands. But
Ryan.
I think Ryan's in the sweatshirt. I've been out on the floor a few times.
Yes, I think you are correct. The Black Lotus.
It's a good one. That looks like a Spell Pierce.
It does.
Yeah, it is Ryan on the bottom. My mistake.
Oh, heartbreaker.
Yeah, Spell Pierce works. That looks like a Mana Crypt.
It looks like a Mana Crypt. I'm shocked that came down.
Second.
Second.
You know, could use the Crypt as bait.
Yeah.
Maybe he values the Mana Crypt more.
Maybe.
Sometimes the permanent mana source can be more important.
Absolutely, yeah. That is a Mana Crypt.
It looks like Gabe is fetching for this Meticulous Archive in response to the Crypt.
Yep.
Not sure what he'd be needing to surveil for first, since he has no mana available.
Probably just looking to get better card quality into this game, trying to make sure the top deck isn't something that is unneeded. And or hoping it was a land. We're leaving it on top. Luris is being purchased, going to hand.
Pretty far away from casting that now that the Black Lotus has been countered.
Yes, yeah.
They're in Academy, the second land for Bolanek.
Wow.
Just the Mox Sapphire to power it up, though, so only one mana from Academy. That's enough to cast this stock up.
Legacy players. Swiss.
I see a Lorien, a Bobble.
Once again, legacy players next.
That Academy is feeling good. Looks like we're keeping Not the bobble, at least. Didn't see the rest of the cards.
Being told that Ryan apparently missed his earlier bubble trigger, but Gabe was a sporting player and reminded him of it.
Thank you, Gabe. You don't like to win on stuff like that, you know?
Now, there's two kinds of players there. There's the sticklers for the rules and the more sort of honest, straight up players.
Yep.
But either side justifiable.
Yes. We have a stock up.
So both players resolving a stock up here. No advantage really either way. Looks like Ryan finds a Pyroblast. I didn't get a good look at the second card, but that Pyroblast is a nice card to have here.
Absolutely.
To be able to have some form of interaction for a Psychic Frog or another
it's
stock
a force
up.
of negation.
Ryan loading up on interaction. We'll certainly see some fireworks soon.
Yeah.
There's Thunder Trap Trainer for Bolonic. Ryan lets that one go.
Yep, let that one ride.
Okay, see a Mox Jet in the top 4 and a Tundra. Not sure on the other 2.
I think it was Flame.
Flameodor would be a good one, since Thunder Trap is a wizard.
Yeah, it looks like a Flame is the one that's going to... Oh, no, we're going to keep the Mox.
That Mox worth 2 mana here because of the Academy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It also helps us get Luris. And into an Opal.
So it was 2 mana from Academy, it turned on Metalcraft, and gives us the second Black Source for Luris. A lot of reasons to want that.
Wow.
Now, Bolonic is at 5 total mana available for the rest of this turn. Goes for a Paradoxical floating a blue. Ryan fires a Pyroblast off.
Mental misstep onto the Pyro.
So this should still leave a blue floating for Bolonic.
Does. And we see the Force of Negation pitching the Force of Will.
Ryan will likely want to Force of Negation the PO.
Yes, we are getting the Force pitching Force. Do we have anything else left in hand? We don't.
Oh, PO with a double counter backup is good enough. And now Bolonic takes a commanding lead in this game.
Yeah.
Bounces Thunder Trap Trainer and the 3 artifacts, draws 4 cards.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there is another Paradoxical in hand that they could have pitched to the other Force of Will and decided to double Force. No, it's a Thunder Trap. I thought it's a Thunder Trap in hand. Okay. They opted to pitch the Force of Will over the Thunder Trap, it looks like. That, or that's just a draw off of the last Paradoxical outcome that we just saw.
So Bolonic playing aggressively, keeping the cards to help his own game plan.
Yep.
Now uses the blue floating for an Ancestral.
Wow.
Finds Tundra, Paradoxical outcome, and there's a Saga.
Saga, yes.
So a lot of cards coming for Gabe. I'm not sure if I see any counter spells.
Nope.
Saga going to be the land played for turn for Bolonic. That does give him 4 mana if he wants to outcome again for 3 cards. Or he could choose to Thunder Trap Trainer, set up a bigger outcome on next turn, and maybe find a counter spell.
Looks like we are going to do just that. We're going to look at the top 4 here and see if we can find anything juicy. Looks like we got another Mox and or Time Walk. That looks like a Time Walk. It is.
That's pretty good.
Was pretty good.
What if the next turn was this turn?
Yes. Wow.
We are bending the space-time continuum.
Yep. Yep.
Playing God.
Here we go.
And that's what you do in Vintage.
Absolutely. We have the Modal Flame in hand.
All Ryan can do is impotently allow these spells to resolve.
Yep. Chapter 2 on the Saga. Are we going to start taking the Saga plan here?
I think this is going to be another big Paradoxical turn.
We'll have to see.
It'll let you recast the Thunder Trap Trainer. You can cast it without committing the Academy yet in case you draw more artifact mana.
We are seeing the Flame.
For Flame.
Bring the mana and draw 2.
So this is Gabe's way of interacting. Take out the mana.
We are being told that we would like to play the finals tonight, and I am very happy we just heard that. I think both of us are giddy at the moment.
That was my plan the entire time.
Absolutely. Vexing Bobble.
So
Wow.
multiple artifacts found off of that Flame of Venor.
Yeah.
And everything coming up Bolonic's way here in game 1.
Big time. I mean, the only reason that kept going, and another Thunder Trap trainer is hitting, the only reason this happened is Gabe was ballsy enough to force with his own force, leaving up the Thunder Trap, and it's going to have Offspring.
At this point, Gabe has basically seen his entire deck. Yeah, there's
Yep.
the third Force of Will. So now I think he has this game sewn up.
Absolutely. After the Mana Crypt was blown up from the Flame, I think that sealed the deal.
Fourth Aerlingus, that will end the game next turn.
Yep.
Saga's going to get to Chapter 3. That can find Lotus. It can find...
We did get a Force of Will off the draw, and we do have... Oh, we are scooping that one up.
Ryan had some more counterspells in hand. He had another Pyroblast, I think, through that Force of Will, but didn't really have any threats that could get him back into the game.
Yeah.
If you have made top 8.
So, game 1 to Gabe Bolonic and a Luris paradoxical outcome. The deck of the tournament. We doubted it in the quarterfinals. It won.
Absolutely we did,
We
yeah.
doubted it here in the semifinals. It's up a game.
Yep.
We've got Justin Gennari. I am actually level 1 in our other semifinal. It could be a Luris paradoxical mirror.
It may be. It may be. But I'm not putting Ryan out of this at all.
Absolutely not. So
Yeah,
let's,
especially due to the fact that Ryan was not on the play there, and I think his deck performed significantly better on the play.
So let's check out his sideboard, see what he might be able to bring in here. The sideboard is 2 Consign to Memory, 1 Dismember, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Hercules Recall, 1 Lightning Bolt, the Luris Companion, 1 Mindbreak Trap, 2 Nile Spellbomb, 2 Pyroblast to supplement 2 in the main, and 2 Tormod's Crypt. Certainly will be bringing in the extra Pyroblast.
Absolutely.
Could also, or will likely also bring in the Mindbreak Trap.
Yep.
And then the consigns. We've talked about them as ways to counter early artifact mana.
Yep.
And that way you can control the value of paradoxical outcome. And then, of course, also being good against Flusterstorm can help you fight those counter wars. So I think, 5 very solid cards for Ryan to bring in. He can cut some of the removal from his main deck and get a little bit leaner, be better prepared to interact with this paradoxical outcome plan, and then clean up with Underworld Breach.
Absolutely.
Moving over to Bolonic, his sideboard. The Luris Companion, a Flusterstorm, a Force of Negation, a Nile Spellbomb, 2 Portable Hole, a Prismatic Ending, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Soul Guide Lantern, and a 3 Swords to Plowshares. I think we will absolutely see the Pyroblasts. I think we will see the Soul Guide Lanterns.
Mm-hmm.
The real question is, again, how much removal do you want? This is now open deck list in our top 8, so players are aware of what the opposition has. You can see the 3 copies of Psychic Frog.
Oh, big time.
Do you think Pyroblast is enough? Do you want additional removal for them?
Yeah.
My inclination is that you should just rely on the Pyroblast, since you'll be,
Absolutely.
you'll be countering the Psychic Frogs if you don't have a removal spell in hand anyway. And it's just so bad to draw something like a Swords to Plowshares when you're trying to fight any other type of game.
Yeah. It's unbelievably easy to leave them up as so many different ways to interact at any point due to it being removal, due to it being a counter spell. And on top of that, it's very easy for Ryan to leave it up knowing his game plan is leaning red anyway.
Yeah, and there's also those Flame of Venor. Sometimes they can handle the Psychic Frog.
Oh,
And
easily.
hands get very small in Vintage because of all the pitch counters.
Yep.
It's the normally cards like that pretty weak against Frog in a format like Modern.
Yep.
I've been on the wrong end of that a lot with a Dismember. My opponent plays a turn 2 Frog, and I just look at my horrible removal spell and curse my fate. But here in Vintage, a lot easier to handle those Frogs. They're not going to get nearly as big early on.
Yes.
And so Flame of Venor is another great way to handle it if you can have one of those Thunder Trap trainers out, be able to get both modes, either blow up a piece of artifact mana along with the Frog, or kill it and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and the Flame has come up big. It was really what put the nail in the coffin. And again, Gabe opting to force with his force and then ending up being able to cast the Thunder Trap Trainer, which he top roped that Time Walk into, and then that won him the game, that chain. And that's what separates Gabe from someone not in semifinals.
Hey, I've watched this Paradoxical Outcome deck all day, and every time they cast that first PO for like 3 or 4 cards, I think, oh, okay, you're up way big on cards. Just find a counterspell or 2, and you can lock up this game. And instead, they just find another Paradoxical Outcome, draw 12 more cards, and win the game immediately. And I'm like, okay, that was better.
Yeah, way better.
That was better.
Yeah. And there's so many things that buffer those spells, such as Time Lock, such as Ancestral Recall, that become the glue in between them.
Snapcaster Mates, Thunder Trap.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The train doesn't stop.
No, it does not.
It doesn't have any breaks.
Absolutely none.
We cut the brakes to fit more artifact mana.
Yeah, and not only that, once you watch your opponent cast that, you're there. There's no being neutral on a moving train. You are either going to have to jump off or stay on. You're either going to watch them sit there and draw through the deck, or you're going to have to toss yourself off that thing and blow all your interaction on the first one. I don't think there's any way you blow it after the second.
Yeah, you got to stop the train when it leaves the station. Once it does, there's no breaks. So
absolutely.
Okay. Players draw their opening hands. Ryan Hayes taking a mulligan on the play here for game 2. So down a game, down a card. Things looking grim for Ryan here and his Grixis Underworld Breach Lurrus deck.
Yep. Hopefully we get to see a spectacular start. Ryan is going to be able to be on the play, and we may be able to watch the fated Black Lotus.
Yeah, just land, Lotus, Breach, Brain Freeze, Force, blue card.
Yeah, GG. Yeah, why not? It's that easy. Why doesn't everyone do that?
You tuck the other cards. There, you bet 6.
Yeah.
You win the game.
Yeah. Yeah. That easy. It's not hard. Yeah.
That's what I would do if I was Ryan.
Oh, yeah, I would too. Yeah. That was a confident putback. I feel like he's feeling this. Never mind. Never mind. Just X-nay that.
He could still be confident. Ryan could have, he has a Force of Will. I saw that in his hands.
Yeah.
So he's prepared for a strong turn 1.
Are we forcing a Mox Sapphire? Looks like we're not.
Yeah, that's a little aggressive.
We've been there before today. Into the Vexing Bauble.
Okay. So the one thing you know if you're Ryan is that that's the last piece of jewelry in the hand. No more Mox incoming, no Lotus.
Lets it fly.
Bauble does resolve. Underground Sea is the land for Bolonic. And there is an Ancestral.
Wow.
Excellent opening turn for Gabe.
Incredible.
And we know Ryan does have a Force of Will in hand. Potentially has an answer to this Vexing Bauble, but just the one turn in play is enough to clear a path for the Ancestral Recall.
Yes.
At this time, we are about to do the drawing for the Mox Pearl. As a reminder, to be in this event,
Galarian Academy in Bolonic's hand. Already has 2 artifacts on the battlefield, so a ton of mana available this turn if he wants it.
Social media leading up to this event. It is entirely too late to make it this.
We get the Academy into the Thunder Trap.
We will announce a name.
Sure.
You will have 5 minutes to make your presence known. And if you do not,
Pyroblast, the card taken from the Thunder Trap Trainer trigger. No red mana as of yet for Gabe, but that Pyroblast will come into play eventually. There is a Flooded Stranded Hand, so that should be his land drop next turn.
Yes.
I
see a Force of Will in hand for Gabe as well, although the Vexing Bauble stops all the pitch casts there.
Yes, yeah.
So now,
So currently, while we are attempting to talk over this, they are giving away a Mox Opal to someone who retweeted them. Mox Pearl.
Little small difference in price between the two. Yep. Not as big as it used to be.
Yes.
6 months ago.
Yeah. They're announcing who they are giving away the Mox Pearl to.
Not a bad door price.
No, it's not bad. Yeah.
$2,500 or so.
Yep.
Okay, just a land and a pass back for Ryan Hayes, so nothing going for him. Doesn't have anything like a stock up. Maybe just trying to hold up his own Pyroblast to stop what Bolonic's doing, hoping to win this game on attrition.
Yep.
The one thing that you can be advantaged on if your opponent has more mana than you is you have more spells. So if you're able to counter their card advantage, you can potentially run them out of spells and hope they flood.
Very easily, yes.
That might be Ryan's best path forward in this game because he's not winning on the mana axis.
Absolutely not, but we do see the Underworld Breach in hand. We're going to be...
Oh, wow. Meticulous Archive, the fetch for Bolonic. So Eshu's getting red mana here. Maybe has another land in hand to get his red source for that Pyroblast. Or just really suckered in by the Siren Call of Surveil.
Yep, and we are keeping it. And it is a Thunder Trap Trainer.
Yeah, this isn't a Paradoxical Outcome deck. It's Otter aggro.
It feels like it. We are 1 pip short of being able to
1
hardcast
minute to
sports.
1 minute before the drawing of the Mox Pearl. As a reminder, you must have shared the post that was at the
Okay,
top of
for the Aerolingus to take off of second Thunder Trap trainer, that could end the game very quickly.
Very easily.
Not a card that can get Pyroblasted. There's no access to Force of Will with the Vexing Bauble in play unless Ryan can make a 5th land drop.
Roughly 280 people did this. One of you is walking away with a Mox Pearl. We will do the drawing.
We are watching a strange war of attrition.
To come and claim the prize. If you do not, we will draw again.
We're looking at another shin kicking.
The drawing occurs.
I don't understand how it's always the 4th Aerolingus.
I do not know.
Somebody had to have the first one.
It does look like we are going into shin kicking phase with this bobble before things explode. The Academy being tapped for this. 4-2 for a time walk.
Okay, so no mana floating.
People ineligible to win this pearl, obviously people that did not follow the instructions. Myself, Baldy, and my business partner, Ryan Sorelli. Everyone else in this room that is qualified can win this pearl. The first name drawn is
There it is.
4th just for 1. Needing a Pyroblast. Spell Pierce from Ryan.
Please make your way up to the main stage to collect your pearl. You now have 5 minutes.
Alana gonna fight back with a Pyroblast.
There we see it.
Here's a fetch. I think this might be a hard cast Force of Negation.
Yeah, that's
double
the
fetch.
only thing we can think of at this point that they could be going for. But this would be game and closing out the semifinals if this lands. There it is, and it does in fact land. We're going to now kick some shins before going into the second turn.
Well, small victory for Ryan Hayes here.
Yep.
But now is likely defenseless against whatever the follow-up play is from Bolonic.
Yes. The kicking of shins will continue until morale improves.
Manager Jeff, if that is your Twitter, Blue Sky, Facebook, or Instagram handle, you have a Mox Pearl waiting for you. Make your way to the stage in the next 4 minutes to collect your pearl.
We are tapping in for a paradoxical.
Here we go.
It is time to start, and we are getting rid of the Vexing Bauble.
Now the fun begins.
Yes, drawing 5.
So unlock the
Or 4?
Forcible in Ryan's hand, but we know Gabe has a Forcible in hand as well.
Correct.
That looks like an emerald.
That is an emerald. We are looking square. Sapphire. And I'm assuming the Vexing is now. Are we letting that slide, Ryan?
Yeah, and that baits another, always baits a Force of Will. So the Vexing Bauble, looks like it was Emerald and Ruby. Are those
Emerald
Moxen.
and Ruby, okay. Huh. Oh yeah, it's less teardroppy. I see it now. More structured.
Gabe's artwork not nearly as museum quality as
no.
Ryan's.
Absolutely. Ryan knows what he's doing. Probably went to college.
Okay, so with just the 2 Mox and no additional artifact mana drawn for Bolonic, does have 3 mana still available from the Tolarian Academy.
Thunder Trap.
Gonna play Thunder Trap Trainer first. Looks like you found Merchant Scroll.
There's a Crypt in there, I think.
Mods Crypt, sure,
Yep.
they're all good.
Yep. Mana Crypt is kept. Is being thought about being kept. The land is also being mulled over, it seems.
I can tell you we do have one finalist right now. Joshua Kronk defeating Justin Gennari.
Wow.
Fleshbreaker Shops taking out Luris Paradoxical Outcome, so it will not be an all Luris final here at the Steel City Spectacular Vintage for a Black Lotus tournament. There will be one Luris deck and one hero.
Mm-hmm. Thunder Trap going to yard in cleanup. Interesting. We're tapping 3 for a stock up.
Well, it's a good card, but Ryan is very far behind right now.
Absolutely. That's a hard choice.
It's not a great catch-up card to stock up. It's a good press my advantage card.
Yeah, we see an Ancestral. I think we were hoping for a walk. Oh, must have been a Mox. Put it to the bottom.
Mox or Lotus, just something that the Vexing Bauble turns off.
Yep.
I love how the Paradoxical Outcome deck is able to use its namesake card to turn Vexing Bauble into an asymmetric effect.
Yes.
You play it early after you play all your Moxen in the opening hand. You stop your opponent's mana. Then when you're ready to PO, you bounce it. You replay all the Moxen that you had and the ones that you've drawn. Then you replay the Vexing Bauble. They can't even really force of will anything.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous.
Yep.
So elegant, so effective.
We've got the Saga.
Okay. Looks like Bolonic is content to just sit behind a wall of counter magic here and win with this Urza Saga.
Yep.
Saga tokens in 2 turns will be 6/6s. 3 artifacts in play. Saga represents 3 more.
Absolutely. And there's little to nothing pressuring Gabe at all. There's nothing on board, little to worry about in the bin. And we are going to Ancestral Recall to dig for more answers. We have not hit a land drop in the last 2 turns. Gabe gives the okay. Ryan draws his 3. We've got a dead Bauble, and it looks like some dead Mox. We have a Saga. Okay.
Stock up. Another stock up. It's a lot of mana to commit to things that don't really catch him up.
Yep.
But we're catching up on cards. You know, Ancestral Recall and stock up plus 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Time Walk and another Pyroblast. So.
Yep.
Maybe there's a chance Ryan can catch back up in this game. If he has a couple more turns, he can fire up Time Walk. Got enough cards to potentially power through Bolonic's wall of counterspells, because we know he has a bunch of Pyroblasts in hand.
Yep.
That said, he only has 2 red mana, and if he wants to play his most powerful card, Underworld Breach, is going to cost even more red mana.
Absolutely. The Bauble gets countered, wants it in the yard.
I think Ryan was about to discard the hand size.
Yep.
So he might as well just play the Bauble and give his opponent a chance to miss the trigger.
Correct. If we want to tell the judges, we are hitting the camera post a good bit. That way we don't have any big mishaps.
Okay. We are now back to Bolonic's turn.
We are going to Thunder Trap. We found the Black Lotus. Is it really what we want? I'm surprised that's the best card, considering the amount of mana already present.
Yeah, that is a little bit surprising.
It's a questioning keep, unless we're about to go for it.
Yeah, it could be a sign of great strength. That
Yes.
Bolonic has decided to end the game now rather than wait for Saga to take over. Especially now that Ryan has drawn a bunch of cards. This could be a juicy turn to go for big spells, because Ryan only has the 1 red up, so only 1 potential Pyroblast.
Yes.
And this is a post-board game. There's 4 in his deck. He's seen a lot of cards. It would not be at all surprising that he has more than 1 in hand.
What are we scrolling for?
Paradoxical Outcome?
I would assume so.
There it is.
It's time We are, in fact, about to jam. We're not before we kick shins, though.
You gotta let the auditor do its job.
Yeah. There is the outcome. What are we doing about it? We have a red blast and a mental misstep that's been paid for, and that is it.
Yeah, it has to pay mana for it, otherwise the Vexing Bauble would counter it.
Yep.
So heads up play from Bolonic, doesn't run into his own card, and now the paradoxical outcome resolves. So for a moment, the Vexing Bauble is back in hand, and free spells can be cast.
Though it does not look like they will be long for this world.
This will just be Gabe playing all the zeros he's found. It's the 2 Moxen he had, the Lotus we knew was in hand, and a Mishra's Bauble.
Yep. Vexing Bauble coming down next, most likely. There it is. Oh, it's a Spell Bomb.
Nile Spell Bomb.
Okay.
That will shut off the graveyard. Any potential breach is not nearly as threatening.
You have a lost pearl on the stage waiting for you.
They are having difficulty giving away a Mox Pearl.
It's hard work. Yeah. People really only want a Mox Sapphire.
Yeah.
Maybe a Jet. It's a Mox Pearl. How much could it cost? $5?
Yeah, come on. I've been to garage sales.
Yeah. Planes are free, and it's basically just a planes.
We got another Storm Trap Trainer finding a Git Probe. We're going to go take a look-see inside Ryan's best kept secrets. We have a Black Lotus, a Blast, a Time Walk 2, Underworld Breaches, and a Force of Will.
And now with the Nile Spellbomb in play, those Underworld Breaches looking pretty bad. Here's a Mox Sapphire off the top for Bolonic, just so far ahead on every axis.
Yes.
It is all over but the crying. Gabe Bolonic is going to take this match 2-0 and move on to the finals to face Joshua Kronk in Flesh Raker Shocks.
Absolutely. Gabe finding his line that he would prefer in order to seal the deal. Playing with the food, as it were.
Gabe has entered the don't screw it up phase.
On to Chan, you have lost your opportunity. The next drawing. Caleb Lewis. Caleb Lewis. If you're in the room, make your presence known.
Cheers. I think we've succeeded in giving away a Mox
Finally
Pearl.
giving it away, yeah.
I think Caleb Lewis is pretty happy.
I would be too.
You have 5 minutes.
I wonder if he'll trade me for my planes. It's a nice looking planes.
It's a very nice looking planes. Underworld Breach has resolved. We are beginning to dig.
Interesting that Gabe just lets this happen.
Does Gabe not have a way to crack Vexing? No, he does.
There's a Nile Spellbomb on board.
Yeah.
Just sack it. You might not draw a card, you don't have black mana up, but you still get decks out of the graveyard.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Time walk.
In 15 minutes at the Purple Gathering Point, our special guest showcase will begin, where you can see some of our favorite players, content creators, cosplayers, battle, library, South Alexandria in a 2-round CDH event. That event starts at 7 p.m. at the Purple Gathering Point, towards the front of the room.
Okay, well, Ryan is continuing the parade of value from Underworld Breach.
Yep.
It's like recasting Ancestral Recall for a second time.
bit surprised that we have not put an end to this yet.
I think Gabe feels so far ahead, he's really only concerned about the full combo.
Yep. It's a lot of cards in hand.
Not a bad Underworld breach, though.
Not.
2 Ancestrals and a Time Walk.
Pretty good.
It's like 10 grand.
Yeah. Found the 7 we are keeping. We're going to start our discard.
See Force, I see some Pyroblasts.
Yep.
But Ryan is now tapped out, and there's Vexing Bauble on the battlefield, so the shields are down.
I believe we're going into the Time Walk turn next, correct?
Oh, there's the Time Walk turn.
Yes,
You were right.
yes.
So the shields will come back up.
Yep, they are refreshing, Captain.
Yeah.
Dumping 2 frogs. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Ryan understands he's not winning this game with the value plan. He's got to win this game with the combo.
And the Saga is coming down. What are we getting?
Does Ryan have a Pithing Needle in his deck?
There is
No, I'm
no
not seeing
Pithing
one.
Needle. Bummer.
So, find Soul Ring.
Fair enough. Soul Ring, a notoriously not bad card. And for a colorless and a black, we're going to Demonic Tutor.
Uses the colorless floating from the Urza Saga.
It does resolve. This is getting a little dangerous at this point.
We know there's another Underworld Breach in Ryan's hand.
Exactly.
And if he finds the Brain Freeze,
which I can only assume he would like to, and considering now, with this mana, he represents quadruple backup if the Vexing Bauble has to be cracked. Ryan may be stealing this game.
suplex the Vexing Bauble. Alana going to sacrifice it for a card in response. Here is a Black Lotus.
Yep. Should be cracked.
Use the colorless and pool to Underworld Breach.
Yep.
But now if Balonic Nile spell bombs,
For your Force
gonna
of
go for a
Willing.
Force.
I'm assuming next is the REB or the Pyroblast.
Yeah, Ryan's been setting this up for several turns now, so
Yeah.
there's no way he's not fighting over it.
Absolutely not. No.
Force is back. Now a Force of Negation for Balonic.
Getting a stock up.
Now
There.
Pyroblast.
There's the Pyroblast. That works. Uh-oh.
There's still the Nile. Is that
I
Nile spell bomb
don't
not in
think
play?
Gabe knows. I think the feller may have forgotten with all what's going on.
It's not being used, so I have to imagine it's not in play.
That is,
But it got cast.
it's cast,
We
it's
were
in
here, we
play.
watched
We
it.
see where Exile and Graveyarded, and it is not in that pile. And are we certain it's the card we think it is?
I suppose if he, well, no, you could still just always respond to the Underworld Breach.
Yep.
But I guess he's afraid of losing to a follow-up Brain Freeze is the issue. And Ryan is, he Demonic Tutored, he has the mana up.
Tutor, yeah.
So yeah, if you fought over this and lost the fight, then Nile Spellbomb in response,
Yeah.
there's a million Storm,
Doesn't matter.
and the
almost.
Lotus is in play, you just have Lotus Brain Freeze and you lose. So that's why Balonic has been so patient with the Nile Spellbomb. But I'm not sure if Ryan actually has the Brain Freeze.
in a sense, that also does not matter. If you spell bomb after the brain freeze in response to the bomb, you just brain freeze.
You let all of the storm copies resolve. You keep the other one on the stack, and then you exile
The
everything
main one.
else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then there's still 3 cards there, and the brain freeze.
Yeah.
But you would get the Lotus.
Yeah. You would get the
It
Lotus
would
out.
depend on exactly how many cards are in library for Ryan versus how many are in library for Gabe. But it is a potential path forward.
There's
and
the
now,
spell bomb.
Yes, if we flashback or escape suplex to force the spell bomb pop.
Yep.
And now, is there the brain freezes? Ryan set this up so beautifully that he is going to steal this game after I explicitly called it for his opponent. Is he going to make me look extremely foolish? Looks like he might be digging for it. So goes for Ancestral in response to the spell bomb activation.
And maybe that's just the right thing to do. Maybe not even digging. Maybe that's just wanting to use it. The play at this point, if he doesn't have it, may be to, brainstorm. Okay, we're digging a little harder, but now we can, again, Ancestral, and we do have another blue floating.
This is absolutely incredible. Just incredible work from Ryan Hayes and Underworld Breach.
Here we go, and now we're digging.
Power of friendship.
It's 1 card down. That's all we're going to see extra after that brainstorm. Did we find it?
Looks like he did not. So the Nile Spellbomb activation resolves, but at this point, the graveyard has been used.
Yes.
And the Black Lotus is still in play. So Ryan has the most important card, and he got full value from his graveyard. So the Nile Spellbomb, all it did was exile the Ancestral after it was cast 3 times.
Correct.
Not that big of a deal. It didn't even draw a card.
No.
So still excellent work from Ryan. And now he has to feel like if he can find the 3rd Underworld Breach or the Brain Freeze right now, he could win this game.
Yeah. Then what did... I'm assuming the slam is what was tutored then.
I think it was the Lotus.
The Lotus.
Because that's what set up the threat of Brain Freeze.
Correct,
to make Gabe sit on the Nile Spellbomb, which then allowed Ryan to suplex it and Ancestral in response. Just 3 steps ahead.
Absolutely. Get some mana out, and are we casting some draw spells? What are we doing here? Is it the frog? Might be a frog.
As a Mox Sapphire was the artifact for Ryan. Here's the
Land for turn.
Now, there is some mana floating still, and a Lotus. Plenty of mana here for Ryan Hayes. Buys Luris. So now doesn't even need the 3rd breach. The Luris is another breach.
Yep.
Uses Lotus to play Luris. Uses Luris to play Lotus.
Yep.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Very.
Now going to end of the turn, Breach will go to the graveyard.
Yep. Oh, are we seeing a line? Has something been discovered?
And
Nope.
At this point, Ryan looks ahead.
Yeah.
I think he has more cards in hand. His hand looks great. There's plenty of counter magic. He has the Luris established.
Yep.
He can Luris Lotus. He can Luris Breach.
Yep.
Just needs to find the Brain Freeze, really.
We are making the construct.
Is there another piece of graveyard hate off of this Urza Saga?
Soul Ring, no. Goodness. What is Gabe going to do? We casting a stock up? He's representing stock up mana. There it is. We're digging for the answer. But not until we see the Pyroblast from Ryan.
At this point, Ryan's incentivized to trade and get cards in the graveyard because he can leverage them with Luris and Breach.
Absolutely.
So most trading is good for him, but looks like the stock up was bait, except Ryan has another Pyroblast for this Flame of Anor. We'll have red floating from the Luris, or the Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what can Balanica do? Has so much mana from the Academy. It's for a Thunder Trap Trainer. Believe no Offspring. Not quite that much mana.
I'm smelling a lot of cope.
I think this is Thundertrap Trainer with blue floating since the Academy made 4.
Yep. Found a Force of Will.
Not bad, but
like
at this point, the Underworld Breach can get Force of Will. It'll just come back next turn.
Yep. We have a Brainstorm. That is the new Final Fantasy art.
Good eye. What does Brainstorm bring?
It's called the End Times or something. Another Thunder Trap. We're huffing the cope. The cope is getting a little strong.
It's an otter aggro deck, so Gabe is just sticking to the game plan here. He does have Ryan down to 8. And that construct
Don't Luris have lifelink? What you mean?
The construct is now a 6/6. Make it a 5/5 after the Mishra's Bauble is sacrificed.
Yes.
I think well, the construct just entered, so it can't attack.
Exactly. I think this is death. I think we are staring down the last of this.
Ryan needs some sort of blue card to leverage with this Underworld Breach. A stock up, Brain Freeze would be ideal. A lot of them are in exile. Not sure if he has a backup one in hand.
Yeah.
Could just be a lot of mana and counter spells.
Maybe get probe.
Okay, that sort of counts.
It helps the yard.
He gets to see 2 Force of Wills and a fetch land in hand for Balonic, so he knows just 1 Force of Will is what he has to get through.
Yep.
I believe there is a 3rd Pyroblast in hand. It might be a 4th.
That would be hilarious. I think Ryan has stolen this game.
I'm not even prepared to call it stealing. I think he just legitimately came back.
Yeah.
He didn't execute the combo on that turn. He navigated around Graveyard Hate and generated a ton of value with Breach and then took over with Luris.
Yeah.
You know,
GG, good old Grixis.
And he did it through multiple counter spells.
Yeah. Pyroblast again coming up every single game it's in as the Stellar All-Star. He's got a magnet in his hand for those cards.
I mean, I think both players have seen over half their decks at this point.
Easily, yeah.
Shouldn't be too hard. So, Ryan going for Underworld Breach from the graveyard. What spell does he want to play? Could get a card deeper with Probe. Could answer a permanent suplex. Going for Frog.
But no recall.
Doesn't have the full Frog combo with the recall and Breach, but might be able to see a few more cards with Probe and hopefully find Brain Freeze.
Mm-hmm. We are going to Probe.
Yeah, but 2 more cards between Ryan and Brain Freeze at this point.
Yep. And we're going to kill the Construct.
Okay, so Suplex the Construct is the play for Ryan. It's like he wants to win this game on the board. He now has a Psychic Frog and a Luris. He has the 2 biggest creatures around.
Yep. What a swing.
He is down to only 2 cards in hand. I'm not sure how much more counter magic he has to stop something like a paradoxical outcome off the top.
That would be horrifying. And this is a finals. This is a semifinals match. This is what we expect out of players at this caliber.
This is vintage at its best.
Absolutely. This is a beautiful game.
Best game of the tournament that we've seen on camera.
By far. Yeah.
Glad it's happening in such a high leverage moment.
Yes. And only on game 2.
Yeah, if Ryan wins, we will see a 3rd game of this match.
Yep.
Okay, Balonic goes for his own Luris. There's plenty of mana to cast that and the appropriate colors. Has Mishra's Bauble and Black Lotus in the graveyard, I believe, so can go for cards or mana.
There's Luris. We're just waiting to see what was drawn. It's so imperative, but it looks like the only thing to do is to replay the Spell Bomb.
Okay, yeah, that is a really great card to rebuy with Luris. So
yeah.
Now has Breach in check.
The finger guns are being pointed, and there is the paradoxical outcome. Do we have the counterspell?
I see a Force of Will in hand. I mean, you can't let this resolve. It's like 7 cards and
It's
not plus
it's
mana.
going.
It's Force of Will, but no blue card.
Yep, Force of Will with no blue card.
Oh
Nothing
my
to pitch.
God. Ryan did so much work to get back into this game.
Oh my goodness.
And it looks like it might be all for nothing.
It all comes tumbling down, tumbling down. Oi. That's a lot of mana. That's a lot of draw. Goodness me.
All the Moxen redeployed for Gabe. A giant hand of cards.
Another Thunder Trap. Most likely coming down soon.
Yeah, just needs to find the Snapcaster Mage for the 4th Aerlingus in the graveyard.
And it looks like we're going to see Gabe tied up with the Demonic Tutor. That looks like it's going to be it. He can go find whatever he wants. There's the Snappy.
Doesn't even bother keeping the card unrevealed. Both players know the card that he needs to find. Does he have enough mana to make this lethal? Ryan is at 8 life. He has 2 blockers, one of which is a 3-power lifelinker.
Does
Pyroblast on the Frog. That takes care of a blocker.
Does Gabe have enough cards in library? You would have to short it, I feel like, at this point.
To play another PO.
Yeah. We're probably looking at 10 or 11 left in library here. There's the Snappy. Ryan is asking for the presentation of the win.
Okay, looks like he's just going to go for Flame of Anor.
Yep.
Mox and Luris. And Polana going to look to end this game in the red zone.
Yep.
Luris and Thunder Trap Trainer come across. Oh no, 2 Thunder Trap Trainers have the Luris in hand.
Yep.
It's like Luris and another Mox Opal.
Ryan has been passed to.
Yeah, I don't know what he can draw.
Oh, there it is. Gabe taking it. Both players putting on a mastery of their deck.
Well, at one point, I didn't think Gabe could lose. Then I thought Ryan was ahead.
Yep.
And that last paradoxical outcome completely turned the game back into Bolonic's favor. So congratulations to him. He will move on to our finals to face Joshua Kronk and Fleshraker Shops. It's Luris versus Mishra's Workshop, as Vintage was meant to be.
Absolutely.
Is it going to be the deck that has dominated much of this tournament and Luris Paradoxical Outcome had 4 copies in the top 8? Or is it going to be Vintage's, deck du jour with Tezzeret Cruel Captain taking down the trophy?
I'm going to guess we're going to see a Tezzeret get hit by a cat at some point in that, if it goes long.
Would not surprise me at all. This is a match where I think the roles are quite clear.
Absolutely.
Kronk does not have much in the way of interacting with the outcome plan, at least in game 1. In the sideboard, he has some null rods. Those are going to be important.
Good.
But game 1 is going to be a fast and dirty affair. Kronk trying to put pedal to the metal and end the game very quickly. Bolonic, largely either trying to do the same, if he can, but more importantly, just stop the opponent because he's going to have the card advantage going long.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our finals match of the Steel City Spectacular Battle for the Black Lotus. Welcome back after that short break. We are right into the action. It looks like players opting to enjoy their own playmat. I would too if I had that.
So that's a nice one, those old Spellground playmats.
Oh, yeah.
I've got one sitting in my closet.
Yep.
From a vintage tournament, actually.
There we go. I like to hear that.
I played in 2007, maybe 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Something around there.
Yeah, that would have been around the time I bought my first Magic pack.
The TMD Open, if any vintage fans out there remember that series of tournaments from Ray Robillard. Used to give out Spellground playmats that had a collage of cards from the previous TMD Open Champions deck.
Oh, I love that.
Like printed onto it to the top 16. That was the top 16 prize.
That is a wonderful prize. Love that. I, in fact, got my first playmat because of a standard RCQ win, and they, in fact, horribly photoshopped us into our favorite card onto it, and it was hilarious.
There's something charming about really bad Photoshop.
Oh, and it was terrible.
Up a level or two where it's just regular bad, not good.
Nah.
But especially bad, like almost like you tried to make it bad.
Yep. It says unregistered Hypercam 2 at the top.
That's quite a name.
Oh, it's rough, yeah.
Okay, our players are going to be shuffling up here for game number 1. Gabe Bolanek is your number 1 overall seed playing Luris Paradoxical Outcomes, so he will be on the play in the first game. That is huge. That means he can get out his fast mana. If he has the Vexing Bauble, that would be excellent.
Yep.
Even just, establishing the mana, maybe landing a stock up before you have to worry about countering anything, finding something like a Force of Will or a Force of Negation, really, really important. And then you can start just, stopping the threats from this Fleshraker shop stack, because really any one of them is capable of carrying the game.
Oh, yes, yeah. And I don't think my heart can take another back and forth like last game. Oh, my goodness.
This is not going to be back and forth. This is going to be Josh Kronk slamming threats as fast and as furiously as he possibly can.
As God intended, absolutely.
And trying to get one of them to sneak through. He will have to be careful in how he sequences those threats.
Yep.
The One Ring to me is the most important one. It's the card that keeps on drawing cards over the course of a few turns. It will be the most valuable one that you can play. So that's the highest priority, both for Josh to resolve and for Gabe to counter.
Yep.
But the potential for a quick Fleshraker kill with 2 Sensei's tops. Mystic Forge is incredibly powerful. The restricted Karn is always incredible, especially in this matchup where the Artifact mana is so important for Bolanek. Get our screen fixed up here while the players shuffle.
Absolutely. Let's get our names corrected.
So I think we're fine up top with Bolanek. And down south, we have Joshua Kronk. C-R-O-N-K. It's like Gronk, but with a C.
On
Fleshraker shops.
That's one word, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I've always been interested in whether or not these players know just how much intensity goes into watching, let alone playing, because I swear we felt last game with them. I think you and I went through a story.
An absolute intense game. Definitely the best game of the day.
Yeah.
Hoping to see it top tier in the finals.
Yeah. This has genuinely been a wonderful tournament.
Really, for such a relatively obscure format. There's not a lot of vintage events these days. Not a ton of people playing the format relative to things like Modern and Commander and all the other ways people engage with Magic. But the people that do play Vintage are such devotees of the format. They understand it so well. And Vintage has a very important strategies and tactics that you have to understand and implement if you want to have success in the format. Because we've seen how punishing it is. Every time you make a mistake and you leave an extra window of opportunity for your opponent, they take full advantage of it.
Absolutely.
You give them it's not you give them an inch and take a mile. You give them a millimeter and they take a marathon.
Absolutely.
So you can't give them anything. You have to play very carefully. You have to not only understand your deck, you have to understand your opponent's deck
Yep.
and what the problematic cards are, the important cards are. It really emphasizes that because it's so punishing. So I'm always so impressed by, how well understood and how well versed these vintage players are
Yep.
in the format, because they understand those nuances so well, despite having relatively few opportunities to practice and play the format.
Correct. Yeah, there's not a lot of times outside of playing on MTGO.
Okay, players have shuffled up. They have drawn their opening hands. See if we have any mulligans, and then we will be off.
I would be surprised if we do not. I could understand Gabe keeping raw land bobble, and that's it.
Yeah, you could do that, and just, especially if you had, well, they're not a Psychic Frog deck, so I think in the Paradoxical Outcome build, you really need fast mana of your own.
Yeah.
The fact that so much of your card advantage comes from having artifacts in play.
Yeah. But on a lower mull, I think I could see it happening.
Oh, yeah. Once you start mulliganing, your range widens.
Yep. Significantly. We're really thinking on these. We see an Ancestral Recall with 2 fetches and a Mox Opal in Gabe's hand.
Oh.
I don't think that gets there, unless you really believe in your deck.
It's treated him well so far.
Yeah, and a Storm Trap for turn 2. So he gets to see 9 cards in 2 turns.
That's more than you see if you mulligan.
Yeah. So at that point, I think you just keep it. But he's got nothing for Joshua right now.
This feels like it's basically the game.
Yeah, we are watching the game being played right now. This is a fair portion of game 1. This will most likely take longer than the game if Josh took the kind of hand we expect of him. Showing off some dice. Oh no, it's a mechanical keyboard click little thing. I love those. Good little fidget toy. We are debating. The clicking will continue until morale improves.
My bad. They're waiting on us.
Don't you love casters?
It's okay. I only cost us a minute.
Minute schminute. We've been here for 9 hours. No, 10.
10 wonderful Mox-filled hours.
Absolutely.
We've got one more here. One more match. It might be an hour.
We even squeezed in a sandwich.
Could be 4 turns.
Yeah.
You never know. Okay. Blue to Delta fetches Volcanic Island for Bolonic down to 19.
The Opal. There is the Black Lotus ripped off the top.
That's pretty good.
Wow. Into the recall. Oh, the bobble.
That's pretty good.
And
you see Lorien revealed, another fetch, and I'm not sure what the remaining card is in Bolonic's hand.
Wow.
But Bolonic was on the play, so nothing was ripped off the top.
No, yeah.
The Lotus was just in hand.
Yeah. We just didn't see it.
Yeah, hard to get a good glimpse of the proxies in hand.
Absolutely.
So that made this keep much easier. That's an excellent hand for Bolonic. Kronk has the best possible reply to turn 1 Vexing Bauble, and that is Mishra's Workshop Grim Monolith. So plenty of mana available for him, even through the Bauble, and Vexing Bauble is going to shut off any Force of Wills from Bolonic. So if he has something like the One Ring here, it is safe.
And it looks like we do have a City of Traders, I think, in hand.
Always want to be played as your last land.
Yep.
Okay, here's a Tezzeret Cruel Captain.
Wow.
Is doing a great job of funneling the artifact-only mana from Workshop into mana that can cast Tezzeret.
Absolutely.
So there is still 1 artifact-only mana floating for Kronk here.
Gabe seems to be digesting the idea of cracking the Bauble. Yeah, in order to stop this. We're going to see. Oh, I believe you wanted to draw into an answer and did not find one. Goodness.
Yeah, so took a risk there and now has no forcible for Tezzeret, and there's nothing stopping Kronk from getting some more artifact mana. This Tezzeret could find Black Lotus.
Yeah, very easily.
If he has artifact mana in hand, maybe it'd find something like Manifold Key to untap Grim Monolith and set up a later combo with Time Vault.
And looking back, this could just be unleashing a torrent of artifact mana out from Joshua.
Yeah.
Now that he is unlocked, has
If
the
he has
Tezzeret
artifact
on
mana
board.
and a Fleshraker, we could find a Sensei's Top.
And this
work
is
towards that
turn one
combo.
win. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of
what an
potential
open.
here. And such an excellent start from Bolonic on the play, all potentially undone by the power of Tezzeret, Cruel Captain.
Yeah. And like we were talking about earlier, we wanted to see that matchup, and we see 4 of these combo decks in the top 8, yet we still get to watch the desired shop versus Luris. And
Tezzeret was lurking the entire time.
We are somehow still on this decision here. Nothing's gone into effect. I wonder what Gabe is thinking in his hand.
Gabe was thinking about what to do with the Tez. Used it to untap the Grim Monolith, and that's enough mana to play the One Ring.
Wow.
So effectively a free Tezzeret. It netted
Absolutely.
3 mana as a rebate upon entering. And now the One Ring also resolves. Kronk under protection until his next turn and draws an extra card. An incredible turn 1 from Fleshraker Shops. Perhaps the most explosive deck in all of Vintage.
Absolutely. And what a fun deck as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Did it without any 0 mana artifacts.
Yeah.
Didn't even have one after the Vexing Bauble. Just had a hand that was immune to it. Now Bolonic very far behind. I don't know if there's anything in his main deck that can really answer the One Ring. Maybe a bounce spell.
That hand was just allergic to Cheerios. It didn't want them.
Yeah, I mean, Flame of Anora is not going to do it.
Nope.
There is not even a bounce spell here.
Wow.
In the main deck. So this ring is, oh no, there's a Synchronous Keeper. I thought there was one. So we can bounce it and then counter it on the way back down, but that's going to take a little time. War cost the Lotus, and Gabe has already gotten a card out of it. He gets to untap with it, and Tezzeret, he can potentially draw 5 more. Since Tezzeret can untap the One Ring as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're debating over this Lorien revealed right now. I see another proxied card in Gabe's hand. We do not know what it is. We believe it was an Ancestral Recall, but we see the paradoxical outcome, Lorien revealed, and one other card in hand. Just don't know what's gonna land. Gabe probably thinking of what could possibly come down from Joshua that's already worse than the board state he's staring at.
This is what I call a bad think for Bolonic.
Yeah.
Because he's thinking through a lot of bad options, trying to find some way he can get back into the game.
Yep.
Sometimes players have a good think where they have so many good options, it's hard to pick the best one.
Absolutely.
In this case, there's just no good options, so it's hard to find the best one.
We will see the polluted Delta cracked. We will go get ourselves, most likely, an Underground Sea. There it is.
Gabe fetching down to 18. Josh still at his original 20, though the ring will start whittling away his life total soon here.
We are using the Lotus, and we are going to cast Lorien Revealed Hard Cast in order to draw some cards.
It's an Ancestral Recall. Expensive, but an Ancestral Recall. Unfortunately, it just looks rather pithy when the One Ring and Tezzeret are on the other side of the table.
Absolutely, but we do find enough mana to cast a real recall.
Okay, 6 mana for 2 recalls.
It's a harsh way to go about it. It looks like he's passing it over.
Okay, the One Ring will drop Joshua Kronk to 19.
Wow. What a commanding position. Obviously, still on the only artifact mana.
But at this point, there's a full grip for Kronk. He has plenty of mana. He can either gain more cards with Tezzeret or more mana with Tezzeret, or tutor for a combo piece. He has effectively all three good options, whichever one his hand really needs. He'll see what he draws off the ring here first. If he finds a bunch more artifact mana, then maybe he wants more cards. If he finds expensive threats, then he'll use the Tezzeret to make more mana.
Absolutely. And with the city in hand, he's going to have a lot of mana available to do just that. We may even see another Tezzeret if he has it. But I'm thinking that this One Ring will be untapped. It's looking that direction at the moment, considering we didn't see anything post-Vexing Bauble last turn. Wow.
Now, I suppose there's also the potential for the Tezzeret to ultimate this turn.
Oh, yeah, if we see enough. That's an Ancient Tomb
It's
coming
on
down.
4. Three artifacts is all you need.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
got our
exactly what he
first.
would want, but Mox Jet. Gonna take 2 is Kronk from Ancient Tomb. That drops him to 17. Looks like he might have missed the loyalty trigger from Tezzeret for the Mox Jet. Didn't see
Possibly.
the die move. Oh,
They are motioning.
pointing it out now.
Yes, and we are ulting, or we are getting a judge clarification on whether or not that can be missed.
And if they've gone too far, I mean,
I highly
started
doubt.
making another play, but didn't actually make it. He
Yeah.
did change life totals, so he took a game action.
A game action, yeah, that is true.
After the Mox Jet resolved. That said, I guess he could have conceivably done that with the Tez trigger on the stack, but you would have to announce that.
Yeah.
So the judge will come in.
And we will get a ruling here soon, and we will be able to contact them via our text chat to get clarification.
Looks like we are performing a quick backup, as is the standard fix in these instances.
Wonderful.
So Josh will get his Tezzeret loyalty counter trigger.
And his life returned.
Now the Tezzeret on 5. See if Josh wants to tutor with it first before making his move. No, gonna go back to the well with this Ancient Tomb and Mox Jet.
Are we
3 mana.
looking at the flesh? Is this it? There
That
it
a Glaring
is.
Flesh Raker. So 2 Sensei's Tops or Sensei's Top Mystic Forge will win the game for Joshua Kronk. And the
Tezzeret
Tezzeret
gets
can
1.
tutor for 1, yeah.
That's
so
what we're looking at, I think. But
just
we look
one
like we're
piece
casting
away.
something. We're casting something with the artifact mana. It's gonna be.
Oh, yeah. That is a Sprawling Crawler.
Yep. Shops is showing up right now.
Yeah, and Crawler can be an awkward card in a lot of matchups. It's quite good against Paradoxical Outcome.
Absolutely. It looks like we're gonna go get the top. We're touching the Tezzeret. We're
Also,
teasing the Tezzeret.
2 damage coming from the Flesh Raker, 1 from the spawn generated by the trigger, and 1 from the Crawler itself. So Gabe down to 16. It will not take many turns for his life total to go away.
Absolutely not. And it looks like we are searching. We will most likely be going to go get our top.
I would expect a top.
Oh.
Pulls
Little
one out
take
and
back.
then takes it back.
Maybe he's got to go find his from the vault. I would. I love mine. Yeah, see? Taste. Good taste. Gotta get the good one. I once bought a damaged top on a website, and when it got to me, it turned out it was signed. Best day ever.
That does count as damaged.
Yep.
It's a sad day when I found that out.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the spawn going to cast the top, which will then regenerate a spawn. That'll deal 1 more damage to Gabe Balonic. So Gabe down to 15, Josh at 17. Another loyalty added to the Tezzeret. Oh, and here is the second top. Has to be a counter spell. Looks like there isn't.
Nope. Yeah, we're picking up cards. That is game 1 of the finals for the Battle of the Black Lotus, going over to Joshua Kronk, not on the play.
There was so much action, it felt like longer than that, but that was turn 2.
That was indeed.
That was turn 2.
Wow.
Second turn of the game.
Not on the play. Shops showing up and doing it over a Vexing Bauble. Can you believe it?
Kill.
The digging for an answer with Bauble was rough. I hated to see that.
Yeah, it was a necessary evil, and it did not pay off. That is one of, I think, the downsides of this build of a Luris deck. If you wanted to compare them, the paradoxical outcome by its nature is the most proactive. It has the most deck slots devoted to doing its own thing and having that combo plan, which has been very powerful in the Luris mirrors. But in these shop matchups, you need to be more defensive. And in game 1, Bolonic's list just isn't set up to do that. Just 4 Force of Will. The Flusterstorms aren't very good. The Mental Misstep is only sometimes good in this matchup. You just don't have that many answers to things like the One Ring and Tezzeret. Now, after sideboarding, things change a little bit. There is a Force negation in Bolonic's sideboard, but notably, no copies of Consigned to Memory. Instead, he's leaning on Pyroblast and Flusterstorm. Those will not be effective in this matchup.
Yep.
There are 2 copies of Portable Hole, but that really just hits the artifact mana. It's never going to hit a top, since you can activate in response and put it on top of the deck. It's never going to hit a Tezzeret. It's never going to hit a One Ring. So, unfortunately for Bolonic, it seems like he's run into a matchup in the finals where he just isn't that well prepared.
Absolutely.
There's a Prismatic Ending. That could hit a 3-drop, I suppose.
Yeah.
There's some Swords to Plowshares for the Flesh Rakers and the Scrawling Crawlers. So those will likely come in. That's a nice little bit of 1-mana interaction. But he's missing those key counter spells.
Yeah.
The Consigned Memories, the extra Force and Negations. Those are the cards that are going to be particularly helpful. You need to stop Tezzeret and the One Ring. Those are the key cards out of this deck. Fleshraker being up there as well, I would say.
Yeah.
You do have answers to Fleshraker, but 2 out of 3, you're pretty cold to. Going to need to draw a lot of Force Wills, or alternatively, go for very early paradoxical outcomes.
Yes, and I honestly think at this point, Gabe should Hail Mary. I think knowing Joshua has nothing to contend with him, if somehow Joshua needs to perform his win attempt on turn 2 again instead of on turn 1, technically speaking here, Gabe could go for it on turn 2 on the play, get himself back in this game.
Well, Josh does have some disruption in his sideboard. 3 Null Rod and 3 Mindbreak Trap can all be very effective in this matchup. Now, the Portable Holes and the Flame of Anors and the Prismatic Ending are all good at dealing with Null Rod.
Very.
So Bolonic is well set up to answer that, but a key Mindbreak Trap could be really important for stopping a paradoxical outcome if Bolonic is going to go on a more proactive game plan, realizing that he doesn't have the necessary density of counter spells to consistently stop the proactive game plan of Joshua Kronk.
Yep.
And it doesn't take that much. It's not like Force Will where you need blue cards in your deck to make it work. It's just 1 card that you draw, sits in your hand, and it's likely going to find something to counter. If it's not on turn 1, it'll counter something on the outcome turn.
Yep. And if you're Gabe right now, you're thinking, I just landed Black Lotus, Mox Opal, Vexing Bauble with a land on turn 1, and that wasn't even close to enough.
Yeah, and I died on turn 2.
How awful does that feel?
That was my turn 1, and when I untapped and drew on turn 2, I felt like I couldn't win the game, and I was right.
And they saw 6 cards. They drew 6 cards. Nothing.
Yeah.
Tough. Very tough.
This Fleshraker Shops deck, it feels more like Jewel Shops than a disruptive shop deck with spheres and stuff in it. It's doing its own thing, but it does so with, I think, more consistent draws than Jewel Shops. The Jewel Shops deck has a bit of an awkward mana base unless it draws Tolarian Academy.
Correct.
This deck, very clean mana base. It has a lower curve. It's able to present multiple very powerful threats very early in the game. It was Tezzeret plus the One Ring on turn 1, and then full Fleshraker combo on turn 2, and a Scrawling Crawler.
But But this comes down to someone being exceedingly good at their mulligans. It does not have a lot of ways to draw itself out of things. It has a great amount of ways to tutor what it needs. It has great library access. It does not have the stock ups. It does not have the dig through times, any of those things.
It doesn't have the card advantage outside of, I guess it doesn't have the card advantage, but it has ways to dig through its deck.
Yes,
and the Skull and Crawler
exactly.
isn't card advantage because both of you are drawing an extra card. And You're still getting deep in your deck.
Correct.
Sensei's Top is never going to give you card advantage, but it'll help you get deep in your deck. And Tezzeret can act as a shuffle effect. to
Very
reset
much
the top
so.
of your deck.
Absolutely, yeah. It does it on such a strange axis, and it takes someone to pilot it correctly to do that. And I think a lot of other people will maybe try this deck and feel like it constantly does because they're not utilizing things like Tezzeret just shuffling.
Okay, players have shuffled up. We have game 2 here of the finals. Gabe Bolanek going to be on the play. He is already looking at his opening hand. I can see a Flooded Strand. I can see a Paradoxical Outcome. I can see a Proxy. So likely a Mox, but could be something like Mana Crypt or Lotus.
Yeah. You know, I almost love it just being unable to be known. It's a little exciting for us. We're like, is it a Black Lotus? Is it a Time Walk? It looks like a Black Lotus.
I think I see 3 Tezzerets in Kronk's hand, which is all of them in the deck.
Oh.
But didn't have a lot of fast mana in that hand, so sends it back.
Yep.
3 Tezzerets in the opening hand, that's too many. The first Tezzeret, great. The second one, acceptable. The third one, not good.
We could have gotten the funniest screenshot of 3 Force of Wills in one hand and 3 Tezzerets in the other. Bum, bum, bum. That would have been great. That would have been just great.
Right. So Kronk taking a mulligan to 6. Looking for something better. Bolanek, I mean, I wouldn't say looking for something much better, but really just wants that same explosive start he had, but backed up with a Force of Will.
Absolutely.
If he can have good mana, some source of card advantage, and a counterspell, then he's checking all the boxes, and he should be in good shape this game.
Yeah.
But any one of those boxes not checked, and things get a lot murkier very quickly.
Extremely. Extremely. I don't know what would quite happen.
That was a good first 2 cards.
Yeah. Oh, into the
Workshop, Lotus, Fleshraker, the One Ring. I saw 2 2-mana lands, a 2 in a city, and I'm not sure what the other card is.
That's a keep and a half. Sweet Summer Child.
So likely to tuck the City of Traders.
Yes. I think we're thinking about keeping it for this Flesh Rider, though.
It has Ancient Tomb to go along with it.
We do.
And the Lotus.
But maybe we want to,
I guess
yeah.
it'll depend on what the 7th card is.
Exactly, yeah. It looks like we're keeping the Traders.
Maybe because of Fleshraker you tuck the Workshop? That doesn't feel right.
And right off screen, as I will try to present us just a little bit so you guys can see it, we have our Black Lotus in the corner there. Just peeking. That is what they are fighting for. Going for the Volcanic into a Brainstorm. Okay.
It's a very aggressive Brainstorm.
Good. I don't like that. Okay.
What are you
Wow.
looking for?
We have the
Gabe
Force
Bolanek?
Negation. Is that Force Negation or is that a Flame? I cannot. I think it's
I think
Negation.
it's Force Negation.
Yeah, it looks like an etched Force Negation, yeah.
Retro frame.
Yeah. Black Lotus into Mox Ruby. Into a Mox Opal.
Hey, that's 5 mana. 1 more Mox and we'd be able to lure us turn 1.
I think we're about to OP.
It floats with the Opal, sacks the Lotus.
Oh, we're gonna
stock up.
The Mind Break. Oh,
that was the
wow.
second card. Pretty good.
Oh,
and now
Lord.
the Mox Opal is turned off.
Oh,
Bolanek is down to 2 cards. They probably need to be Force of Will blue card just to stop this turn 1 from Kronk, and then he'll be left with nothing. Not even enough mana to buy the Lurrus.
Because it's Force of Negation, it's unable to be used, and we're about to see it probably hit this One Ring. Wow. What a great game. We have the workshop. We have the Black Lotus. Are we contemplating hitting the Lotus? No, we're not.
At this point, you just don't have enough resources to fight over mana.
No.
If you would resolve the stock up, then maybe you could consider that, but you got to save the force for a high leverage target like the One Ring or Tezzeret.
Yeah, and it looks like we're looking at Storm Count there on the left, or is that the artifact only? That's the artifact only mana.
Yeah. It's 3 mana with the Lotus. Notably, none of this mana can pay the colorless portion of the Fleshraker mana cost.
Yep.
So it looks like Kronk will not be playing Fleshraker this turn.
Yep,
Instead, just going to go straight for the One Ring, and it's going to meet a Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Pitching paradoxical outcome, so Gabe Balanik is now hellbent, but the Force of Negation is offline. 2 mana floating for Kronk. Does he have anything to do with it? Looks like the answer is no. And I think the rest of his hand is just Ancient Tune, Fleshraker, and whatever his draw for the turn was. So neither player having much action left here after that opening salvo.
Absolutely. And we are getting the City of Traders that was kept, and it looks like it's a second copy of the ring.
And a Vexing Bauble.
Oh my gosh.
Vexing Bauble into the One Ring. And I guess Kronk kept the City of Traders instead of Ancient Tune.
Yes,
so
yeah.
Opting for the painless source of mana. But here, they're basically the same.
Yeah.
And with the One Ring, I mean, I think this is just all but over.
We got a Polluted Delta, and it looks like we may have a draw spell in Gabe's hand. I wouldn't doubt if Gabe is keeping a Lorien revealed for the future to see if it's castable instead of going to grab a land. But I believe it could be...
That is a Pearl and a Mox Opal, so there is the potential to Prismatic Ending for 4.
Yep. Yep.
If Balanik can find the one Prismatic Ending...
It is a stock up. We see a Mox Jet, another Mox Opal? No, Mishra's Bauble. So we're keeping the Mox Jet, and we're thinking about the rest right now. Oh, we're not keeping the Mox Jet. All right, we're thinking on the Mox Jet.
I mean, at this point, your own paradoxical outcome is probably your best way in, so you might as well take the cards that maximize the outcome top deck. That means Mox Jet.
Yeah,
it also turns on the Mox Opal, so it really represents 2 mana.
Yeah, problem is we got the
Can't cast it
Vexing. Yeah, we got the Vexing Bauble out. I don't know if we like it.
But it's not good right now, but you can envision paths where it becomes part of your way back into the game.
And you have to think about that at this point. You can't be holding on to what might be better.
Soul Ring, the draw for turn, and now 2 more cards
Another
coming
Mindbreak
from
Trap.
the One Ring.
We have another Mindbreak Trap being drawn.
Josh falls to 19 from the One Ring as well. Gabe at 18.
Maybe seeing
plenty
a
of time
Vexing
with this
Bauble
One Ring
cracked.
before it becomes a problem. Here's Soul Ring, floating 2 shot mana.
Not much we could see the rest of this turn unless we don't know something in hand. Looks like we don't. Maybe the Flesh Writher. The rake may be coming down. There it is.
Okay, so now we have 1 colorless and 2 shot mana floating.
Yep. I believe it actually might be Trader's mana.
That's still just regular colorless.
Yep.
So one generic that can be used for anything, 2 shot mana for only artifacts. Here's the follow-up. Here's a Mox Ruby. That'll get countered by the Vexing Bauble, but will trigger the Fleshraker, so 1 damage going over to Gabe. He'll fall to a 17.
Yep.
So, presumably, Josh wants this mana, has something to do with it. Either another Fleshraker, another One Ring.
It looks like he just has a Mox and a Mindbreak Trap in hand.
Ah, interesting then.
We find the Ancient Recall.
Okay, Ancestral Recall is a good start. Almost never a bad draw.
Absolutely. A Soul Ring and what looks like to be a paradoxical outcome. pretty good. I wouldn't mind it.
That might be the best possibles.
Yeah.
Soul Ring, a playable piece of artifact mana that will turn on the Mox Opal, get Gabe to 4 mana, so he can Paradoxical if he wants to, or he can wait till next turn. Yeah, has Thunder Trap Trainer to go along with it.
Yes.
So setting up for a Paradoxical next turn that really could get him back into this game.
Yep.
That said, with a 1 ring untapping and getting a 3rd counter, he may not have a next turn.
Absolutely.
4 cards coming for Josh Kronk, and there's no potential counterplay from Force of Will or Force of Negation due to the Vexing Bauble.
Yep. But in the end of the day, you probably only needed one of these 4 cards. You looked on top. It wasn't like, bouncing everything was going to help you more. So I definitely agree with this play.
Yeah, I think Gabe needs to set up a really big outcome.
It's like a walk. We do have the time walk, but without the mana.
Isn't there a Mox Opals? Oh, the Soul Ring's tapped. Okay.
Soul Ring is tapped.
Yeah. Has he made a land drop this turn?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is
but
there
I
a
don't
land
think
drop?
we
Nope.
have one.
Ooh, the Mox Jet looks kind of awkward.
Yep. Oh, I guess we had a floating colorless?
Yeah, because the Soul Ring probably paid the colorless for the Thunder Trap. Probably left 1 floating. So actually, so that was perfect. Time Walk lets us untap and get to this Paradoxical immediately. What a back and forth game.
Very, very tight lines, and finding it as the last card revealed off the Thunder Trap Trainer is massive. Now, the real question is, are we going to be able to chain these? The Vexing Bauble was cracked. Turning on the Mindbreak Trap.
Okay.
We don't know what the draw was, but we are going to see with 1 card left in hand. So that will get it.
Mindbreak Trap coming up huge.
Yes. Keeping Gabe in check. Josh keeps a incredible selection. We are going to still look at the top 4 here. And we are headed into possibly the last turn of the day.
It seems pretty likely with 4 cards coming off the 1 ring.
Yeah.
Anything like Mystic Forge. Top would then dig you a few more cards. Tezzeret would be incredible. A second Fleshraker even could end this game.
Yep.
Once you have 2 Fleshrakers, every artifact deals 4, every artifact creature deals 6.
Yep. I see 2 no rods have been drawn. I don't know if that was exactly what we were looking for.
It's a little awkward.
That's a little rough. 2 rods.
Mishra's Workshop, a Mox. Yeah, pretty bad draws, all things considered, for Joshua Kronk. Can I get out the Mishra's Workshop placard? No.
We are going to most likely drop these rods just to get triggers and then head into...
I don't think you want to shut off your own ring, though. Your opponent's on 1 card.
Yeah.
What's the
we
worst
got
that
the
could happen?
key.
Okay, so Key will untap the ring and draw 4 more cards.
Big time, yeah.
Little surprised that Key was not cast using Mishra's Workshop mana. And
Very
the other 2 floating, but with the Fleshraker, Josh should have enough mana for anything he wants this turn.
Yeah.
So, another damage coming across from the Fleshraker to Balonic. Here's the Manifold Key untapping the 1 ring with the floating mana from Soul Ring.
I have a sneaking suspicion we find a Tezzeret. Oh, we find another Mindbreak Trap, a City of Traders, and something secret.
I think it was 2 City of Traders, so
Goodness.
kind of another bad set of cards.
Mindbreak City, Ancient Tomb? No, Mishra's.
Another Workshop?
It's another Workshop.
It's a lot of lands here for Kronk.
Gabe at 16, Joshua at 17. Gonna start floating a lot. There's
there was
a
the top. That
wow.
could do it. It can either find another top a Mystic Forge, or another way to untap the One Ring.
We're definitely going to spin this top. We're going to look at what's up there. And we may just Hail Mary the win. Will we see what we need on the top of this deck? We are spinning top. This is it. What do we got? Show us. Ancient
Tomb and a Mox? Look
like
white bordered.
Yep. We don't like that. We don't like that one bit.
Shargay Bolonic likes it.
Yeah. Not many options available with the known cards. Looks like it must be a Mox on top with that white border. The game is up for grabs, and it's in Joshua's hands right now. We just don't know how he wants to do it, and I think it's all circling on these null rods. Are we going to double rod? This would stop any hope of a double top, but at the same time, it's not like we're going to get one anytime soon without a shuffling effect.
It's a tough call because Josh doesn't really have the tools needed to close out this game without the One Ring, but you have to be scared of a paradoxical outcome off the top for a Bolonic.
Yep.
Even a stock up off the top to dig for something. There's so many live draws in these vintage decks, so yeah. I understand that you're scared, but in this case, the null rod hurts you a lot more than it hurts Gabe.
Way worse. See the Mox, get it out of the way.
Gabe gonna fall to 14 from this latest Fleshraker trigger. If there were 2 Fleshrakers in play here and Gabe was at 8 or 10, then playing these null rods and putting him to 2, you could attack with both Fleshrakers. You'd have to double chump with the 2 Thunder Trap trainers, and you'd be all set.
Yep.
But no such second Fleshraker came off the top with 2 One Ring activations for 7 total cards.
We are happy and we are content with the fact that we have a Mindbreak Trap in hand here.
So that at least limits some of the potential of a top deck paradoxical.
We are drawing with our top. We are putting top on top.
I think he just wants to play the other Mox this turn.
That would make sense. No, that is a... I actually think that is a sun-bleached Talon Gates. It almost looks like it.
Or is it...
I doubt they're playing Talon Gates, but...
Yeah, I think it's a Talon Gates of Madara.
Yeah, it's a...
Very common land in the shop decks.
Yeah, but it is horribly bleached.
Okay, so that allows Kronk to leave up protection from removal on the Fleshraker.
Yep.
And you're going to want to draw the Sensei's top next turn anyway, so you can cast it for another Fleshraker trigger.
Yep. He has the mana. But he has the mana in order to put Talon Gates in. Talon Gates is going to go ahead and hit one of the Storm. Okay.
That really doesn't do much of anything, but you got an extra land in play, I guess.
Protecting the shins, I guess. I disagree with that.
It's just going to face back in next turn, right?
Yep. A bit lost on the logic there, considering something can be ripped off the top of Flames specifically.
What is the top deck for Gabe? He needs a good one to stay in this game, in this match, in this tournament.
We are probably going to buy the Lotus to start the turn. Or that was a paradoxical outcome, and we're tapping everything here. Here we go.
Paradoxical would be so sick.
That would be insane.
Gotta draw 6 cards.
That is horrifying. There it is. Oh my goodness. The gall to top deck that.
The unbridled temerity.
We are mind break trapping.
That was the reason to get the other land in play, to have another generic mana for the hard gas mind break trap. Is that a spell pierce?
That's a spell pierce.
So now the mind break trap gone.
Wow.
6 cards coming for Gabriel Bolanek.
Can he find it?
That's 3 Force of Wills.
My lord. He found plenty.
3 is a lot of Force of Wills, in case anyone wanted to know.
Yes. Good thing they pitched themselves.
But I'm not sure if there's any more action in terms of card draw.
No, there's not. We can buy Lurrus, that's for sure.
There's the Soul Ring. Now, 5 mana available up top from artifacts. 1 land in play is 6. A land drop left to make is 7 available mana. What does he have to do with it? A bunch of Thunder Trap trainers, I suppose? Do you want to double Thunder Trap with Offspring, or do you want to leave mana up in case you find another Paradoxical? That's the question now for Gabe.
I think we're buying... Oh, we're not buying Lurrus.
I don't think we're buying Lurrus for a while.
Yeah.
There's no Lotus in the graveyard. It just doesn't do anything, and there's plenty of action in hand.
Yep.
It's going to have more of an immediate impact on this game. Looks like there was a mana floating from the Paradoxical. That will get used along with the Mox Opal to cast a Singleton Thunder Trap Trainer. So Gabe is going to try to find another PO and keep this train a-rolling.
Just find a Mox. That is it. I am shocked that was not Offspringed.
Well, there's another one in hand. He could Offspring this one, I think, has enough mana. But I really think he's trying to keep the train going. Here's the second one, still just a Singleton. Can he find another PO?
We find the flame. We found 2 flames.
Okay, so that will answer potentially Manifold Key and Fleshraker.
Yep.
And then you have Force of Wills to stop the threats for next turn. But where do you go from there?
You go a little faster than Joshua does, considering he has seen the top 3 of his deck and didn't like it, and chose to draw with the...
At the very least, he's going to draw with top, then draw 4 cards. That'll get him 2 new ones.
Yeah.
He knows the 2 beneath the top, and then the top will see 3 more. So he's still seeing 5 fresh cards next turn.
Absolutely, yes. That is hardcast Force of Will plus a pitched Force of Will available to Gabe.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them used on the Sensei's top itself.
Exactly. I think Gabe is taking his odds here. Unless we are oh, do we have a stock up being cast?
He's going for the Flame of Anor. Not sure why he's using the Soul Ring. Could just use the Mox Jet. Maybe this is Flame of Anor by Lurrus. Since he'll have 1 mana floating, and he has 2 more Moxen untapped, doesn't have any use for that mana.
Yep, we get rid of the key.
He's trying to draw cards. So he's leaving the Fleshraker.
Wow.
And there's definitely a blue card there. I think that's the Brainstorm.
And we have a Swords on the Fleshraker, and then I think we saw a Sink into Stupor. Not that that does much here, given the mana situation.
Maybe it's flipped over to the Soporific Spring side.
We draw top after.
So Gabe does gain 2, goes to 19. He'll take 3 on the upkeep from the 1 ring down to 16. And now draws 4 more cards. He knows the top 2. After the top, there are 2 Ancient Tombs. Then we have Mox Emerald, Glaring Fleshraker. Or 5 cards, sorry, because he was on 4.
Yep.
So he's going to go to 15.
And he has a Fleshraker in hand now.
And that's a Scrawling Crawler as the other cards. So the 3 new ones were Mox Emerald, Scrawling Crawler, and Glaring Fleshraker. Those are pretty good.
Yep.
I imagine we'll start on Fleshraker.
Yep. Might as well. 1 in Rome.
This meets the bar for a Force of Will, pitching Force from Bolanek.
Yep.
He drops to 11.
I think we're getting to the point where we are thinking about what it looks like to end the game next turn for Gabe.
Does he have another card draw spell in hand?
We already saw one off the top. Might as well see one again.
Even if he does, this Scrawling Crawler limits the amount of card draw he can use.
Absolutely.
He's going to go to 10 on his draw step, so he can draw 9 more cards before he has to find an answer to the Crawler.
I do not believe the Crawler lands unless we don't have another blue card, but it looks like, yeah, it lands.
I don't think there was another blue card in hand.
Yep. This is, in fact, symmetrical.
Just look at how many cards are in hand now.
Gosh.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm wondering if we're looking at a no rod coming down. That would be nuts.
I think now with the Crawler...
He just put it under his thumb. He's thinking about it.
He's been thinking about it every single turn, and it still just looks quite awkward. That One Ring is on 5.
There you go. We're gonna play out the top
might as well
first.
check the top cards of your deck
Let's
first.
spin it.
Doesn't have
we
any...
found a key. We found a key. We found another top.
Yeah, but no Flesh Rakers. They've
Yeah,
both been
yeah,
dealt with.
but the key can draw us into all this.
And still has a land drop to make.
Exactly. And he has a Mishra's in hand. That's big. That is very big. That is a Mishra's into a key for another top.
Draw 6 cards?
Exactly. That is very exciting. You're putting the key in hand, friend. He's counting his mana. He wants to make sure he knows what he's doing.
I think he will do that eventually, but Kronk has been a very deliberate player this entire match, so
Absolutely.
nothing is going to happen without a lot of forethought.
Yes. So top is third, then we have something, and then the key. Tap the top, put it on top. We're grabbing that key.
Still preserving the land drop, mainly in case he draws Tolarian Academy. This could get a little awkward if he finds exactly Time Vault, but no more artifact mana.
Yeah.
Because then he can't play Mishra's Workshop and activate the...
Top, we get 2 tops.
I guess he's already used the key, so...
And
another Talon Gates.
Jeez, a whole hand of nothing. Gosh.
For as many cards as Joshua Kronk has drawn, they actually haven't been that great of draws. No
they have
Tezzerats, no
not.
second ring.
Nothing.
And we're on 21 cards deep at this point.
You're just tapping this top at this point, right? You're just... That was just 1 mana, draw a card. I can only assume.
This
Again, still preserving the land drop, which is a bit of a shock because what do you do with the mana even if you find it?
Yeah, at this point you can start making land drops and get past the City of Traders, but...
Yeah, and not only that, the Mishra's there would have paid for the top, and then he could have used the Mox Pearl to look at the top 3 and then draw with top, but we're going to go to cleanup instead.
Yeah, 2
we're not
Ancient
going
Tombs,
to dig.
a Mishra's Workshop, a Null Rod, and a... Is it just those 4? I think it's a Flesh Raker beneath them that was countered, not discarded.
Will we see it slammed? It is another Force of Negation.
So now there's a counter spell available, potentially 2 if Gabe has enough mana to hardcast both.
It is an etched card, so it is a bit difficult to check, but that is what we think we saw.
Eventually, Joshua's going to draw his key cards. He's about to draw another 15, plus the card for a turn. And the cards are in his deck. He'll draw them eventually.
Yeah, they are. They, in fact, exist.
He may have to be wary of decking at this point. How many more One Ring activations does he have?
Yeah, we now have activated counter spells in hand at least. But we are still unable to advance our game plan over on the side of Gabe Balanik.
He's done his stuff pretty well. He's had multiple counter spells. He's resolved paradoxical outcome for 6.
I think the writing's on the wall here, though, for Gabe as we buy a Luris, it looks like. We do.
What's been really impressive for Kronk is the Mindbreak traps. It's given him just enough disruption that Gabe can't goldfish it.
Yeah. Yeah, and you draw so many cards in this deck, it almost makes sense that you can rely on them.
Yeah, and Gabe's counter spells are all 2-for-1s. Force Wills, Force Negations.
Yep.
Kronk has 1-for-1 counter spells. They've been just as effective, but haven't cost an extra card.
Yeah,
so Kronk has kind of beaten Balanik at his own game here.
Absolutely.
They've been interacting with each other. They've been both drawing a lot of cards, and Kronk has done those things better.
Yep. We bin a land. We are at Luris. We were hoping to bin something for Luris to use there.
Okay. Gabe is now down to 6.
Yep.
I think there was a Mana Crypt flip that was lost there.
We draw off something there. Oh, was it a bobble? What did we draw from just there?
From
Gabe drew at end of turn there.
They're the Scrawling Crawler.
Scrawling Crawler.
Upkeep, both players draw cards.
Okay. We are
So
representing.
now Gabe is down to 5.
And we have hard cast mana for the Force of Will and the Force of Negation.
Yeah. I mean, all Josh really needs is another Flesh Raker with Gabe at 5.
Yeah, we just wait this out.
And he has 1,000,000 mana. He has the One Ring on 6. He can untap it. That's 15 more cards. More crawlers would be good.
Yep.
Checking the sideboard. So Karn is in hand.
Yep.
Sure. Karn's great. Karn's like a null. Karn's the best null rod.
Yeah. Not only that, it is going to absolutely eat the. It's going to eat the counter spell.
Instead of doing nothing, Karn does everything.
We're going to look at the top 3.
Just draw him with the ring. I guess Josh is at 8. So I guess he has to be a little bit careful in case he can't kill this turn. So I think he's just trying to not activate. Oh, no. Okay, there we go.
I was about to say, I think you send it at this point. You want that Black Lotus. That's another key.
And there's Time Vault. But Time Vault
there
key
it is.
with the
There's
ring,
the
unless you find another ring, Vault key gets pretty awkward.
Yeah. But we got the Scrawler. Playing out our mana, and then we're most likely going to untap and draw again.
You may want to avoid putting the ring on 8
Karn,
since you are at 8.
We're getting kneecapped anyway. By the
here's Karn. This will certainly meet a counter spell.
Yep. Hard cast negation. Sink into stupor. Yeah, there's the sink we saw.
Let's try to tie up your mana.
Yeah, Karn goes back. NBD, as the kids would say. What is next for Joshua Kronk? It's the untapping of the ring.
No, just going to tap Soul Ring. We're going to wait on the key.
Another monolith. And we're going to play out
Karn again.
Hard casting our Force of Will. Wow.
Okay, Karn to the graveyard. Force of Will resolves.
Yep. It's a lot of mana used. All gone. Mishra's Workshop seems quick with this. Got a plan. We have another monolith.
Plenty of mana, plenty of action. It's just about figuring out how to sequence it.
Yep.
Kronk being very careful here. Plays a Mox Jet. Has 3 mana with the Workshop now. Plays a Grim Monolith. 1 shop mana floating. Use the shop mana and the Mox Jet. This looks like the Time Vault.
Get the vault. But do we get rid of the ring?
I don't think he's drawn another ring. But he can take 7 and go to 1. There's no direct damage coming from Balonic's deck. Plays another Workshop for turn after untapping the vault and taking another turn.
I guess we're going to...
Now plays another Scrawling Crawler. I think he's just planning to draw his whole deck and win with Flesh Rakers on this turn at 1 life.
Yeah.
Just put yourself to 1, draw 17 more cards.
Yep.
That's probably the rest of your deck. And there's 2 more coming from the Crawlers. He may not even be able to activate the ring 2 more times.
Yeah. I don't see any mana represented except for 1 only artifact. Oh, we have the Grim Monolith.
There's always more mana. It's in the banana stand.
Mm-hmm. And gates can't hit the ring, right?
No, they just phase out creatures.
Yeah. Making sure I knew my cards. We get the key.
Okay.
Untap. He got it.
Oh, I think he's just making Scrawling Crawler unblockable.
He is.
So that's 3 coming across. That'll put Gabe to 2. And then on the upkeep, he can stack the ring trigger and put the crawler triggers on top of it and kill Gabe with the ring trigger on the stack.
Joshua Kronk, your winner of the battle for the Black Lotus Steel City Spectacular. What an incredible final game.
All day we were talking about Luris and how well it was doing. There were 6 Luris decks in the top 8, 4 Luris Paradoxical Outcome
There's
decks
him holding that Lotus too. Oh,
and in
beautiful.
the end, it is Mishra's Workshop, Fleshraker Shops. Tezzeret was important in game 1. Didn't show up here in game 2. It makes me wonder if they're still in the deck. I would think they are.
Yes.
But we just didn't see any. Either way, we're going to get Josh into the booth here for a quick winner's interview.
Absolutely.
But congratulations to him.
Yeah.
Fleshraker Shops takes down the tournament. Really sort of, this was the established best deck in the format, or at least one of, up against one of the new, entries to it. This Fleshraker Shops deck, relatively new, especially with Tezzeret and the, emphasizing that combo with Sensei's Divining Top.
Absolutely.
Now really showing what it's made of. Game 1 was lopsided. Game 2 looked lopsided, like it was going to be lopsided, then became kind of close. Kind of like the game 2 we saw in the semifinals with Ryan Hayes. But we are... they're asking us for this trophy, so we can give it to Josh.
Yes.
And if we could get Josh sent over here for a brief interview once y'all are done with him. Okay.
Wonderful.
We are going to get Josh over here.
I'll scoot over. You can be here, and I'll have him come around.
Yeah. So, quick interview with our champion, and then we got to get out of here because it's been a long day. And frankly, if we go much longer, YouTube's not going to save this VOD. Okay. It was Mishra's Workshop in the end, taking down this trophy. Luris still incredibly impressive over the course of the day. The Paradoxical Outcome deck, the Esper Control deck, the Grixis Breach deck from Ryan Hayes. All impressive ways to play with Luris. I do believe that the Fleshraker Shops deck is the best way to build shops, better than Jewel Shops right now. I think it's shown that with 2 copies in the top 8 and taking down the trophy. The real big surprise for me was the lack of Bazaar of Baghdad decks today. I looked for them. I wanted to feature some. Didn't see any. I'm sure there were a couple in the field, didn't do so well. They had a bad day, but it was a bad day for Bizarre Baghdad lovers of all stripes. Also, Doomsday really didn't show up. This was very much a day about Mishra's Workshop against Luris. Those were the two pillars of the metagame that fought it out all day. Over the course of the Swiss, it was really Luris that had the upper hand. But in the elimination rounds, Joshua Kronk and Fleshraker Shops taking it down. He is your champion, now the proud owner of a real Black Lotus, and of course the lovely proxy Black Lotus that is in, or is affixed to the top of that trophy I handed to the head judge a moment ago. Before we get the champion in here for the interview, I'd like to back in the booth. I'm Ross Merriam. I'm trying to fill time before we can get Josh here. I'm sure they're taking a picture of him. I'm sure he's trying to get his deck together. Definitely something you do not want to lose track of. These vintage decks, incredibly valuable, but really very impressive showing in the finals. His deck doing incredibly explosive things. And then Josh, much like we saw from the successful blue players, was very careful in how he played out the rest of the game. Once he got a lead, it was all about, okay, how do I keep this lead? How do I stop my opponent from coming back in this game? Which are the spells that I can play out first and try to bait out my opponent's counter magic? Which are the spells that I'm going to play later because I really want them to resolve? He was very careful in sequencing his threats. Didn't draw all that well in that second game off of the One Ring, but was still able to leverage the immense card advantage of that card. I mean, we saw it activate, I think, 7 times. So that's 28 cards drawn by the One Ring in that game. Yeah, that'll be enough. You know, I don't care how bad your run of luck is. 28 cards is so many that you're going to find the threats that you need. And they had to go a roundabout way with the Manifold Key giving unblockability to the Scrawling Crawler to deal the last 2 points of damage. But he found the line regardless, and he is your champion. 100 players came out to play Vintage today. We have narrowed it down to one, just Joshua Kronk. Tomorrow, we're going to start coverage of the CEDH 20K. That is your main event here at the Steel City Spectacular. About 500 people, maybe more, signed up for that event. Last I saw earlier today, it was just under 496, making it, as I am told, the largest CEDH tournament ever held to date. So incredible turnout for that event. I'm sure it's going to be a blast. I will not be covering that one for you. Players who are much more well-versed in the format and its many intricacies will be covering it and taking you through all of those games starting tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune into that as well. This is just day 2 of the Steel City Spectacular here on Friday. There is 2 more days left, but the Vintage Tournament, the battle for a Black Lotus, is done, and it is Joshua Kronk who has triumphed above that 100-player field and taken home the crown jewel of any Magic collection, that lovely copy of Black Lotus. Whew. What else are they doing with him over there? I'm vamping as hard as I can, folks. I've covered Vintage. I've covered the CEDH tournament. I've covered the Steel City Spectacular. Let's talk about trying to find our sponsor. We have a sponsor, so I can shout them out as well. Thank you to them for sponsoring this event, sponsoring this coverage. Couldn't bring it together without their help. I will also extend a hearty thank you to our wonderful judge staff. Brooke, Abe, Rob ran a very tight ship today. We finished our Swiss in about 7.5 hours, maybe a little bit less for a 7-round event. So incredible work by them to keep this tournament moving, value our players' time, value your time, and minimize the downtime here on the coverage. Our top 8 took quite a while. We had a lot of great games, great matches, and our wonderful judge staff was very important in bringing that all to you as well. Oh my God. How much do they need from him? Where is Joshua? We want Kronk. We want Kronk. I need everybody in your homes to stand up, go out to your windows, say we're mad as hell because we want Kronk. Very interested to find out how Tezzeret performed for him on this day. You know, we saw it do a little bit of work in Game 1 of the finals. Didn't show up at all in Game 2, despite the massive amount of cards that were drawn. But I have to imagine it was a very important piece for him on the day as a whole. And his overall record of 8-1-1, very impressive, speaks for itself. And, you know, at that point, pretty much all of your cards have to be doing some good work. And Tezzeret really is an incredible effect for this deck, being both a source of additional mana by untapping Grim Monolith and Soul Ring and Moxen, being a tutor target to set up the combo, being a value engine, and sometimes even ultimating and becoming your win condition. Really does it all for this deck in a very neat package at only 3 mana. We saw blue players react to it by having more spell pierces in their deck, where previously Flusterstorm had been dominant in terms of 1 mana blue counter magic. In order to fight the counter wars and blue mirrors more effectively, Spell Pierce needed to target these Tezzerets that are popping up. So very clear that this new Edge of Eternity's Planeswalker has already made an indelible mark on the Vintage tournament metagame. And I have to imagine that that mark will continue to be made in the weeks and months to come as players continue to build around it, find more niche tutor targets that you can find and play with it that can help you in certain positions, certain matchups, and really learn how to leverage the entirety of it. Other players will, of course, adapt. We'll see more of that counter magic that hits it. Consigned to Memory, also an excellent card. Might be something that we'll pick up. Certainly a card that I'm betting Gabe Balanik wishes he had in that finals match. He came unprepared to answer things like Tezzeret, was more concerned about winning those blue mirrors. Can't blame him, given how much Luris showed up today. It was all over the top tables over the course of the Swiss and in the top 8. Balanik rolled his way through a lot of those blue matchups on his way to the finals, but unfortunately did not run into another one as I'm sure he would have liked. Instead, got the matchup against Josh Kronk and the Fleshraker shop stack, where he did not have the tools. So still a great run from him. Congratulations to him on making the finals. Congratulations to the rest of our top 8. Ryan Hayes and Justin Gennari in the semis, and then our quarterfinalists Adam Wallach, Hank Zhang, Marshall Arthurs, and Adria Paris. An excellent top 8. As I said during the elimination matches, I'm always so impressed by the really thoughtful and careful play from Vintage players that have such a deep understanding of a format that no one gets a ton of opportunity to play. Even with the format now on Magic Online, there just isn't nearly the same amount of games being played, and thus not the same amount of data that's generated, the amount of things that players can lean on in order to make sure that their decks are well tuned, even if they don't personally have as much time to test. Vintage players have long been devoted to this format and devoted enough that they keep it around, keep driving it forward, and demonstrate incredible mastery over what is an incredibly complex and difficult format to play. It may seem easy to just play a bunch of Moxen and draw a bunch of cards, but when your opponent has access to those same tools, along with a bunch of free counter spells, it is anything but. It is an incredibly difficult format to navigate from a tactical perspective. It is an incredibly difficult format and punishing format to make any sort of mistakes in. Because as soon as you make a mistake, your opponent can end the game as a result. You don't get any reprieve when you screw up in this format. So these players have to be very careful, and it's the players that were very deliberate, maybe a little bit slow. They were able to come out on top and perform very well and make it to the elimination rounds, and in the case of Josh Kronk, take down the entire tournament. We We want Kronk. I don't know where he is. He's somewhere behind me. I don't know what they're doing with him. Let's get an update. We'll bring him in. We'll get a brief interview with our champion, ask him about his deck, ask him about Vintage as a whole. Then Jay and I will wrap up this show. And that'll be it for the coverage here of the Vintage Battle for a Black Lotus. I believe there will be some coverage after this of the other events going on. 7 p.m. saw the start of the Creator Showdown. That is only a 2-round event, so may not have time to bring that one to you. So this may be all the coverage we have from the Steel City Spectacular today.
The special guest showcase is entering its final round.
Now we have an overhead announcement. Special guest showcase, yeah, entering its final round. So unlikely to get any coverage of that coming. But as I said earlier, we will have coverage of the main event, CEDH $20,000 open event. 500-something players playing in that. What an incredible turnout for that format. Going to be a great event, played over multiple days. Much more skilled commentators for that format are going to take you through it, navigate those rounds Saturday and Sunday. So that's going to be it for me on the weekend, or this will be it for me on the weekend. But I thank you all for hanging out today, everybody that tuned into coverage. I hope you enjoyed it. Apologize for some of the technical difficulties that we had earlier. And I really hope you enjoyed those last few matches, semifinals and the finals, with Ryan Hayes, Gabe Bolanek, and Joshua Kronk. Really delivered the goods. We saw a couple very, very exciting games, very hard fought back and forth games. And that should be your takeaway here about the Vintage format. It is not just 2 ships passing in the night, every game ending on turn 2. That is possible, but there's enough good defensive measures that are baked into the format with Force of Will, Force of Negation, Mind Break Trap, Mental Misstep, Spell Pierce, Pyro Blast, Fluster Storm, and the like, that you are able to play interactive Magic, and the person that comes out ahead in those exchanges ends up being the victor in a lot of games, even more so than the player that had more explosive turn 1. So, in a format where it's possible to get out to a huge lead very early, it's also possible to come back from a huge early deficit. That's just the nature of Magic. So there's never going to be an imbalance there. It's almost like Magic's third law of Newtonian motion. So Vintage has the widest swings, but to me, that makes it all the more exciting and all the more fun, especially as a commentator. Some great games there, and it was a blast bringing them to you. Okay, it has been 16 minutes since this game ended. I have no idea what's going on. I cannot imagine they have kept Josh for that long. He has his Black Lotus. You have a picture of him. I was there. We took them for the top 8. We want Kronk. We need Kronk. We cannot live without Kronk. You're coming up on almost 12 hours. I don't think YouTube is going to not save our VOD. We went live at 9:07, so we got 45 minutes here before we have to get off, so that YouTube will save this VOD and y'all can watch it later. I think we'll get Josh within the next 45 minutes. How about you? I think he'll be here. I believe. I'm like Bart Simpson at Camp Krusty. I know Krusty's coming. I've been eating gruel for 3 weeks. One of the campers was eaten by a bear. Actually, they just ate his hat. But it was a nice hat. That's all I have left for you is recapping old Simpsons episodes. So if there's an episode you'd like to have recapped, put it in the chat. I'll go through it as best I can. Pretty good at it. I'm looking down the standings here, trying to find some more cool decks that maybe showed up in this tournament. I gotta say, there's a lot of Luris in shops. Okay, Kronk is here. We found him. Let's bring him on. Okay, I'm gonna slide over. I'm gonna run into the table. Oh yes.
Oh Lord, we've been live all day.
We've been live.
11 hours.
Okay, here's your mic. You can just kind of pick that up and hold it.
There, honestly, and it'll be
Yeah,
fine.
leave it there.
Just want to put it down. Yeah. It'll catch.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm sure holding that Black Lotus feels pretty good.
It's exciting.
Okay. I'm not going to take up too much of anyone else's time, but I do have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
One, Tezzeret was one of the more heralded cards in recent memory for Vintage. Certainly the card that I was most anticipating seeing its in this tournament, seeing its impact on the metagame. Fitting for it to take down the tournament. How was Tezzeret for you on the day?
Honestly, like every time that I got to cast a Grim Monolith with a Tezzeret and then untap the Grim Monolith and then like do something, I think I won the game. Tezzeret being able to get Vexing Bauble when you have a Mishra's Workshop, Tezzeret being able to get Chalice on 0. Like, I think every hand that I had that had Grim Monolith, Tezzeret, I think I won. Like, Tezzeret's incredible. I was only on 3 today instead of 4. I wasn't sure how good the card was. I don't play that much Vintage. I play a lot of Grim Monolith.
Okay. Well, yeah, you got a good card to pair with it in
Yeah.
Tezzeret. Do you think if you had to run the tournament back, you'd play 4?
I think I'll play. Yeah, actually, no. I'd probably play 4. Like, I tried the patchworks and they were fine, but honestly, most of the games like I like sided them out, or I didn't play them, or like whatever. They were kind of just like there. I think like against Mono White they seemed good, and like a couple matches they were fine, but like I'd probably play 4. Honestly, like I had never played this list before. I found a list online and I tried it, but honestly, like Tezzeret's just like Tezzeret's a really good card. I mean, like Grim Monolith is a really good card.
Sure.
Tezzeret is
a combo with Grim Monolith.
It's all right.
Make your Tezzeret free. Make your opponent have to answer multiple threats.
Exactly.
It ends up working out pretty well. Okay, last question. You know, Vintage, this is not a format we see very often played in Magic tournaments. It's a format that I think many people have misconceptions about due to the presence of all the fast mana. I think maybe it's all turn 1 kills. I want you to let our viewers know and give them the pitch. If they are watching today and now they've become Vintage curious, give them the 2-minute pitch about why they should be interested in playing the Vintage format.
I mean, like sometimes you just like show up and play Vintage, and sometimes you win a Lotus. It's like pretty good. I don't think it's a turn 1 format. Like I will say the only time that I died on turn 1 were both of my top 8 matches, and I still won. I think like Vintage is super interesting. Like yes, you sometimes die, but like I don't know, you get to like do some pretty cool stuff. It's a lot of fun. It's a super passionate community. Everyone who plays this format loves this format so much. Like sometimes you die, it's fine. It's part of the cost of playing the game.
Yeah, sometimes when you play Modern, you die on turn 2 or 3, or you miss your 3rd land drop.
Yeah,
right?
but then you get to do it back the next game, and it's just like.
I love it. Okay, well, congratulations again, Josh.
Thank you.
Let's let you go on your way with your Black Lotus. Let's get Jay back in the booth and wrap up this show.
Thank you.
Okay, let me not step on any important cords while I do this. Okay, I've given our audience about 15 minutes of Vamp, so they've heard every single spiel.
Good.
They know about Niagara Falls. They know about the CDH tournament tomorrow.
Wonderful.
They know basically everything. So is there anything you want to say before we wrap this up?
Yes, that we weren't supposed to announce that until tomorrow morning, and I messed up.
Oops.
Oops. You guys have a solid 8-hour head start, but you cannot sign up unless you were here physically. So, haha. But you know what else happened today? The biggest portion of the Vintage tournament going this far is that we're going to see more in the future. And I'm really excited about that. I'm really thankful we got to do what we did. And I'm even more excited that we're going to be able to come back more and more and more with higher production for this, and that your support means everything. So thank you for watching.
I think that says it all.
Thank you guys. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for watching us spew over Magic and Vintage.